The work known as the Antiquities of the Jews was written by Flavius Josephus, a Jewish historian who lived during the first century after the birth of Jesus Christ. In the opening of his work, in the section he calls the preface, he begins not with events, but with a reflection upon the nature of history itself and upon the motives that lead men to record the past. He observes that those who set themselves to write history do not all do so for the same reason. Their purposes differ widely, and their intentions are not alike. Some, he explains, devote themselves to historical writing in order to display their learning and their mastery of language. For such men, history becomes a field in which they may exhibit elegance of composition and rhetorical skill. They seek to earn a reputation for eloquence, to be praised as accomplished speakers and refined authors. Their chief concern is not always the truth of events, but the beauty of the expression in which those events are presented. There are others, he continues, who write history with a different aim. These men compose their accounts in order to please individuals who were involved in the events described. Their histories are written to gratify those whose deeds are recorded. Because of this desire to satisfy and flatter, they spare no effort in shaping their narratives. Indeed, Josephus remarks that such writers sometimes exceed their own natural abilities in the attempt to produce something pleasing and impressive. Their loyalty lies not with impartial truth, but with those whom they wish to honor or defend. A third group, he says, is driven to write by necessity rather than by ambition or favor. These individuals have themselves taken part in the events they described. They were not distant observers, but direct participants. Because they were involved, they feel compelled to preserve the memory of what occurred. They cannot excuse themselves from setting these matters down in writing, for they believe that future generations deserve to know what truly happened. For them, writing history becomes a duty laid upon them by circumstance. Josephus then speaks of yet another motive. Some writers, he explains, are moved by the importance of the events themselves. The facts in which they were engaged are of such magnitude that they must not remain hidden. These historians seek to bring what has been obscured into the light, to make public what might otherwise remain unknown. They act out of a sense of responsibility to the wider community, believing that significant events must be preserved and shared for the benefit of all. After describing these different motives, Josephus turns to himself. Of the various reasons he has outlined, he declares that the last two apply to him. He did not write merely to display skill in language, nor to flatter powerful individuals. Instead, he was compelled by personal involvement and by the weight of the events themselves. He reminds the reader that he was personally engaged in the great conflict between the Jewish people and the Roman Empire, the dominant political and military power of the Mediterranean world in the first century after Christ. This conflict, often referred to as the Jewish War against the Romans, was a struggle that began in the year 66 after Christ and ended in the year 70 after Christ with the destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman general Titus, the son of the Emperor Vespasian. Josephus had witnessed many of its particular actions. He knew how the war began, how it unfolded, and how it came to its tragic conclusion. Because he had seen these events with his own eyes and had been directly concerned in them, he felt compelled to record them faithfully. He could not remain silent. He had observed that other writers had already produced accounts of the war, but in his judgment, they had distorted the truth. They had misrepresented actions, altered facts, and shaped the narrative according to their own purposes. Seeing the truth thus perverted, Josephus believed it necessary to set down an accurate account. Thus, in this preface, he presents his purpose clearly. He writes not from vanity, nor from a desire to please powerful men, but from obligation and from conviction. He writes because he was involved in the events, because he knew their details, and because he believed that the truth must be preserved for those who would come after him. I have now undertaken this present work because I am persuaded that it will appear to all the Greeks worthy of careful study. By Greeks, I mean the people of the wider Hellenic world, those who speak the Greek language and who share in the traditions of Greek learning and philosophy. In this work, they will find an account of all our antiquities, that is, the ancient origins and early history of our nation, and also the constitution of our government, meaning the form, principles, and laws by which our people have been ordered. These matters are interpreted from the Hebrew Scriptures, the sacred writings preserved by our ancestors, which contain both history and divine law. When I previously wrote concerning the war, I refer to the great conflict between the Jewish nation and the Roman Empire, that mighty power which ruled over vast territories around the Mediterranean Sea. In that earlier account, I had intended to explain more fully who the Jews originally were, from what ancestors they sprang, what fortunes and misfortunes befell them through the centuries, and by what system of laws they were instructed in reverence toward God and in the practice of other virtues. I had also intended to recount the wars they fought in distant ages, long before the final and terrible struggle in which they were unwillingly drawn into conflict with the Romans. However, I perceived that such a work would be of great length and scope. It would require a vast composition to contain the whole story from the earliest times down to the present. Therefore, I resolved to separate it into a distinct treatise, with its own beginning and its own conclusion, so that it might stand complete in itself. Yet as often happens when a man undertakes something great, I grew weary. The subject was immense, extending over many generations. It was also difficult to translate our history into a foreign language, into Greek, which, though widely spoken, was not the native tongue of our people. To express ancient Hebrew traditions faithfully in a language unfamiliar to our forefathers was no easy task. For this reason, my progress was slow. Nevertheless, there were certain persons who earnestly desired to know our history and urged me to continue. Chief among them was Epaphroditus, a man distinguished by his love of learning. This Epaphroditus was not merely a casual reader of books, but one deeply devoted to knowledge, especially to the study of history. He had himself been involved in great public affairs and had experienced many changes of fortune. Through these experiences, he had shown a firmness of character, a moral rigor, and a steady resolution that did not waver in times of trial. He encouraged those who possessed ability to apply themselves to works that were useful and honorable. Yielding to his persuasion, I felt compelled to join my efforts to his desire for knowledge. I was also ashamed to allow idleness to have more influence over me than the noble pleasure that comes from laboring in studies of great usefulness. Remembering this, I stirred myself to renewed effort and continued my work with greater willingness. There were additional reasons that moved me deeply. Our forefathers had never been unwilling to communicate valuable knowledge to others. Moreover, certain Greeks had taken considerable pains to learn about the affairs of our nation. I found, for example, that the second of the Ptolemies, known as Ptolemy II Philadelphus, king of Egypt in the 3rd century before the Common Era, was extraordinarily diligent in promoting learning. He was devoted to the collection of books and sought to gather writings from many nations into the great library at Alexandria, a city in Egypt founded by Alexander the Great and renowned as a center of scholarship. This king was especially ambitious to obtain a translation of our law, meaning the sacred law given through Moses, and of the constitution of our government contained within it, into the Greek language. At that time, Eleazar, who served as high priest among the Jews, held the highest religious office in our nation. The high priest was the chief religious authority, responsible for the temple worship in Jerusalem and for maintaining the sacred traditions. Eleazar did not begrudge the king the privilege of sharing in this knowledge. He might have refused, but he knew that it was the custom of our nation not to withhold what we valued from those who sincerely sought it. Therefore, he permitted learned men to be sent to Alexandria to translate the books of the law into Greek. Yet those interpreters delivered only the books of the law, the 5 books attributed to Moses. There remained a vast number of other writings in our sacred books. These writings contain the history of 5,000 years, stretching back through long ages, within which occurred many extraordinary events, numerous wars, notable deeds of commanders, and changes in the form of our government. From the careful reading of this history, a man may chiefly learn that events prosper, even beyond expectation, when they are directed according to the will of God. Happiness is offered as a reward by God, but only to those who follow his will and refrain from violating his excellent laws. When men depart from strict obedience, what was once practicable becomes impossible, and what they undertake as good turns into misfortune that cannot be cured. Therefore, I exhort all who read these books to turn their minds toward God and to examine the mind of our legislator. By legislator, I mean Moses, the great lawgiver of the Jewish nation. Let them consider whether he understood the divine nature in a manner worthy of it, and whether he attributed to God only such actions as befit divine power. Though Moses lived 2,000 years ago, long before our own time, he did not invent myths or indecent fables. Even the poets among the Greeks have not dared to assign precise generations to their gods at such a distance of time, much less to describe their laws with certainty. Yet Moses, living in that remote age, preserved his writings without falsehood. As I proceed, I shall describe accurately what is contained in our records, following the order of time to which each event belongs. I have promised to add nothing and to take nothing away for what is written in them. Because nearly our entire Constitution depends upon the wisdom of Moses, our legislator, I must say something concerning him beforehand. Otherwise, readers may wonder why a discourse that promises laws and historical events contains so much philosophical reflection. Moses judged it necessary that anyone who would govern his own life well and establish laws for others must first contemplate the divine nature. By considering the operations of God, a person may imitate, as far as human nature allows, the best of all patterns. Without such contemplation, the legislator himself could not possess a right mind. Nor would his writings promote virtue unless readers were first taught that God is the Father and Lord of all things, that he sees all things, that he grants a blessed life to those who follow him, and that he brings unavoidable misery upon those who turn away from virtue. When Moses desired to teach this lesson to his people, he did not begin, as other lawgivers often did, with agreements between individuals or with matters of property and civil rights. Instead, he raised their thoughts upward to God and to the creation of the world. He persuaded them that human beings are the most excellent of the creatures formed by God upon the earth. Once he had led them to submit to religion, to reverence toward the Creator, he could more easily persuade them to obey in all other matters. Other legislators, by contrast, built their systems upon fables and attributed human vices to their gods, thus providing wicked men with excuses for wrongdoing. But our legislator first demonstrated that God possesses perfect virtue. From this, he concluded that men also ought to strive to share in that virtue. Those who refused such belief and conduct were subjected to the severest punishments. I therefore urge readers to examine the entire work from this perspective. They will find nothing unworthy of the majesty of God or contrary to his love for mankind. All things are related to the nature of the universe. Our legislator speaks some matters with wisdom in an indirect manner, and others by means of fitting allegory. Yet wherever direct explanation is required, he speaks plainly. Those who desire to understand the reasons for everything will discover within these writings a profound philosophical theory. For the present, I set aside the fuller explanation of that philosophy. If God grants me time, I shall address it after completing this history. Now I turn to the history itself, beginning with what Moses has written concerning the creation of the world, as it is described in the sacred books in the following manner. In the earliest times, before history as men now measure it had begun, the universe itself emerged by divine command. God, the eternal and omnipotent Creator, brought into being both the heavens and the earth. Yet the earth, still shapeless and veiled in thick darkness, lay hidden from sight. Over its formless surface, a divine wind moved, stirring the primal waters as if preparing the chaos for order. Then God spoke, and light was born. He observed this light, and with deliberate intention, separated it from the darkness, giving names to each. The darkness he called night, the light he called day. He marked the beginning of light, and the time when creation could pause and rest, naming them evening and morning. This according to the sacred account transmitted by Moses, was the first day, a singular day whose deeper reasons Moses promised to explain in a separate treatise. On the second day, God shaped the heavens themselves, establishing them over the earth, distinct and apart from the other elements. He constructed a crystalline firmament, a vast and enduring canopy, fitted with care to encircle the earth. This firmament was designed not merely as a barrier, but as a living mechanism to sustain life, to give moisture, to summon rain, and to provide dew that would nourish the land. Each action, each separation, each appointed name, carried purpose, setting in motion the order of the world that men would come to inhabit and witness. Behind these acts lay the careful orchestration of time and structure, for the separation of light and darkness, and of heaven from earth, was not simply a gesture of power, but a deliberate arrangement of the universe itself. It was a beginning fraught with potential, where divine will impose form upon chaos, establishing a rhythm of day and night, of heavens above and earth below, a rhythm that would govern life for countless generations. This narrative, recorded and preserved through the writings of Josephus, the Jewish historian of the first century of the Common Era, captures not only the divine act of creation, but also the human effort to interpret it. Josephus, who had already recounted the horrors and heroism of the Jewish war in 75 of the Common Era, would later, in 93 of the Common Era, present these Antiquities, linking the earliest days of the world to the lives of the patriarchs and the unfolding story of the people of Israel. On the second day, with heaven set apart and encased in this firmament, the stage was laid for the delicate balance of life and the unfolding of divine providence. The earth, now distinct from the sky above, awaited the future shaping of seas, lands, and living creatures, each part to occupy its appointed place in the grand design of creation. This was the dawn of order, the first overt act in a drama that would stretch across millennia, from the very creation of the world to the generations of humankind that would inherit its light and darkness, its heavens and earth. In the sacred account delivered by Moses, the great lawgiver and prophet of the people of Israel, the ordering of the world unfolds in a measured sequence of 6 distinct days. On the third day of creation, the command was given that the dry land should appear. Until that moment, the earth had been covered by waters. Now the seas were gathered together into their appointed places, and the solid ground rose forth, encircled by the surrounding waters. On that same third day, the earth, newly revealed, did not remain barren. By divine command, it brought forth plants of every kind. Vegetation sprang from the soil, herbs bearing seed within themselves, and trees yielding fruit according to their various kinds. The earth became a source of growth and renewal, each plant carrying within it the means of future increase. On the fourth day, the heavens were adorned. The expanse above, already stretched out, was now furnished with lights. The sun was appointed to rule the day, the moon to govern the night, and the other stars were set in their ordered places. These heavenly bodies were not placed without purpose. Their movements and courses were fixed, so that the changes of seasons might be clearly marked. Through their rising and setting, humanity would later discern times and years, harvests and festivals. Thus, order was established in the sky, just as it had been upon the earth. On the fifth day, living creatures were brought forth. Those that swim were produced in the waters, filling the seas with life. Those that fly were formed for the air, moving across the open firmament. These creatures were not created in confusion. They were arranged according to their kinds, suited for society and for mixture, so that they might reproduce and multiply. Each species possessed within itself the capacity for continuation, ensuring the abundance of life in sea and sky. On the sixth day, the four-footed beasts were created. Animals that walk upon the land were formed, each made male and female. Their existence, like that of the creatures before them, was ordered toward increase and multiplication. On that same sixth day, the formation of humanity took place. Moses declares that in exactly 6 days the world, and all that is within it, was made complete. Then came the seventh day. On that day there was rest. It was not rest from weariness, but a cessation from the labor of creation. The operations by which the universe had been brought into being were concluded. From this divine rest comes the practice observed by the descendants of Israel, a day set apart from ordinary labor. That day is called the Sabbath, a word in the Hebrew language that signifies rest. After speaking of the seventh day, Moses turns to a more philosophical account, describing in greater detail the formation of the first human being. He declares that God took dust from the ground and shaped it into the form of a man. Into this formed body he inserted a spirit and a soul, granting life and consciousness. This first man was called Adam. In the Hebrew tongue, the name Adam signifies one that is red. The name reflects his origin, for he was formed from red earth, from true and virgin soil, not previously used or disturbed. Once the living creatures had been made, each according to its kind, male and female, they were presented to Adam. He was given the authority to assign them names. The names he bestowed upon them are said to be the names by which they continued to be known. In this act of naming, Adam exercised dominion and understanding over the created order. Yet Adam stood alone. Among all the animals, each existing as male and female, he had no companion corresponding to himself. There was no society prepared for him. Observing this, and seeing that Adam wondered at the paired nature of the other creatures, God caused a deep sleep to fall upon him. While he slept, one of his ribs was taken from his side. From that rib, a woman was formed. When she was brought before him, Adam recognized her origin. He acknowledged that she had been made out of himself. In the Hebrew language, a woman is called Isa. The particular name of this woman was Eve. The name Eve signifies the mother of all living, for from her would descend the generations of humanity. Moses further relates that God planted a garden in the eastern region. This garden was a paradise, flourishing with trees of many kinds. Among these trees stood one called the tree of life, and another called the tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge was associated with the understanding of good and evil. When Adam and Eve were placed within this garden, they were commanded to care for the plants and to tend the place assigned to them. The garden was watered by a single river that encompassed the earth and then divided into 4 parts. One branch was called Pison, a name that signifies a multitude. This river ran toward the land later known as India and emptied into the sea. The people of Greece called this river the Ganges. Another branch was the Euphrates, also known by the Hebrew name Phrath. The name Euphrates can signify dispersion or flower. The river Tigris, called in Hebrew Tigris or Diglath, signifies swiftness with narrowness, describing its rapid course. Both the Euphrates and the Tigris were said to flow toward the region described as the Red Sea. The fourth river was called Gihon. It ran through the land of Egypt and signified what arises from the east. The Greeks called this river the Nile. Within this garden, God permitted Adam and Eve to eat from every tree except one. They were commanded to abstain from the tree of knowledge. It was foretold to them that if they touched it, it would lead to their destruction. At that time, all living creatures shared one language. The serpent, which then lived alongside Adam and Eve, displayed an envious disposition. Observing their obedience and their state of happiness under the commands of God, the serpent supposed that if they could be led into disobedience, they would fall into calamity. With malicious intention, he approached the woman and persuaded her to taste the fruit of the tree of knowledge. He told her that within that tree was the knowledge of good and evil. He claimed that by obtaining this knowledge, they would lead a happier life, even a life not inferior to that of a god. Through these words, the serpent overcame the woman. She was persuaded to disregard the command of God. When she tasted the fruit and found it pleasing, she persuaded Adam also to partake of it. Immediately, they perceived a change in themselves. They became aware that they were naked before one another. Feeling shame, they devised a covering. The fruit had sharpened their understanding, and with this new awareness, they sought concealment. They gathered leaves from the fig tree and fastened them about themselves. In their altered state, They imagined themselves improved, believing that in discovering what they lacked, they had become happier than before. When God came into the garden, Adam did not approach him as he had previously done. Formerly, he had come freely into that conversation. Now, conscious of his wrongdoing, he withdrew and hid. This change in behavior was noted. God asked him why he avoided the presence that he had once welcomed. There was no immediate reply. His silence reflected awareness of transgression. Then the declaration was made that a different course had been intended for them. A life free from affliction, free from care and inward vexation, had been determined. All things necessary for enjoyment were to grow of their own accord through divine providence, without labor. Labor, it was said, would lead to old age, and death would not be far distant. Yet the command had been disobeyed. The silence of Adam was not regarded as virtue, but as the sign of an uneasy conscience. Adam sought to excuse himself. He pleaded that he had been deceived by his wife and asked that anger not fall upon him. The responsibility, he said, lay with her. The woman, in turn, placed blame upon the serpent. Judgment followed. Because Adam had submitted to the counsel of his wife rather than holding to the command he had received, the ground was declared altered in its response to him. It would no longer yield fruit of its own accord. Only through labor and toil would it bring forth some of its produce, while withholding other parts. The ease of provision was withdrawn. Eve was told that she would bear the burden of childbearing with difficulty and sharp pains. This consequence was assigned because she had persuaded Adam with the same arguments used by the serpent and had thus drawn him into calamity. The serpent also received punishment. Speech was taken from him, in indignation at his malicious conduct. Poison was placed under his tongue. He was made an enemy to humanity. Humanity was directed to strike at his head, the seat of his harmful designs, as the most direct means of overcoming him. His limbs were altered. Deprived of the use of his feet, he was made to move by rolling and dragging himself along the ground. After these penalties were appointed, Adam and Eve were removed from the garden. They were taken from the paradise in the east and placed in another location beyond it. In the earliest age of humankind, after the creation of the first man, Adam, and the first woman, Eve, there were born to them 2 sons. The elder was called Cain, a name which signifies possession, as if to mark acquisition and claim. The younger was named Abel, a name that signifies sorrow. They were not alone, for daughters were also born to Adam and Eve. Yet it is through these 2 sons that the course of early human history first reveals its conflict and division. As they grew to maturity, the 2 brothers chose different paths in life. Abel, the younger, devoted himself to righteousness. He lived with the conviction that the Creator observed every human action, and under that belief, he shaped his conduct. His occupation was that of a shepherd. He tended flocks, drawing sustenance from animals that grazed freely upon the earth. Cain, by contrast, directed his efforts toward cultivation of the soil. He was the first to devise the plowing of the ground, compelling the earth to yield produce by labor and design. Yet alongside his industry, there grew within him a spirit inclined toward acquisition above virtue. His mind was set not only upon labor, but upon gain. In time, both brothers resolved to offer sacrifice to God. Cain presented fruits drawn from the cultivated ground, the results of his husbandry. Abel brought offerings from his flocks, milk and the first offspring of his animals. The divine favor rested more upon Abel's offering than upon that of Cain. The reason was understood to lie not in abundance, but in disposition. Abel's gift was taken from what had grown and multiplied in its natural order, while Cain's was perceived as bound to compulsion and to a spirit of possession. The preference shown toward Abel stirred deep resentment in Cain. Anger overcame him, and in that anger he rose against his brother and killed him. He then concealed the body, believing that the deed might remain hidden. But nothing done in secret was concealed from God. When Abel was no longer seen, and his presence absent from the accustomed companionship of the 2 brothers, God approached Cain and inquired about Abel's whereabouts. Cain faltered. At first he professed ignorance, saying that he did not know what had become of his brother. Pressed further, he answered with defiance, declaring that he was not his brother's guardian, nor responsible for observing his actions. Then the accusation was laid bare. God declared that Cain himself had destroyed the man whose fate he now claimed not to know. Yet immediate death was not imposed upon Cain. Because he had brought offerings and supplication, mercy tempered judgment. Instead, he was pronounced accursed. From Enoch descended Jared. Jared's son was Malaleel. Malaleel's son was Methuselah. Methuselah's son was Lamech. Lamech took 2 wives, named Silla and Ada, and by them he fathered 77 children. Among the sons of Ada was Jabal, who lived in tents and embraced the life of a shepherd, organizing pastoral living into a distinct way of existence. His brother Jubal devoted himself to music. He developed instruments, including the psaltery and the harp, shaping structured sound into art. From Silla was born Tubal, a man distinguished for physical strength and skill in martial pursuits. He also pioneered the craft of working with brass, initiating the art of shaping metal for tools and implements. Lamech had a daughter as well, named Naamah. Lamech was said to possess insight into divine revelation. He understood that punishment would come upon him in connection with the violence first committed by Cain. He disclosed this knowledge to his wives. Meanwhile, the descendants of Cain grew increasingly corrupt. Each generation surpassed the former in wrongdoing. They became formidable in warfare and relentless in acts of robbery. Even those who refrained from murder were bold in injustice, seeking advantage through injury and indulgence. During these generations, Adam himself remained alive. After the death of Abel and the exile of Cain, he desired further offspring, seeking continuity of his line. At the age of 230 years, he fathered another son, whom he named Seth. After that time, he lived an additional 700 years before his death. Many other children were born to him, but it is through Seth that a different line is traced. Seth, when he reached maturity and discernment, chose a path of virtue. His character was upright, and his children followed his example. They lived in harmony, dwelling in the same region without conflict. Their lives were marked by stability and the absence of calamity. They turned their attention to contemplation of the heavens, studying the movement and order of the celestial bodies. From this pursuit emerged a form of knowledge concerned with astronomy and the arrangement of the skies. There existed a tradition, attributed to Adam, that the world would face destruction twice, once by fire and at another time by an overwhelming flood of water. Fearing that their discoveries might perish in such catastrophes, the descendants of Seth erected 2 pillars. One was constructed of brick, the other of stone. Upon both, they inscribed their findings regarding the heavens and their order. The intention was that if the brick pillar were destroyed by water, the stone pillar would endure and preserve their knowledge for future generations. It was also intended that the surviving pillar would bear witness that another had once stood beside it. The stone pillar, it is said, remained in the land known as Syriad in later times, standing as a testimony to the early efforts of humanity to preserve understanding against the threat of destruction. Now begins the account concerning the flood, and in what manner Noah was preserved within an ark, together with his family, and how afterward he dwelt in the plain called Shinar, a wide region in Mesopotamia between the great rivers. The descendants of Seth, who was the 3rd son of Adam, continued for 7 generations to honor God as the Lord and ruler of the entire universe. They held firmly to virtue, meaning righteousness in conduct, justice toward one another, and reverence toward their Creator. For many years, they preserved the customs of their forefathers, maintaining order in their communities and discipline in their lives. Yet as time advanced, their character changed. Gradually, they abandoned the practices handed down from those who had first known the commands of God. They ceased to render the honors that were appointed for him. They neglected justice between man and man. The zeal they had once shown for virtue was replaced by an even greater zeal for wrongdoing. Their wickedness doubled where once their righteousness had stood strong. In this way, they turned themselves from the favor of God and made him their adversary. It is related that many angels of God, that is, heavenly beings sent to serve under the authority of the Most High, associated themselves with women among mankind. From these unions were born sons who grew to be violent, unjust, and contemptuous of what is good. These men trusted in their own physical strength and power. Tradition holds that their deeds resembled those attributed by the Greeks to beings they called giants, figures of enormous might and boldness who defied order and restraint. In that troubled generation lived Noah. Noah was deeply distressed by the corruption he witnessed. He disapproved of their conduct and urged them to reform their ways, to change their dispositions, and to return to upright behavior. He warned them of the consequences of their lawless lives. But they did not listen. They remained enslaved to their desires and pleasures. Observing their stubbornness, Noah feared for his own safety. He feared that they would kill him, along with his wife, his sons, and the wives of his sons. Therefore he departed from that region. God regarded Noah with favor because of his righteousness. Yet while he loved Noah, he pronounced judgment upon the rest of mankind. He resolved not merely to punish certain individuals, but to bring an end to the entire race then living, and afterward to establish another race purified from such wickedness. He also determined to shorten the span of human life. Whereas men had previously lived many centuries, their years would henceforth be limited to 120. Then God transformed the dry land into sea. Waters covered the earth, and all those men perished. Only Noah was preserved. God revealed to him a plan for deliverance. He commanded Noah to construct an ark, that is, a great vessel for preservation. It was to be 4 stories in height, 300 cubits in length, 50 cubits in breadth, and 30 cubits in height. A cubit was a measure based on the length of a forearm, commonly used in the ancient world. Noah obeyed. He entered the ark together with his wife, his 3 sons, and the wives of those sons. He stored within it provisions sufficient to sustain them. Furthermore, he brought into the ark living creatures of every kind, male and female, so that their species might be preserved after the destruction. Of certain kinds, he admitted 7 pairs. The ark was constructed with strong walls and a secure roof. It was reinforced with beams crossing one another, so that it would not be overwhelmed by the force of the waters. In this manner Noah and his household were preserved from destruction. Noah was the 10th generation from Adam, the first man. His father was Lamech. Lamech was the son of Methuselah. Methuselah was the son of Enoch. Enoch was the son of Jared. Jared was the son of Mahalaleel. Mahalaleel and his sisters were children of Cainan. Cainan was the son of Enos. Enos was the son of Seth. And Seth was the son of Adam. The flood came in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month of the year. That month was called Dios by the Macedonians, the people of the kingdom that arose from Alexander the Great, but it was called Marcajuan by the Hebrews. In earlier times, while the Israelites were in Egypt, their ordering of months followed a certain arrangement. Later, Moses, the great lawgiver, appointed that the month called Nisan, which corresponds to the Macedonian month Xanthicus, should be reckoned as the first month for religious festivals. He did so because it was in that month that he led the Israelites out of Egypt from slavery. Thus Nisan became the beginning of the sacred year, though the traditional order of months continued for civil matters such as buying and selling. According to the sacred record, the flood began on the 27th, or as some say, the 17th day of the month Marcajuan. This occurred 2,656 years, or according to another calculation, 1,656 years from the time of Adam, the first man. The dates were carefully preserved in the sacred books, for those who lived in ancient times recorded with precision the births and deaths of notable men. Seth was born when Adam was 230 years old. Adam lived 930 years in total. Seth, at the age of 205, became the father of Enos. Enos lived 912 years and, in his 190th year, fathered Cainan, to whom he later entrusted leadership. Cainan lived 905 years. In his 170th year, he fathered Mahalaleel, and his total lifespan was 910 years. Mahalalel lived 895 years. In his 165th year, he fathered Jared. Jared lived 962 years. In his 162nd year, he fathered Enoch. Enoch lived 365 years. It is recorded that he departed and went to God, and therefore his death is not described in the same manner as the others. Methuselah, the son of Enoch, was born when Enoch was 165 years old. Methuselah lived 969 years. In his 187th year, he fathered Lamech and later transferred authority to him. Lamech governed for 777 years. In his 182nd year, he fathered Noah, and Noah's lifespan reached 950 years. The total of these years corresponds to the number already stated. The record emphasizes their births in calculating the passage of time. When the appointed moment came and God gave the signal, rain began to fall. For 40 entire days the water descended without ceasing. The waters rose until they stood 15 cubits above the highest ground. There was no refuge. No elevated place remained for escape. Therefore none survived except those whom God had preserved within the ark. When the rain finally ceased, the waters did not withdraw at once. For 150 days the flood had prevailed, and only after that long span did the waters begin to diminish. This first noticeable decrease occurred on the 17th day of the 7th month, according to the ancient reckoning of time. Even then, the retreat of the waters paused for a while, as though the judgment had not yet fully released its hold upon the earth. After this pause, the ark came to rest upon the summit of a mountain in the land later known as Armenia. The ark was the great vessel constructed by Noah at divine command, designed to preserve life during the destruction of the flood. When Noah understood that the ark was no longer drifting, he opened it and observed that a small portion of land had appeared around it. Seeing this, he remained within the ark, restraining himself from haste, and allowed hope to rise cautiously within him, believing that deliverance might soon be complete. After several more days had passed and the waters had fallen further, Noah sought clearer knowledge of the state of the earth. He sent out a raven, a bird known for its endurance, wishing to learn whether any part of the land had become dry enough to sustain life, and whether it would now be safe to leave the ark. The raven, however, found that the earth was still covered with water and returned, offering no sign of relief. 7 days later, Noah sent out a dove, a bird associated with gentleness and return. This dove came back with its body stained with mud and carrying an olive branch. From this sign, Noah understood that the waters had withdrawn from the land and that the earth had begun to recover from a flood. After waiting another 7 days, he released the living creatures from the ark. Then Noah himself went out with his family, and he offered sacrifice to God, giving thanks for preservation, and shared a meal with those who had endured the catastrophe with him. The inhabitants of Armenia later gave a name to this place, calling it the place of descent, because the ark was preserved there and came down upon that mountain. They also claimed that remnants of the ark were shown in that region even in later generations, preserved as testimony to what had occurred. Accounts of this flood were not confined to the Hebrew tradition alone. Writers from many ancient nations recorded it in their histories. Among them was Berosus, a historian from Chaldea, who wrote that a part of the ship still remained in Armenia, on a mountain of the Chaldeans, and that people carried away pieces of its bitumen, using them as protective charms against misfortune. Hieronymus the Egyptian, who composed works on Phoenician antiquity, also mentioned the flood, as did Nasias and many others. In addition, Nicholas of Damascus, writing in the 96th book of his history, described a great mountain in Armenia above a place called Minius, named Baris. He reported that during the time of the deluge, many people were saved there, and that one man was carried in an ark and came ashore upon its summit. He further stated that the remains of the timber were preserved for a long time. He concluded that this man was likely the same one written about by Moses, the legislator of the Jews. After the flood, Noah was troubled by fear. He believed that if God had once determined to destroy humankind, the earth might again be drowned year after year. For this reason, he offered burnt offerings and pleaded that the natural order might continue without further such destruction. He begged that no judgment of such magnitude should ever again place all living creatures in danger of extinction. He argued that those who had already survived would be more miserable than those who had perished if they were forced to live under constant fear of another flood, suffering the memory of the first and then being destroyed by a second. He asked that God would accept his sacrifice, restrain his wrath, and allow human beings to cultivate the earth, to build cities, to live securely, and to enjoy the good things they had known before the flood. He also prayed that they might again reach long lives and old age, as the earliest generations had done. God, who regarded Noah with favor because of his righteousness, granted success to his prayers. He declared that it was not his original purpose to destroy the world, but that humanity had brought this punishment upon itself through its own corruption. He explained that it would have been wiser never to give life at all than to grant it and then destroy it without cause, but that human wrongdoing had compelled this judgment. He promised that he would not again inflict such overwhelming punishment, especially in response to Noah's intercession. Even if great rain should fall in the future, he assured him that the waters would never again cover the entire earth. However, God laid down a command that human beings must refrain from shedding the blood of other humans and must punish acts of murder. He permitted the use of all other living creatures for sustenance, granting humanity dominion over animals on land, in the waters, and in the air, but forbade the consumption of blood, declaring that blood contained life itself. As a sign that his anger had ceased, he appointed his bow, understood by ancient interpreters to be the rainbow, as a visible pledge of restraint. After making these declarations and promises, God withdrew. Noah lived 350 years after the flood, and throughout that time, he lived in prosperity and peace. He died at the age of 950 years. The historian warns readers not to dismiss these long lifespans simply because human life in later ages became shorter. The earliest people, he explains, were especially favored by God and were closer in time to the act of creation itself. Their food was better suited to sustain long life, and they were granted extended years because of their virtue and their contributions to knowledge, particularly in the study of the stars and the measurement of the earth. Such discoveries required many centuries of observation, since the complete cycle known as the Great Year was believed to span 600 years. To support this account, the historian calls upon many witnesses from different cultures. Manetho, who wrote the history of Egypt, Berosus, who preserved the monuments of Chaldea, Mochus, Hestiers, Hieronymus the Egyptian, and the writers of Phoenician history all affirmed similar traditions. Among Greek authors, Hesiod, Hecataeus, Hellanicus, Acusilus, Ephorus, and Nicholas likewise recorded that the ancients lived for 1,000 years. As for these matters, the historian leaves each reader to judge them according to their own understanding. After the great flood, which had covered the earth in judgment and had preserved only Noah and those with him in the ark, the generations of humanity began again through the sons of Noah. These sons were 3 in number: Shem, Japheth, and Ham. They had been born 100 years before the deluge, that overwhelming catastrophe of waters which had destroyed the former world. When the waters had receded and the earth was once more habitable, these descendants first dwelt in the higher regions, among the mountains, where safety had once been found. In time, they descended from the mountains into the plains below. There they established their dwelling. The plain where they first settled was called Shinar. This region would later be known as part of the land of Babylonia, situated between the great rivers of the Near East. Many among the people were still fearful. The memory of the flood remained strong. They were reluctant to leave the higher grounds, for they feared that the lower plains might again be covered with waters. Yet the sons of Noah persuaded them. They encouraged others to come down and settle in the fertile plains, assuring them that they might dwell securely there. At this time, God commanded them to spread abroad over the earth. They were instructed to send out colonies, to establish settlements in many regions. The purpose of this command was twofold. First, that the earth might be thoroughly peopled. Second, that by being dispersed, they might avoid internal conflicts and seditions that could arise if all remained gathered in one place. By cultivating many lands, they would enjoy the fruits of a wide and plentiful earth. Yet they did not obey this command. Their understanding was misguided, and they refused to carry out what had been ordered. As their population increased and they flourished with a numerous youth, they enjoyed prosperity. When God again admonished them to send out colonies and spread across the earth, they resisted. They imagined that their prosperity came not from divine favor, but from their own strength and ability. They supposed that their power was the true cause of their abundance. More than this, they suspected the command itself. They reasoned that perhaps they were being ordered to divide into separate colonies, so that, once separated, they might more easily be oppressed. Thus disobedience was joined with suspicion. They refused to disperse, and instead remained united in one region. At the center of this defiance stood a man named Nimrod. Nimrod was the grandson of Ham, who was one of the 3 sons of Noah. As such, Nimrod belonged to the second generation after the flood. He was described as bold and possessed of great strength of hand. His influence over the people was powerful. It was Nimrod who stirred the multitude to open contempt of God. He urged them not to attribute their happiness to divine providence. Instead, he persuaded them to believe that their courage and their own power had secured their prosperity. In this way, he sought to turn their minds away from reverence and dependence upon God. Gradually, Nimrod altered the form of their government. What may have begun as a more communal or patriarchal order, he transformed into tyranny. He perceived that the only way to remove from men the fear of God was to place them in constant dependence upon his own authority. By consolidating power in himself, he ensured that loyalty and fear would be directed toward him rather than toward heaven. Nimrod went further still. He declared that if God ever again intended to drown the world in a flood, he would prevent it. He proposed to build a tower of such height that the waters would not be able to reach its summit. In this declaration, he spoke not only of defense, but of vengeance. He proclaimed that he would avenge the destruction of their forefathers, who had perished in the flood. In this way, rebellion against divine authority was openly expressed. The multitude readily followed Nimrod. They regarded submission to God as weakness. To obey the divine command to disperse seemed to them an act of cowardice. United in their resolve, they undertook the construction of a vast tower. They spared no effort in this work. They were diligent and tireless. A great number of hands were employed, and because of this, the structure rose quickly, sooner than anyone might have expected. Its height increased steadily. It was not only tall, it was also built with extraordinary thickness and strength, so that when viewed from a distance, its massiveness made its height appear less than it truly was. The materials used were deliberate and calculated. The tower was constructed of burnt brick, hardened by fire for durability. These bricks were cemented together with mortar made from bitumen, a sticky and waterproof substance drawn from natural deposits. The purpose of this choice was clear. The structure was designed so that it would not admit water. It was meant to stand secure even against another flood. When God saw that they were acting with such defiance and arrogance, he did not choose to destroy them entirely, as had been done in the former judgment of the flood. The destruction of the earlier generation had not made humanity wiser. Instead, a different measure was taken. A tumult was introduced among them, not by force of arms, but by a change within themselves. Diverse languages were produced among the people. Where before all had spoken one common tongue and understood one another easily, now speech became divided. Words that had once been shared became strange and incomprehensible. Through the multiplication of languages, mutual understanding was lost. As they could no longer comprehend one another's speech, cooperation became impossible. The unified labor that had raised the tower could not continue. Confusion replaced coordination. The place where they had built the tower came to be called Babylon. The name derived from the Hebrew word Babel, which signifies confusion. It was named so because of the confusion of language that occurred there. What had once been a single, readily understood speech was divided into many. This event was not remembered only in the Hebrew tradition. The Sibyl, a prophetic figure in ancient literature, also made mention of the tower and the confusion of languages. She wrote that when all men had one language, some of them built a high tower, as though they would ascend to heaven. In her account, storms of wind were sent by the gods, and the tower was overthrown. Each person was then given his own peculiar language, and for this reason the city was called Babylon. Another writer, Hestiaeus, referred to the plain of Shinar in the land of Babylonia. He mentioned that certain priests who had been saved took sacred vessels belonging to Jupiter Enyalius and came to Shinar of Babylonia. Jupiter Enyalius was a title used in Greek tradition for a warlike aspect of the god Jupiter, known in Greek as Zeus. This reference indicates that the memory of Shinar and Babylon was preserved in various ancient accounts beyond the Hebrew record. Thus, the tower in the plain of Shinar stood as the symbol of human unity turned toward defiance, and of unity dissolved through the division of speech. After the confusion of languages and the division that followed, the descendants of Noah were scattered abroad. Because they no longer shared one common speech, they separated into distinct groups. Each group traveled as a colony, moving outward until they came upon lands suited for settlement. It was believed that providence guided their course, so that every region was allotted according to divine direction. In this way, the inhabited world gradually became filled. The inland territories were claimed, and the maritime regions along the seas were settled as well. Some of these groups crossed over waters in ships and established themselves upon islands. In many cases, the nations that arose retained the names of their original founders. In other cases, those names faded over time, altered by usage and language. Among the peoples who introduced the most changes were the Greeks, known historically as the Hellenes. In later centuries, when Greek civilization rose to power and influence, its writers and scholars adapted foreign names into forms more agreeable to the Greek tongue. They often reshaped ancient titles so that they sounded harmonious in their own language, and in doing so they claimed for themselves a sense of antiquity and authority. They also established systems of governance over regions they influenced, presenting those nations as though they had originated from Greek ancestry. The nations themselves were named in honor of the grandsons of Noah. Japhet, one of the 3 sons of Noah, had 7 sons. The territories settled by the descendants of Japhet stretched widely. Beginning from the mountains known as Taurus and Amanus, mountain ranges located in what is now southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria, they advanced through Asia as far as the river Tanais, known in later geography as the Don River. From there, they extended westward through Europe until they reached the region of Cadiz, situated in the far western part of the Iberian Peninsula. They occupied lands that had previously been uninhabited and gave to those regions the names of their own patriarchs. Gomer, one of the sons of Japhet, became the ancestor of a people whom the Greeks later called the Galatians, also known as the Gauls. In earlier times, these people were known as Gomerites, bearing directly the name of their forefather. Magog, another son of Japhet, gave his name to the Magagites, whom Greek historians identified as the Scythians, a nomadic people dwelling in the northern regions beyond the Black Sea. Javan and Madai were also sons of Japhet. From Madai descended the people known as the Medes, inhabitants of Media in ancient Persia, though the Greeks rendered their name as Medes. From Javan came the Ionians, one of the principal Greek tribes, and from them the broader body of the Greeks traced part of their lineage. Thobel founded a people once called the Thobelites, later identified by the Greeks as the Iberians, associated with regions near the Caucasus. Mozak founded the Mosakini, later known as the Cappadocians, inhabitants of Cappadocia in central Anatolia. Evidence of their ancient name endured in a city called Mazaka, which stood as the principal city of Cappadocia and preserved a memory of the earlier designation. Theras ruled over a people first known as Thracians, but Greek usage transformed their name into Thracians, referring to the inhabitants of Thrace in southeastern Europe. Gomer himself had 3 sons. Astyanax founded the Astyanaxians, whom the Greeks called Rhaginians. Chus, one of the 4 sons of Ham, gave his name to the people known as the Chusites. These were identified with the Ethiopians, inhabitants of regions south of Egypt in northeastern Africa. Even in later times, they were known by names derived from Chus. Mesraim, another son of Ham, became the ancestor of the people of Egypt. In the Hebrew language, Egypt was called Mestre, and the Egyptians were known as Mestrians, preserving the memory of Mesraim. Phut founded the people of Libya in North Africa, and they were called Phutites after him. A river in the land inhabited by the Moors bore the name Phut, and Greek historians referred to both the river and the adjoining territory by that designation. In later generations, however, the region received the name Libya from one of the sons of Mesraim called Libyos, whose name gradually replaced the earlier one in common usage. We shall now explain how the land came to be called Africa. The origin of that name is connected with the descendants of Ham, the son of Noah, and with the settlements that followed the Great Flood. Canaan, who was the 4th son of Ham, established himself in the region that was later known as Judea. Judea was the land that would in later centuries become central to the history of the Jewish people. Canaan gave this land his own name, so that it was called the land of Canaan. The sons of Ham spread into various regions and founded nations. Among them was Sabas, who established the people known as the Sabaeans. There was Evilas, who founded the people called the Evilians. These were later known among the Greeks as the Getchali, a people dwelling in parts of North Africa. Sabbaths founded the Sabbathans, whom the Greeks later called the Astaborans. Sabactas established the Sabactans. Ragmus founded the Ragmeans. Ragmus himself had 2 sons. One was Judadas, who settled among the western Ethiopians, a people dwelling in regions south of Egypt and Africa, and he left them his name. In the same way, Sabas gave his name to the Sabaeans. Nimrod, who was the son of Chus, another son of Ham, remained in Babylon. Babylon was a great city in Mesopotamia, situated between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. There Nimrod established authority and ruled with power, exercising tyranny over those under him, as has been related earlier. The sons of Mesraim, another son of Ham, were 8 in number. They took possession of the territory extending from Gaza, a city on the southern coast of the land later called Palestine, down to Egypt. Yet the region retained the name of only one of them, Philistim. From this name came the designation Philistines, and the Greeks referred to part of that country as Palestine. As for the other sons of Mesraim, their names were Lidiam, Enamim, Labim, Nedim, Phethrasim, Chesloim, and Sephram. Labim dwelt in Libya and gave the country his name. Of the others little is recorded beyond their names, because a later conflict known as the Ethiopic War brought destruction upon their cities, and their memory was diminished. The sons of Canaan also established settlements. Sidonius built a city and named it Sidon. The Greeks also called it Sidon. Amathus settled in a region known as Amadhine, which continued in later times to be called Amma by its inhabitants. The Macedonians, who inherited the territories of Alexander the Great, renamed it Epiphania in honor of one of their rulers. Aridius took possession of the island called Aradus. Arukis settled in the city of Arce, located in the region known as Libanus, or Lebanon. As for the other sons of Canaan, whose names were Euius, Chedius, Jebusius, Amorius, Gergesus, Eudius, Cineus, and Samarius, the sacred writings preserve little more than their names. The Hebrews later overthrew their cities, and the calamities that befell them came about in the manner that will be described in due course. After the flood had subsided and the earth returned to its former condition, Noah began again to cultivate the land. He planted vines, and when the grapes had ripened in their proper season, he gathered them and produced wine. After offering sacrifice and thanksgiving, he held a feast. Having drunk the wine, he became intoxicated and laid down in a state of nakedness. Ham, his youngest son, saw his father in this condition. Instead of responding with respect, He laughed and reported the matter to his brothers. Shem and Japheth, the other sons of Noah, acted differently. They covered their father's nakedness, preserving his dignity. When Noah awoke and learned what had occurred, he pronounced blessings upon his other sons. As for Ham, he did not curse him directly because of the closeness of their blood relationship. Instead, he declared a curse upon the prosperity of Ham's line. The consequence of that declaration fell upon the children of Canaan. More will be said concerning this matter later. Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons. They inhabited lands that stretched from the river Euphrates, one of the great rivers of Mesopotamia, all the way to the Indian Ocean. Elam became the ancestor of the Elamites, who were forefathers of the Persians. Ashur established himself at the city of Nineveh, an important city in Assyria, and his descendants were called Assyrians. They became a powerful and prosperous nation. Arphaxad gave his name to the Arphaxidites, who were later known as the Chaldeans, a people associated with southern Mesopotamia and later with Babylon. Aram became the ancestor of the Aramites, whom the Greeks called Syrians. Lod founded the Lodites, later known as the Lydians, who lived in western Asia Minor. Aram had 4 sons. Uzi founded the region called Trachonitis and also Damascus, a city situated between Palestine and Koil, Syria. Ul became the ancestor of the Armenians. Gather founded the Bactrians, a people dwelling far to the east near Central Asia. Mesa established the Messenians. Their region later came to be called Charax Spazini. Salah was the son of Arphaxad. Salah's son was Heber. From Heber, the people later known as the Hebrews received their name. Heber had 2 sons, Joktan and Phaleg. Phaleg received his name because he was born at the time when the nations were divided and scattered into different lands. In the Hebrew language, the name Phaleg signifies division. Joktan had many sons: Elmodad, Saleph, Asarmoth, Jerah, Aduram, Azel, Dekla, Ebel Abimel, Sabius, Ophir, Ualat, Jobab. Their settlements extended from Kaphan, a river in India, across regions of Asia adjoining it. This completes the account concerning the sons of Shem. We now turn to the Hebrews. Phaleg, the son of Heber, had a son named Rego. Rego had a son named Serug. Serug had a son named Nahor. Nahor had a son named Terah. Terah became the father of Abraham, who was the 10th generation from Noah. Abraham was born 292 years after the flood. Terah was 70 years old when he begot Abram, who was later called Abraham. Nahor, the father of Terah, was 120 years old when he begot Haran. Nahor himself had been born when his father Serug was 132 years old. Serug had been born to Rego when Rego was 130 years old. Rego had been born to Phaleg at the age of 130. Phaleg had been born to Heber when Heber was 134 years old. Heber had been born to Salah when Salah was 130 years old. Salah had been born to Arphaxad when Arphaxad was 135 years old. Arphaxad, the son of Shem, had been born 12 years after the flood. Abram had 2 brothers, Nahor and Haran. Haran left behind a son named Lot and 2 daughters, Sarai and Milcah. Haran died in the land of the Chaldeans, in a city called Ur of the Chaldeans. His monument was still shown there in later times. After his death, marriages took place within the family. Nahor married Milcah, and Abram married Sarai. Terah, grieving for Haran and dissatisfied with the land of Chaldea, departed with his family and moved to Haran in Mesopotamia, a region between the rivers. There Terah died at the age of 205 years and was buried. By this time, the lifespan of human beings had gradually diminished. It continued to decrease until the time of Moses. After Moses, the length of human life was fixed at 120 years, which was the age Moses himself attained. Nahor, the brother of Abram, had 8 sons by Milcah: Uzi, Buz, Kemuel, Chesed, Azal, Feldaz, Jadolf, and Bethuel. These were his legitimate sons. By his concubine Reumah, he had additional sons: Tabah, Gam, Takhaz, and Makkah. Bethuel, one of the sons of Nahor, had a daughter named Rebekah and a son named Laban. Abram, the forefather of the Jewish people, had no son born to him at that time. Because of this, he adopted Lot, who was the son of his brother Haran, making Lot both his nephew and his heir in practice. Abram was married to Sarai, who was also closely related to him by family ties. When Abram reached the age of 75 years, he left the land of the Chaldeans. The land of the Chaldeans was a region of Mesopotamia, located between the great rivers Euphrates and Tigris, and was known for its ancient cities and for its learning, especially in the study of the stars. Abram departed from this land because God commanded him to do so, and he traveled into the land then called Canaan, a region later known as Judea. There he settled, and he declared that this land would belong to his descendants after him. Abram was a man of remarkable intelligence and discernment. He possessed the ability both to understand complex matters and to persuade those who listened to him. He was not careless or mistaken in his judgments. Because of this, he developed a higher understanding of virtue than those around him and resolved to challenge the beliefs that people at that time held about the divine. He was the first to openly proclaim that there was only one God, the creator of the entire universe. He taught that any other beings whom people called gods, if they provided any benefit to human life, did so only according to the will and command of the one supreme God, and not through power of their own. Abram reached this conviction by observing the irregular events that occurred on land and sea, and by studying the movements of the sun, the moon, and the other heavenly bodies. He reasoned that if these celestial bodies possessed power of their own, they would maintain perfect and unchanging order in their motions. Since they did not preserve such unbroken regularity, it was clear to him that they acted only as servants under the command of a higher authority. Therefore, he concluded that honor and thanksgiving should be offered only to the one God who governed them all. Because of these teachings, the people of the land of the Chaldeans and others living in Mesopotamia rose up in anger against him. A public uproar formed, driven by resistance to his rejection of their traditional beliefs. Seeing the danger, Abram judged it necessary to leave that country. With the command and assistance of God, he came to dwell in the land of Canaan. After settling there, he built an altar and offered a sacrifice to God, publicly affirming his devotion. The ancient historian Berosus refers to Abram without mentioning his name. He writes that in the 10th generation after the flood, there lived among the Chaldeans a man who was righteous, great, and skilled in the science of the heavens. Another historian, Hecataeus, went further than a brief mention, for he composed and left behind an entire book about Abram. Likewise, Nicholas of Damascus, in the 4th book of his historical writings, states that Abram once ruled at Damascus. He describes Abram as a foreigner who came with an armed company from the region above Babylon, which was called the land of the Chaldeans. After a long period, Abram departed from that place as well, leading his people into the land then known as Canaan and later called Judea, at a time when his descendants had already grown numerous. Nicholas also records that Abram's name remained famous in Damascus, and that a village there was still called the habitation of Abram. After these events, a severe famine struck the land of Canaan. When food became scarce, Abram learned that the land of Egypt was prospering and had abundant supplies. He decided to go there, both to share in their plenty and to listen to the teachings of the Egyptian priests, who were renowned for their learning. Abram wished to examine what they taught about the gods, intending either to accept their ideas if they were superior to his own, or to correct them if his understanding proved truer. Knowing that he would take Sarai with him, Abram feared the conduct of the Egyptians concerning women. He was concerned that the ruler might kill him because of Sarai's exceptional beauty. To protect himself, he devised a plan. He claimed that Sarai was his sister and instructed her to say the same, believing this deception would preserve their lives. When Abram arrived in Egypt, events unfolded exactly as he had feared. Reports of Sarai's beauty spread widely. The ruler of Egypt, known by the title Pharaoh, was not satisfied with hearing these reports and insisted on seeing her himself. He intended to take her into his household. However, God intervened and restrained him by afflicting him with illness and stirring unrest within his government. Alarmed by these troubles, Pharaoh consulted his priests, asking how he might be freed from these disasters. They told him that his suffering came from the anger of God, because he intended to wrongfully take the wife of a stranger. Struck with fear, Pharaoh questioned Sarai and learned her true relationship to Abram. Upon discovering the truth, he explained himself to Abram, saying that he believed Sarai to be Abram's sister, not his wife, and that his interest was to form an alliance through marriage, not to act out of uncontrolled desire. Pharaoh then gave Abram a substantial gift of money and granted him permission to associate freely with the most learned men among the Egyptians. Through these interactions, Abram's virtue and reputation became even more widely known and respected than before, and his standing among the people was greatly strengthened. In the time when Abram, later known as Abraham, journeyed into the land of Egypt, the people of that country were devoted to many different customs. The Egyptians were divided among themselves in matters of sacred rites. Each group held firmly to its own religious practices and regarded the customs of others with contempt. Because of these differences, they were often angry with one another, disputing over what each considered holy and proper. Into this divided society came Abram. He did not remain silent. He met with them in discussion. He listened to the arguments by which each group defended its own practices. Then, one by one, he examined their reasonings. He demonstrated that the arguments they used to justify their customs were empty and lacking in truth. He did not merely criticize. He reasoned carefully and answered their claims. In these conferences, he showed himself not only knowledgeable, but wise and discerning. The Egyptians came to admire him. They saw in him a man of great sagacity, meaning a man of sharp and sound judgment. When he undertook to speak on any subject, he displayed understanding of it. More than this, he possessed the ability to persuade others to agree with him. His influence extended beyond explanation into conviction. Abram did more than debate religious customs. He introduced to the Egyptians forms of knowledge that they had not previously possessed. He communicated to them arithmetic, the discipline concerned with numbers and calculation. He also delivered to them the science of astronomy, which is the study of the heavenly bodies, their movements, and their order. Before Abram came into Egypt, they were unacquainted with these branches of learning. This knowledge had originated among the Chaldeans, a people dwelling in Mesopotamia, in the region between the great rivers. From the Chaldeans, it came into Egypt, and from Egypt it later passed to the Greeks, who would become renowned for philosophy and science. After Abram returned from Egypt into the land of Canaan, tension arose between his household and that of his nephew Lot. The shepherds of Abram and the shepherds of Lot quarreled over pasture lands where their flocks might graze. The land could not easily sustain the growing numbers of their animals, and disputes broke out. To prevent further conflict, Abram proposed a division of the land. He did not assert authority over Lot, though he was the elder. Instead, he gave Lot the choice. Lot was allowed to select whichever portion of land he preferred. Abram would then take what remained. Lot chose the fertile plain, including the region near the River Jordan. This area lay not far from the city of Sodom. At that time, Sodom was a prosperous and well-established city. Its wealth and growth were evident. Abram accepted the lower grounds at the foot of the mountains and made his dwelling in Hebron. Hebron was an ancient city, said to be 7 years more ancient than Tunis of Egypt. There Abram settled, while Lot established himself in the plain near Sodom. In later time, Sodom would be destroyed by the will and wrath of God. The cause of that destruction would be revealed in its proper place. At the period when these events occurred, the Assyrians held dominion over Asia. The Assyrian power extended widely, and many regions were subject to their authority. During this time, the people of Sodom were flourishing. They were prosperous in wealth and strong in the number of their young men. The affairs of that region were governed by 5 kings. Their names were Balas, Barses, Sennabar, Sumobor, and the king of Bela. Each king commanded his own troops. These 5 rulers managed the country jointly, yet each maintained his own forces. The Assyrians made war upon them. The Assyrian army was divided into 4 parts, and each part had its own commander. When battle was joined, the Assyrians prevailed. They defeated the forces of the 5 kings and imposed tribute upon them. Tribute was a payment demanded by a conquering power, a sign of submission. The kings of the Sodomites submitted to this condition and paid tribute for 12 years. In the 13th year, however, they rebelled. Refusing further submission, they rose against Assyrian authority. In response, the Assyrian army advanced once more under the command of 4 rulers: Amraphel, Arioch, Chedorlaomer, and Tidal. These kings had already laid waste much of Syria and had overthrown the offspring of the giants, referring to powerful and ancient peoples inhabiting those lands. When the Assyrian forces came near Sodom, they encamped in a valley known as the Vale of the Slime Pits. At that time, the valley contained pits filled with bitumen, a sticky substance used for construction. Later, after the destruction of Sodom, that valley became the Lake Asphaltites, known in later times as a body of water associated with the region of the Dead Sea. The Sodomites went out to battle against the Assyrians. The conflict was fierce and prolonged. Many of the Sodomites were killed. Others were taken captive. Among the captives was Lot, who had come to assist the people of Sodom and had been caught in their defeat. When Abram heard of this calamity, he was troubled. He feared for Lot, his kinsman, and he felt compassion for the Sodomites, who were his friends and neighbors. He resolved not to delay in giving aid. Gathering his forces, he marched swiftly. On the 5th night, he fell upon the Assyrian camp near Dan. Dan was the name of a spring of the Jordan River. Abram attacked before the Assyrians were prepared. Some he slew as they lay in their beds, not expecting danger. Others, who were still awake but intoxicated and unable to fight effectively, fled in confusion. Abram pursued them relentlessly. By the 2nd day of pursuit, he drove them as far as Hobah, a place belonging to Damascus, an ancient city in Syria. In this campaign, Abram demonstrated that victory does not depend merely upon the size of an army or the number of soldiers. Rather, alacrity, meaning readiness and eagerness, together with courage, can overcome greater numbers. Abram achieved this victory with only 318 of his own trained servants, along with 3 of his friends. Against a vast Assyrian force, this small company prevailed. Those who escaped returned home in disgrace. After rescuing the captives, including the Sodomites and Lot, Abram returned in peace. The king of Sodom went out to meet him at a place called the King's Dale. There also came Melchizedek, the king of the city of Salem. The name Melchizedek signifies righteous king, and he was regarded as such. Because of his righteousness, he was made priest of God. The city of Salem was later called Jerusalem. Melchizedek received Abram with hospitality. He provided abundant provisions for Abram's army. As they feasted, Melchizedek praised Abram and blessed God for granting him victory over his enemies. Abram gave to Melchizedek the 10th part of the spoils he had taken, and Melchizedek accepted this gift. The king of Sodom then asked Abram to keep the goods recovered from the Assyrians, but requested that the people who had been taken captive and rescued be returned to him, since they belonged to his city. Abram refused to take advantage of the spoils. He would accept nothing for himself beyond what his servants had already consumed. However, he insisted that a portion should be given to the 3 friends who had assisted him in battle. Their names were Eshol, Inner, and Mamber. God spoke with approval of Abram's conduct and declared that such faithful and courageous actions would not go without reward. Yet Abram answered with a question born from deep concern. He asked what benefit such rewards could bring if he had no child to inherit them, for at that time he remained without offspring. In response, God promised that Abram would indeed have a son, and that from this son would arise a multitude of descendants so numerous that they would be compared to the stars in the heavens. Hearing this promise, Abram obeyed the command to offer sacrifice. The sacrifice was carried out in a prescribed manner. He took a heifer 3 years of age, a she-goat 3 years of age, and a ram also 3 years of age. In addition, he brought a turtle dove and a pigeon. As instructed, he divided the larger animals into parts, laying them opposite one another, but he did not divide the birds. Before he constructed an altar, birds of prey descended, drawn by the presence of blood. At that moment, a divine voice spoke to him. The message revealed that Abram's descendants would dwell in a foreign land, specifically in Egypt, for a period of 400 years. During that time, they would endure affliction and oppression. Yet the same declaration foretold that afterward they would prevail over those who afflicted them. They would conquer the Canaanites in war and take possession of their land and cities. Abram dwelt near a great oak known as Ojiges, in a region belonging to the land of Canaan, not far from the ancient city of Hebron. Troubled by the continued barrenness of his wife Sarai, he prayed again for a male heir. God urged him to remain steadfast and assured him that in addition to all the blessings already granted since his departure from Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates, he would also receive the gift of children. In accordance with divine direction, Sarai brought to Abram one of her handmaidens, a woman of Egyptian origin, so that children might be born through her. When the handmaiden conceived, pride took hold of her. She began to treat Sarai with disrespect, as though the authority of the household would pass to the child she carried. Abram placed the matter in Sarai's hands, allowing her to correct the servant. Unable to endure Sarai's severity, the woman fled into the wilderness and cried out to God for mercy. As she journeyed, a divine angel encountered her and instructed her to return to her master and mistress. The angel explained that her distress had arisen from ingratitude and arrogance. If she obeyed and returned, her future would improve. If she refused and continued on her path, she would perish. Moreover, the angel promised that she would bear a son who would become a ruler in that region. She obeyed this command, returned, and was forgiven. In due time, she gave birth to a son named Ishmael, a name meaning heard of God, because God had heard the prayer of his mother. Ishmael was born when Abram was 86 years old. 13 years later, when Abram had reached the age of 99, God appeared to him again. This time the promise was more specific. Abram would have a son by Sarai herself, and that son was to be called Isaac. From Isaac would arise great nations and kings. These descendants would gain possession of the land of Canaan through conflict, extending from the city of Sidon in the north to the borders of Egypt in the south. God also established a covenant sign. Abram and his descendants were to be circumcised in the flesh of the foreskin, and this rite was to be performed on the 8th day after the birth of every male child. The purpose and deeper meaning of this command would be explained elsewhere. Abram inquired concerning Ishmael, asking whether he would live. God assured him that Ishmael would live to old age and become the father of great nations. In gratitude, Abram immediately fulfilled the command. He and every male in his household were circumcised that same day. Ishmael was 13 years old at the time, and Abram was 99. Around this period, the inhabitants of the city of Sodom grew arrogant because of their wealth and prosperity. Their prosperity led them into injustice toward other people and irreverence toward God. They forgot the benefits they had received and turned against strangers, mistreating those who came among them. Their conduct became corrupt and widely condemned. Because of this, God resolved to punish them for their pride and wrongdoing. The city would be overthrown, and the surrounding land would be laid waste so thoroughly that it would no longer yield plant or fruit. After this decision had been made, Abraham was seated at the entrance of his tent near the oak of Mamre, also known as Mamre, when he saw 3 men approaching. Believing them to be travelers, he rose to greet them and offered hospitality, inviting them to remain and accept refreshment. They agreed. He ordered bread to be prepared quickly from fine meal. He selected a calf, slaughtered it, and prepared it for them. They sat beneath the oak, and though they appeared to eat, their purpose was greater. They asked about his wife Sarah. When Abraham said she was inside the tent, they declared that they would return and that she would have become a mother. Sarah, hearing this, laughed within herself, reflecting on her age, for she was 90 years old, and Abraham was 100 years old. At that moment, the visitors revealed their true identity. They were angels of God. One had been sent to announce the coming birth of the promised child, and the other two were sent to declare and carry out the destruction that would soon fall upon Sodom. When Abraham learned of the impending destruction of the people of Sodom, he was deeply grieved on their behalf. The city of Sodom was one of the principal cities in the region near the Dead Sea, known for its prosperity and also for its corruption. Abraham rose and pleaded with God, entreating him not to destroy the righteous together with the wicked. He appealed to divine justice, asking whether the innocent should perish alongside the guilty. God answered him that there was not even a small number of righteous men within the city. He declared that if as few as 10 just men could be found among the Sodomites, he would spare the entire city for their sake. But such men were not to be found. When Abraham understood this, he ceased his plea. Meanwhile, the angels, who were messengers sent by God in human form, came into the city of Sodom. Lot, the nephew of Abraham, who had previously chosen to dwell in that region, met them and urged them to accept lodging in his house. Lot was known for generosity and hospitality, virtues that he had learned by observing Abraham, whose life was marked by kindness toward strangers. When the men of Sodom saw the visitors and perceived that they were young and of remarkable appearance, they were seized with violent desire. They gathered around Lot's house and resolved to seize the strangers by force. Their intention was not hidden. They sought to satisfy their lust without regard to law, justice, or decency. Lot went out to them and exhorted them to act with restraint. He urged them not to commit an outrage against guests who had entered his home under his protection. He reminded them of the sacred duty of hospitality. In desperation, he even offered his 2 daughters, who were still virgins, saying that he would expose them instead of the strangers if only the mob would abandon their wicked purpose. Believing that all mankind had been destroyed in the catastrophe, Lot's daughters resolved upon a desperate course. They approached their father without being observed by others. Their purpose, as they believed it, was to preserve the human race from extinction. Each bore a son. The elder daughter named her son Moab, a name signifying one derived from his father. The younger named her son Ammon, meaning one derived from a kinsman. Moab became the ancestor of the Moabites, who in later centuries were a numerous and established nation. Ammon became the ancestor of the Ammonites. Both peoples inhabited the region known as Quil Syria, the broad valley between the mountains of Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon. Thus ended Lot's dwelling among the Sodomites. After these events, Abraham journeyed to Gerar, a city in the land of Palestine. He brought with him his wife Sarah. Fearing for his safety in a foreign land, he presented Sarah as his sister, employing the same strategy he had used before when traveling among strangers. His fear was directed toward Abimelech, the king of Gerar. Abimelech saw Sarah and was attracted to her. He intended to take her into his household. However, before he could act, a severe illness struck him, sent by God as a warning. The king's physicians were unable to cure him. In his distress, Abimelech fell asleep and received a dream. In that dream, he was warned not to violate the wife of the stranger, for she was not merely a sister, but a lawful wife. When he awoke and recovered from his illness, Abimelech informed his friends and advisors that the disease had been inflicted by God as punishment for his intention toward Abraham's wife. He declared that God had intervened to protect her chastity. He acknowledged that divine mercy would continue only if he respected the marriage bond. By counsel of his companions, Abimelech summoned Abraham. He assured him that Sarah had suffered no harm and that God himself had preserved her. He appealed to God and to Sarah's own conscience as witnesses that he had not knowingly sinned. He explained that he would not have sought her had he known she was a married woman, and that Abraham's presentation of her as a sister had led him into misunderstanding. Abimelech asked for peace between them. He requested that Abraham intercede with God on his behalf. He offered Abraham the freedom to remain in his land with abundant provision, or to depart honorably with whatever supplies he required. Abraham replied that his statement concerning Sarah had not been entirely false, for she was indeed the daughter of his brother, and therefore related to him by blood. He explained that he had resorted to this concealment out of concern for his own safety among foreign peoples. He affirmed that he had not caused the king's illness, but had acted from fear. He expressed willingness to remain. Abimelech then granted Abraham land and gifts of money. They made a covenant to dwell together without deceit. An oath was sworn at a well, and the place was named Beersheba, which means the well of the oath. From that time forward, the inhabitants of the region continued to call it by that name. After a short time had passed, Abraham received the fulfillment of what God had foretold to him. A son was born to him by his wife Sarah. This child he named Isaac, a name that signifies laughter. The reason for this name lay in what had happened earlier, when God declared that Sarah would bear a son. Sarah had laughed at the announcement, not out of mockery, but because she did not expect such a thing to be possible. She had already passed the natural age for bearing children, being 90 years old, while Abraham himself was 100 years old. Thus, this child was born to them both in the final year of each of those complete decades of life. Isaac was circumcised on the 8th day after his birth, in accordance with divine instruction. From that time forward, the descendants of Isaac, who came to be known as the Jews, continued the custom of circumcising their sons within the same number of days. The people later known as the Arabians followed a different practice. They circumcised their sons after the 13th year of age, because Ishmael, regarded as the founder of their nation, had himself been circumcised at that age. Ishmael was born to Abraham by a concubine, and his story is recorded with careful detail. Sarah at first showed affection toward Ishmael, who had been born through her own handmaid, Hagar. Her care for him was not less than that which she showed to her own son, for Ishmael had been raised with the expectation that he would one day succeed Abraham in leadership. However, after Sarah herself gave birth to Isaac, her feelings changed. She no longer wished Ishmael to be raised together with Isaac. Ishmael was older, and she feared that after Abraham's death he might harm Isaac. Because of this concern, she urged Abraham to send Ishmael and his mother away to a distant land. At first, Abraham resisted this demand. He believed it to be an act of great cruelty to send away a young child and a woman without adequate provisions. Yet in time he consented, because God approved of what Sarah had resolved. Abraham entrusted Ishmael to his mother, since the child was still too young to travel alone. He instructed Hagar to take a bottle of water and a loaf of bread and to depart, leaving necessity itself to guide her path. When the provisions were exhausted, Hagar found herself in grave distress. As the water was nearly gone, she placed the child under a fig tree, seeing that he was close to death, and she withdrew some distance away, not wishing to witness his end. At that moment, a divine angel appeared to her and revealed that there was a spring of water nearby. The angel commanded her to take courage and to raise the child, promising that she would find happiness through the preservation of Ishmael. Strengthened by this assurance, she recovered her resolve. Soon afterward, she encountered shepherds, and through their assistance, she escaped the hardship she had endured. When Ishmael reached adulthood, he married a woman who was Egyptian by birth, the same land from which his mother Hagar originally came. Through this marriage, Ishmael became the father of 12 sons, named Nebaioth, Kedar, Abdeel, Mabsam, Idumaz, Masmeos, Mesos, Chodad, the man, Jetur, Naphesis, and Cadmus. These sons settled the region stretching from the great river Euphrates to the Red Sea, and they gave the land the name Nabatean. From them arose an Arabian nation, and their tribes were named after these sons, both because of their own qualities and because of the honor attached to Abraham, their forefather. Abraham, meanwhile, loved Isaac deeply. Isaac was his only son born within lawful marriage, and had been granted to him by divine favor at the extreme edge of old age. Isaac, in turn, strengthened this affection by his virtuous conduct, his devotion to his parents, and his zeal in the worship of God. Abraham found his happiness in the hope that, when his life should end, Isaac would be left secure and protected. This hope was fulfilled according to the will of God. God, desiring to test Abraham's devotion, appeared to him and reminded him of the blessings already granted. He recalled how Abraham had been made victorious over his enemies and how Isaac, the greatest source of his present joy, had been given to him. Then God declared that he required Isaac as a sacrifice, a holy offering. Abraham was commanded to take his son to Mount Moriah, to build an altar there, and to offer him as a burnt offering. This command was given to reveal whether Abraham would place obedience to God above even the life of his own son. Abraham believed that it was never right to disobey God, for all living beings exist through divine providence and kindness. Therefore, he concealed this command and his intention from his wife and from his servants, knowing that otherwise he might be prevented from carrying it out. He took Isaac with him, along with 2 servants, and placed upon a donkey the items required for sacrifice. For 2 days the servants traveled with him. On the 3rd day, when Abraham saw the mountain from a distance, he left the servants in the plain and continued onward with Isaac alone. This mountain was the same Mount Moriah upon which King David, the future ruler of Israel, would later build the temple dedicated to God. They had brought everything needed for the sacrifice except the animal to be offered. At this time, Isaac was 25 years old. As Abraham prepared the altar, Isaac questioned his father, asking what was to be offered, since no animal was present. Abraham replied that God himself would provide the offering. He explained that God was able to supply abundantly from what people did not possess, and also to take away what they trusted in too greatly. Therefore, if God chose to be present and favorable to this sacrifice, he would provide what was required. When the altar had been prepared, and Abraham had carefully arranged the wood upon it, and when everything required for the offering was entirely ready, he turned to his son and spoke with solemn purpose. He said to him that he had poured out many prayers in order that he might be granted a son. Before Isaac was born, Abraham had long desired a child. When at last the child came into the world, there was nothing necessary for his support for which Abraham had not shown great concern. There was no joy greater to him than to see his son grow from infancy into manhood. Abraham had hoped that when his own life ended, Isaac would succeed him, inheriting his authority and dominion. Yet Abraham declared that just as it had been by the will of God that he became a father, it was now by the will of God that he must relinquish his son. He urged Isaac to bear this consecration to God with a noble and willing mind. He explained that he was resigning him to God, who had granted many favors, acting as his supporter and defender throughout his life. Abraham told his son that he would not die in an ordinary manner. He would not depart from this world by disease, nor by war, nor by any other severe event that commonly brings death upon human beings. Instead, he would be sent beforehand to God, the Father of all mankind, by the hand of his own father, in the nature of sacrifice. Abraham expressed his belief that God considered Isaac worthy to leave this world in such a sacred way, to have his soul received with prayers and holy acts of religion. He declared that Isaac would be placed near to God, and that from that place he would become a helper and supporter to his father in old age. For this reason above all, Abraham said he had brought him up, and in this way Isaac would secure for him God himself as a comforter in place of his son. Isaac responded in a manner worthy of his father. His disposition was generous and resolute. He expressed that he would not have deserved to be born at all if he rejected the determination of God and of his father. He said that it would have been unjust for him to refuse obedience, even if his father alone had made such a decision. Therefore, he surrendered himself willingly to what both God and his father required. Without resistance, he went toward the altar in order to be sacrificed. The act would have been completed if God had not intervened. At the decisive moment, God called out loudly to Abraham by name and forbade him to slay his son. He declared that the command had not been given out of any desire for human blood, nor did he wish to take away from Abraham the son whom he had granted to him. Rather, the purpose had been to test the disposition of Abraham's mind, to see whether he would obey such a difficult command. Since Abraham had shown alacrity, meaning readiness and eagerness, and surprising willingness in his piety, God declared himself satisfied. He expressed delight in the blessings already bestowed upon Abraham and promised that he would not fail in care for him in the future. He promised that Abraham would receive other children. Isaac would live to a very great age. He would live a happy life and leave to his children a large principality, meaning an extensive dominion or inheritance. These children would be good and legitimate descendants. God further foretold that Abraham's family would increase into many nations. The patriarchs descending from him would leave behind an everlasting name. They would obtain possession of the land of Canaan, the territory in which Abraham had sojourned. This possession would become so notable that other nations would regard them with envy. When these declarations had been spoken, a ram appeared, provided for the sacrifice. It had not been visible before. Abraham and Isaac, having unexpectedly received one another back from the brink of separation and having obtained promises of such great blessings, embraced. They then offered the ram as the sacrifice in place of Isaac. After completing the offering, they returned to Sarah. The family continued to live together in happiness, with God granting assistance to them in all that they desired. A short time afterward, Sarah, the wife of Abraham, ended her life. She had lived 127 years. Her death marked the passing of a matriarch whose life had been closely joined to the promises given to Abraham. She was buried in Hebron, a city in the land of Canaan. The Canaanites, who were the inhabitants of that land at the time, publicly granted permission for a burial place. Abraham purchased the piece of ground for 400 shekels from Ephron, an inhabitant of Hebron. A shekel was a unit of weight and value used in transactions, often measured in silver. The sum represented a formal and lawful purchase. In that place, Abraham and his descendants constructed sepulchres, burial chambers intended for their family. There they established a lasting resting place within the land that had been promised to their descendants. After these events, Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. By her he became the father of 6 sons. These sons are described as men of courage and sound judgment. Their names were Zambran, Jazar, Mudun, Madian, Jozabak, and Su. From Su came 2 sons, Sabadan and Dadan. Dadan in turn fathered Letusim, Asur, and Lum. Madian became the father of Ephaz, Ophran, Anak, Abidas, and Eldas. Abraham did not leave these sons without inheritance or direction. He arranged for them to establish settlements as colonies. They spread into regions known in later geography as troglodytes, a territory associated with peoples dwelling in rocky or cavernous areas along the western coast of the Red Sea, and into Arabia the Happy, a name given in antiquity to the fertile southern part of the Arabian Peninsula. Their settlements extended as far as the Red Sea itself, the body of water dividing Arabia from northeastern Africa. One of the sons of Madian, named Ophran, was remembered for military enterprise. It was said that he waged war against Libya, the region of North Africa west of Egypt, and that he conquered it. His descendants, when they established themselves there, gave the land a name derived from his own, calling it Africa. This tradition was not preserved in isolation. It was reported also by Alexander Polyhistor, a historian of the 1st century before the Common Era, known for compiling accounts from earlier writers. He cited Cleodemus the prophet, also called Malchus, who composed a history of the Jewish people in agreement with the history attributed to Moses, their lawgiver. Cleodemus recorded that Abraham had many sons by Keturah and named 3 of them as Aphor, Surim, and Japhran. According to this account, the land of Assyria derived its name from Surim. From Aphor and Japhran, the region of Africa received its designation. These men were said to have aided Hercules, the heroic figure of Greek tradition, during his conflict in Libya against Antiquities, a giant associated with that land. The account continued that Hercules married the daughter of Aphor, whose name was given as Aphra, and that from this union was born a son named Diodorus. Diodorus, in turn, fathered Sapon, and from Sapon a people called the Sephations were named. In this way, the line descending from Abraham through Keturah was linked by later historians to regions and peoples far beyond Canaan. In another matter of great importance, Abraham determined to find a wife for his son Isaac. Isaac was then about 40 years old. The woman chosen was Rebekah, the granddaughter of Abraham's brother Nahor. Nahor had remained in the region of Mesopotamia, the land situated between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Abraham entrusted this responsibility to his oldest servant, a man long proven in loyalty. Before sending him, Abraham required from him a solemn pledge of faithfulness. The pledge was sealed according to a custom of the time. Each placed a hand beneath the other's thigh, and they invoked God as witness to the oath that was sworn. The servant was provided with gifts of great value, objects esteemed in that region because they were rarely seen there. The journey to Mesopotamia was long and demanding. In winter, travel was hindered by deep clay that made roads difficult to pass. In summer, the scarcity of water created hardship. In addition to these obstacles, travelers faced the constant threat of robbery, for the region was known for bands of thieves who preyed upon those journeying through it. Careful preparation was the only safeguard against such dangers. After considerable time, the servant arrived at Haran, a city in Mesopotamia associated with Abraham's extended family. As he approached the outskirts of the city, he saw many young women going out to draw water. Standing there, he prayed that among them might be Rebekah, the one appointed for Isaac, if it was indeed God's will that this marriage should take place. He asked that she might be identified by a sign, that while the others might refuse him water, she would offer it freely. He then approached the well and requested water to drink. The maidens present declined, saying that they needed all the water for their own households and could spare none. Only one young woman reproved them for their unkindness toward a stranger. She asked how they could refuse so small a courtesy. She then gave him water willingly. Encouraged by this response, the servant began to hope that his mission would succeed. Yet he sought further confirmation. He praised her generosity, noting that she had not hesitated to draw sufficient water for one in need, even though the task required effort. He asked about her family and expressed a blessing that she might enter a household of honor and bear legitimate children. She answered without hesitation. She said that her name was Rebekah. Her father had been Bethuel, now deceased. Her brother was Laban, who together with her mother managed the affairs of the family and guarded her as an unmarried woman. Hearing this, the servant recognized the hand of divine guidance in his journey. He brought forth bracelets and ornaments suitable for a young woman and gave them to her as tokens of gratitude for her kindness. As evening approached, Rebekah invited him to lodge with her family, since there was no time to travel farther. He presented additional ornaments, saying that he would entrust them to no one more worthy than she had shown herself to be. He declared that he would not burden her household, but would pay for his lodging and provisions. Rebekah answered that he judged rightly concerning the kindness of her family, yet she objected to the thought that they would accept payment, for hospitality would be given freely. She said she would first inform her brother Laban, and if he consented, she would lead the servant into their home. When the meal had ended and the household was at rest, the servant who had been sent by Abraham spoke openly before Laban and before the mother of the young woman. He declared the purpose of his journey so that there would be no misunderstanding. He said that Abraham was the son of Terah. Terah had been the father of Abraham, and Abraham was related by blood to the family before him. Nahor, the grandfather of the young woman, had been the brother of Abraham, sharing both father and mother. Because of this close kinship, Abraham had sent his servant to this house. His desire was to take this maiden as a wife for his son. The son for whom he sought her was Isaac, the legitimate son of Abraham, the one born according to promise, and the one who was being raised as the sole heir of his father's inheritance. Abraham was a man of great wealth and honor. He could have chosen for his son a wife from among the most respected women in his own country, yet he refused to allow Isaac to marry among them. Instead, out of loyalty to his own kindred, he desired that his son should marry within his family. The servant urged them not to despise this request. He explained that events during his journey had unfolded by the will of God. When he arrived near the city, he had seen many maidens coming to draw water from a well. He had prayed that the one appointed by God would be revealed through her kindness. The maiden who had shown generosity to him and to his camels had proved to be their daughter. Thus he understood that this meeting was not by chance, but by divine direction. He asked them to confirm the marriage, whose beginning had already been marked by a sign from God. He called upon them to show respect for Abraham, who had sent him with careful concern, and to grant their consent. Laban and the family understood that this matter had been guided by God. They approved of the proposal and gave their daughter to depart with the servant. In this way, Isaac married her. The inheritance of Abraham now belonged to Isaac alone, for the sons whom Abraham had by Keturah had already been sent away to distant lands, so that no division would disturb the promise made to Isaac. Not long after these events, Abraham died. He had lived a life of extraordinary virtue. His devotion toward God had been constant, and he was honored by God in a manner consistent with his faithfulness. The total span of his life was 175 years. He was buried in Hebron, a city in the region later called Judea. There, in the burial place he had secured, he was laid to rest beside his wife Sarah. His sons Isaac and Ishmael came together to bury him, setting aside former differences to honor their father. After the death of Abraham, Isaac's wife, Rebekah, conceived. As her time advanced and her body grew heavy with child, Isaac became anxious and sought guidance from God. God answered him that Rebekah would bear twins, and that two nations would arise from these sons. The elder would not rule over the younger, as might be expected. Instead, the one born second would surpass the first. In due time, Rebekah gave birth to twins, exactly as foretold. The first child emerged with his body covered in hair from head to foot. Because of this rough and hairy appearance, he was called Esau, a name connected in the Hebrew language with roughness. He was also associated with the name Seir, which signified a similar quality. The second child was born holding the heel of his brother, as though already striving with him. He was named Jacob, a name connected with the act of grasping the heel. Isaac loved Esau, the elder son. Rebekah, however, favored Jacob, the younger. At that time, a famine struck the land. Food became scarce, and Isaac considered traveling to Egypt, for Egypt was known for its fertile lands along the river Nile. However, God directed him instead to go to Gerar, a city in the region of Palestine. In Gerar, Abimelech the king received Isaac. This was the same royal house that had once shown friendship to Abraham. Because of the former bond between their families, Isaac was welcomed kindly at first. Yet as time passed, envy began to grow in the heart of Abimelech. He observed that God was with Isaac and that Isaac prospered greatly in wealth and influence. This prosperity stirred jealousy. Eventually, Abimelech drove Isaac away. Recognizing that envy had changed the king's disposition, Isaac withdrew peacefully. He settled in a valley not far from Gerar. There he began to dig a well, for wells were essential for survival in that land. Shepherds from the region opposed him and quarreled over the water. Isaac chose not to fight. Rather than contend, he withdrew and dug another well. Again, there was opposition. The shepherds associated with Abimelech attempted to prevent him by force. Isaac once more yielded and moved away, preferring security over conflict. His conduct was measured and prudent, avoiding unnecessary strife. At last he dug a well that was not contested. He named this well Rehoboth, meaning a broad place or wide space, because at last there was room for him to dwell in peace. The earlier wells had been given names reflecting their circumstances. One was called Eskon, meaning strife. The other was called Sitena, meaning enmity. Isaac's prosperity continued to increase. His wealth grew, and his household flourished. Observing this, Abimelech began to fear that his former hostility might bring consequences. He understood that Isaac might remember the wrongs done to him. Therefore, Abimelech sought to restore friendship. He came to Isaac accompanied by Phicol, one of his leading generals. He renewed the covenant of peace. Isaac, recalling the earlier friendship that Abimelech had shown both to him and to his father Abraham, chose to value that earlier goodwill above the later envy. He accepted the reconciliation. After securing this renewed agreement, Abimelech returned to his own land. When Esau, one of the twin sons of Isaac, reached the age of 40 years, he took wives for himself without seeking the counsel of his father. Esau married Adah, who was the daughter of Helen, and Aholibamah, who was the daughter of Esebion. Both Helen and Esebion were powerful lords among the people known as the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land of Canaan. By arranging these marriages on his own authority, Esau acted as if he already possessed full dominion over his household and his future. If Isaac, his father, had been consulted, he would not have permitted these unions, for he disapproved of forming alliances with the people of that land. Nevertheless, Isaac chose not to disturb his son by commanding him to dismiss his wives and remain silent, despite his displeasure. As time passed, Isaac became very old, and his eyesight failed entirely. His blindness and the weakness brought on by advanced age prevented him from performing the sacrifices through which he worshipped God. Aware that his death might be near, he called Esau to him and spoke with urgency. He instructed him to go out into the fields and hunt wild animals. After catching as much game as possible, Esau was to prepare a meal for him. Isaac explained that after eating, he wished to offer prayers to God on Esau's behalf, asking that God would support and assist him throughout his life. Isaac said that since the time of his death was uncertain, he desired to secure God's favor for his son in advance through prayer. Esau obeyed and went out to hunt. But Rebekah, the wife of Isaac and the mother of the twins, believed that the blessing and prayer for divine favor should belong to Jacob, the younger son. Acting without Isaac's knowledge, she instructed Jacob to kill young goats and prepare a meal like the one Isaac loved. Jacob followed his mother's directions carefully. When the food was ready, Rebekah placed the skin of a goat upon Jacob's arms. Because Esau's body was rough and hairy, this disguise was intended to convince Isaac that Jacob was Esau. Although the brothers were twins and similar in many ways, this difference was significant. Jacob feared that if his deception were discovered before his father finished his prayers, he would receive a curse instead of a blessing. Jacob brought the meal to his father. Isaac, unable to see and suspecting no deceit, believed that the son before him was Esau. He ate the food and then began his prayers and intercessions to God, saying that God was the Lord of all ages and the creator of all substance, who had promised great blessings to Abraham, his father, and had fulfilled those promises in his own life. He prayed that these promises would be confirmed to his son, asking God to preserve him from evil, grant him a prosperous life, make him formidable to his enemies, and honorable and beloved among his friends. Isaac completed his prayers, still believing they had been offered for Esau. Almost immediately afterward, Esau returned from hunting. When Isaac realized what had happened, he said nothing further, having already spoken all his prayers. Esau pleaded to receive a similar blessing, but Isaac refused, explaining that all his supplications had already been given to Jacob. Esau lamented bitterly over the mistake. Moved by his son's distress, Isaac spoke again and declared that Esau would excel in hunting, strength of body, and skill in arms, and that he and his descendants would gain lasting renown through such pursuits. Yet he also stated that Esau would remain subject to his brother. Rebekah feared that Esau might seek revenge against Jacob because of the deception surrounding Isaac's prayers. Jacob was therefore sent away by his mother to Mesopotamia, the land between the great rivers Euphrates and Tigris, so that he might marry a daughter of Laban, Rebekah's brother. Isaac permitted this marriage out of respect for his wife's wishes. As Jacob traveled through the land of Canaan, he avoided staying with the inhabitants, whom he distrusted. Instead, he spent the night in the open country, placing his head upon a pile of stones he had gathered. While he slept, Jacob experienced a vision. He saw a ladder standing upon the earth and reaching up into heaven. Upon this ladder were figures descending who appeared greater than ordinary human beings. At the top stood God himself, clearly visible. God called Jacob by name and spoke to him, saying that it was not fitting for him, as the son of a virtuous father and the grandson of a man renowned for his righteousness, to be discouraged by his present condition. God promised him abundance and prosperity through divine assistance. He reminded Jacob that he had brought Abraham out of Mesopotamia when Abraham was driven away by his kinsmen, and that he had made Isaac prosperous. He assured Jacob that no lesser happiness would be granted to him. God urged Jacob to take courage and to proceed on his journey under divine guidance, promising that the marriage he sought would be fulfilled. He foretold that Jacob would have children of good character, whose numbers would be beyond counting. These descendants would give rise to an even greater posterity, to whom God granted dominion over the land. Their offspring would spread across the earth and the seas, as far as the sun could reach. God commanded Jacob not to fear danger or the hardships ahead, for divine providence would guide him in the present and in the times yet to come. Such were the promises and predictions that God declared to Jacob when he was journeying away from his father's house. Having seen the vision and heard the assurances concerning his future, Jacob was filled with joy. In response to what had been revealed to him, he took oil and poured it upon the stones that had been at his head when he lay down. He did this because upon those very stones the promise of such great blessings had been made known. He also made a solemn vow. He declared that if he were preserved in life and returned safely, he would offer sacrifices upon that very place. Furthermore, if he came back in safety and prosperity, he promised that he would give to God the 10th part, the tithe, of all that he had gained. In gratitude and reverence, he judged the location to be worthy of honor and gave it the name Bethel. In the Greek language, this name is interpreted as the house of God, signifying that it was a place marked by divine presence and promise. After this, Jacob continued his journey toward Mesopotamia, the region between the great rivers known as the Tigris and the Euphrates. In time, he arrived at Haran, a city connected with the family of his ancestors. Near the outskirts of the city, he encountered shepherds. With them were young men and maidens gathered around a well. Jacob paused there as he desired water to drink. He began to speak with them and inquired whether they knew a man named Laban and whether he was still living. The shepherds replied that they indeed knew him. He was not an insignificant person, but well known among them. They informed Jacob that Laban's daughter tended her father's flock alongside them. They expressed surprise that she had not yet arrived, and said that by her he might learn more fully whatever he wished to know concerning that household. While they were speaking, the young woman approached with the other shepherds who came down with her. They pointed out Jacob to her and explained that he was a stranger who had come to inquire about her father's affairs. The young woman, according to the openness common among the young, was pleased at his arrival. She asked him who he was, from where he had come, and what need had brought him to that place. She also expressed the wish that it might be in their power to provide whatever assistance he sought. Jacob was deeply moved. It was not only the recognition of kinship that affected him, nor merely the natural affection arising from family ties. He was struck by love for the young woman and by astonishment at her beauty, which was remarkable even among the women of that age. He then spoke to her of their relationship. He explained that there was a connection between them older than either of their births, if indeed she was the daughter of Laban. Abraham, he said, was the son of Terah, as were Haran and Nahor. Nahor was the father of Bethuel, who was her grandfather. Isaac, Jacob's father, was the son of Abraham and of Sarah, who herself was the daughter of Haran. Beyond this ancient lineage, there was a nearer bond. His mother, Rebekah, was the sister of Laban, both sharing the same father and mother. Therefore, he and she were cousins of the closest degree. He declared that he had come to greet them and to renew the proper affection that should exist between relatives. At the mention of Rebekah's name, the young woman wept, as young persons often do when recalling beloved family members. She felt kindness toward her father and embraced Jacob. She had heard much about Rebekah from her father and knew that her parents loved to hear her name spoken. After greeting him, she said that he brought the greatest pleasure to her father and to the whole household, for Laban was always speaking of his sister and thinking of her. She assured Jacob that this would make him as welcome as any possible advantage. She urged him to come at once to her father and follow her without delay, so that Laban might not be deprived of the joy of seeing him. Thus she led him to Laban. When Laban recognized that Jacob was indeed his sister's son, he received him warmly. Jacob felt secure among his relatives. His unexpected arrival brought much pleasure to the household. After some time, Laban expressed that he could scarcely put into words the joy he felt at Jacob's coming. Yet he asked him the reason for his journey. He inquired why Jacob had left his aged father and mother, who might have required his care. He assured him that whatever assistance he needed would be provided. Jacob then explained the whole matter. He told Laban that Isaac had two sons, twins, himself and Esau. Through the wisdom of his mother, the prayers and blessings of their father had been secured for him rather than for Esau. Because Esau failed to obtain those blessings, he became angry and sought to kill him. He believed himself deprived of the kingdom, meaning the chief inheritance and authority, which had been promised by God and confirmed by their father's blessing. For this reason, Jacob had departed, following the command of his mother. He said that all were brethren among them, but that his mother valued an alliance with her own family above one with the families of the surrounding country. Therefore, he regarded both Laban and God as the supporters of his journey and considered himself safe among them. Laban promised to treat him with kindness, both for the sake of their shared ancestors and especially for the sake of his mother, Rebekah. Though she was absent, he said he would show his affection toward her by caring for her son. He assured Jacob that he would make him chief shepherd over his flocks and grant him sufficient authority in that role. When the time came for him to return to his parents, he would send him back with gifts in a manner worthy of their close relationship. Jacob gladly accepted these assurances. He said he was willing to endure any labor while he remained there. Yet he desired Rachel, the daughter who had first met him, to be his wife as the reward for his service. She was highly esteemed by him for many reasons, and especially because she had been the means by which he was brought to Laban's house. He confessed that it was his love for her that led him to make this request. Laban was pleased with this proposal. He agreed to give Rachel to him, saying he could not wish for a better son-in-law. However, he required that Jacob remain with him for a time. He did not wish to send his daughter to dwell among the Canaanites, for he regretted the alliance that had already been formed when his sister married there. Jacob consented to remain for 7 years. He resolved to serve his future father-in-law for that period, so that his character and virtue might be proven. Jacob fulfilled the agreed term. After 7 years had passed, Laban prepared a wedding feast. But when night came, Laban acted without Jacob's knowledge. Instead of bringing Rachel to him, he sent his other daughter, Leah, who was older than Rachel and not considered beautiful. Jacob lay with her that night, unaware of the substitution, partly because of the darkness and partly because of the wine consumed at the feast. When morning came, he realized what had happened. He reproached Laban for this deceitful action. Laban apologized and explained that he had acted out of necessity. It was not permitted, he said, for the younger daughter to be married before the elder. He insisted that he had not acted from malice but from obligation. Nevertheless, he assured Jacob that this would not prevent him from marrying Rachel. If he would serve another 7 years, he would give him the daughter he loved. Jacob submitted to this condition. His love for Rachel was so strong that he accepted the additional years of labor. After the second period of 7 years had passed, he took Rachel as his wife. Each of the two sisters had received a handmaid from their father as part of their household provision. Zilpah was given to Leah, and Bilhah was given to Rachel. These women were not regarded as slaves in the strictest sense, yet they remained under the authority of their mistresses and were bound to them in service. Leah felt deep distress because her husband Jacob showed greater affection toward her sister Rachel. Believing that bearing children would restore her standing and win her husband's regard, she prayed continually to God. When she bore a son and perceived that Jacob's attitude toward her softened because of this, she named the child Reuel, a name signifying that God had shown mercy to her by granting her a son. In time she bore 3 more sons. The second was named Simeon, meaning that God had heard her prayer. The third was Levi, a name associated with joining or confirming attachment, as she hoped this child would strengthen the bond between herself and her husband. The fourth was Judah, whose name signifies thanksgiving, expressing her gratitude. Rachel, observing her sister's fruitfulness, feared that she herself would be loved less. In response, she gave her handmaid Bilhah to Jacob, that she might bear children on her behalf. Through Bilhah, Jacob had a son named Dan, a name interpreted as divine judgment. After him was born Nephilim, whose name conveys the idea of prevailing through struggle, for Rachel considered this arrangement a way of contending with her sister's fertility. Leah then adopted the same course. She gave her own handmaid, Zilpah, to Jacob. By Zilpah he had a son named Gad, a name meaning fortune. After him came Asher, whose name signifies happiness, because his birth added honor and satisfaction to Leah. Reuel, the eldest son of Leah, once brought mandrakes to his mother. These were plants valued in that time and believed to have properties connected with fertility. Rachel desired the mandrakes and asked Leah to give them to her. Leah refused, reminding Rachel that she had already taken the greater share of Jacob's affection. To ease her sister's resentment, Rachel proposed that Jacob would spend that night with Leah. Leah accepted, and Jacob lay with her. She then bore 2 more sons. The first was Issachar, whose name suggests that he was born as though by hire, in reference to the arrangement made between the sisters. The second was Zabulon, meaning a pledge or token of goodwill. Leah also bore a daughter named Dinah. After some time, Rachel herself bore a son. She named him Joseph, a name indicating that another son would be added, expressing her hope for further blessing. Throughout these events, Jacob continued to tend the flocks of his father-in-law Laban. He served in this capacity for 20 years. After that period, he requested permission to take his wives and children and return to his own homeland. Laban refused to grant him leave. Jacob then resolved to depart secretly. He first consulted his wives, and when they expressed their willingness and approval, he prepared for departure. Rachel took with her certain images representing household gods, objects that, according to the customs of that region, were venerated within families. Jacob had taught her to reject such practices, yet she took the images as they fled together with her sister. Their children, the handmaids, and their possessions accompanied them. Jacob also drove away a portion of the cattle, approximately half, without informing Laban beforehand. Rachel's motive in taking the images was strategic. If her father pursued and overtook them, she believed she might use the possession of these sacred objects to seek his pardon. After one day, Laban learned of their departure. Distressed and angered, he gathered a group of men and pursued them. On the 7th day, he overtook them while they were resting on a hill. Because it was evening, he did not immediately confront them. During the night, God appeared to Laban in a dream and warned him to approach Jacob peacefully. He was instructed not to act rashly or in anger, but rather to establish an agreement. The warning declared that if Laban attacked them despite their small number, divine assistance would defend them. The next day, Laban summoned Jacob and recounted the dream. Confident that he acted under divine caution, he began to accuse Jacob. He reminded him that he had welcomed him when he possessed nothing and had given him abundance. He had united his daughters to him in marriage, expecting loyalty in return. Instead, he charged Jacob had disregarded their family bond, carried away his daughters and grandchildren, driven off his cattle, and removed the sacred ancestral images that had been honored for generations. He declared that such actions were unworthy of a kinsman and of one who had been treated with hospitality and had eaten at his table. Jacob answered in his defense. He said that the longing for one's homeland was natural to all people, not unique to himself, and that after so many years it was reasonable to return. Regarding the cattle, he argued that an impartial judge would find that he had increased Laban's flocks through diligent care, that he had taken only a small portion. As for the daughters, he insisted they followed him not through coercion, but through their rightful affection for their husband and children. He then brought forward his own complaint. For 20 years, he had endured harsh conditions and demanding commands. The initial service required to marry Laban's daughters he acknowledged as difficult yet acceptable. But afterward, the terms imposed upon him were severe. Laban had seen that God prospered Jacob's labor. At times he promised that Jacob would receive the white offspring among the livestock. At other times he promised the black. When the animals allotted to Jacob multiplied greatly, Laban altered the agreement out of envy, postponing or withdrawing what he had pledged. When he believed such increase unlikely, he made promises freely. When the increase occurred, he failed to honor his word. When Laban demanded that the sacred images, the household idols that had been taken from his dwelling, should be searched for and returned, Jacob did not refuse the examination. He invited Laban to look through all that he possessed. Rachel, the daughter of Laban and the wife of Jacob, learned that the search would take place. She had taken the images and concealed them within the saddle of the camel upon which she was seated. When Laban approached and examined the tents and the goods, Rachel remained seated upon the saddle. She told her father that she could not rise because of the customary condition of women at certain times, and therefore she begged him not to take offense at her remaining seated. Laban, believing her explanation and not supposing that in such a condition she would approach sacred objects, ceased his search and found nothing. After this matter was settled, Laban proposed that they make a formal agreement. He declared that he would not pursue Jacob with hostility for what had occurred. Jacob likewise entered into a covenant, promising goodwill toward Laban's daughters, who were his wives. They confirmed this agreement with solemn oaths. Stones were gathered and set up as a memorial. A pillar was erected in the form of an altar. From that heap of witness the hill received the name Gilead, and the surrounding region has been called the land of Gilead from that time forward. When they had completed the covenant and shared a feast to seal their reconciliation, Laban returned to his own home. As Jacob continued his journey toward the land of Canaan, angels appeared to him. These divine messengers strengthened his hope for what lay ahead. In remembrance of this encounter, he named that place the camp of God. Yet Jacob's thoughts were troubled. He desired to know the intentions of his brother Esau, for there had long been enmity between them. Many years earlier, Jacob had obtained both the birthright and the paternal blessing that had been intended for Esau, and Esau had spoken of revenge. Now Jacob sent messengers ahead to deliver a careful report of his situation. He instructed them to say that Jacob had considered it improper to remain in the same land while his brother's anger endured, and therefore had departed. Now, after many years had passed, he hoped that time had softened resentment. He was returning with his wives, his children, and the possessions that he had acquired. He declared that he placed himself and all that was dear to him into his brother's hands, and that he would count it his greatest happiness to share with Esau the blessings that God had granted him. The messengers delivered this message. Esau responded with readiness and came to meet Jacob, accompanied by 400 men. When Jacob learned of this large company advancing toward him, fear seized him. Nevertheless, he entrusted his hope of deliverance to God. At the same time, he acted with prudence. He divided his household into separate groups. Some were sent ahead, while others followed behind. His intention was that if the first group were attacked and overcome, those behind might have opportunity to escape. In addition, he prepared gifts for Esau. These gifts consisted of cattle and numerous four-footed animals of various kinds, animals that were considered valuable and desirable. He arranged that the droves should travel at intervals, one after another, so that the succession of gifts would appear abundant and impressive. He hoped that the steady arrival of these offerings might calm any remaining anger in his brother. The servants who drove the animals were instructed to speak respectfully and gently when they met Esau. After making these arrangements during the day, Jacob continued his journey by night. When the company had crossed a river called Jabbok, Jacob remained behind alone. There he encountered a being who engaged him in a struggle. The contest began with the stranger taking hold of him. They wrestled together until Jacob prevailed. Then the one who struggled with him spoke, declaring that Jacob should not consider this victory insignificant. He had contended with a divine messenger, and had prevailed. This struggle was a sign of great blessings to come. His descendants would endure, and no adversary would easily overpower him. The messenger commanded that his name should no longer be Jacob, but Israel. In the Hebrew language, the name Israel signifies one who has struggled with a divine being. Jacob had asked for a blessing when he perceived that his opponent was a messenger of God. In response, the promises were given. After speaking these words, the messenger departed. Jacob was filled with gratitude and named the place Phanuel, meaning the face of God, because he believed that he had encountered a divine presence. From a struggle, he felt pain in the sinew near his thigh. Because of this event, he abstained thereafter from eating that sinew, and in memory of the struggle, the people of Israel do not eat it. When Jacob was informed that Esau was near, he arranged his family carefully. He placed his wives separately, each with her children and handmaids, so that they might observe what would occur if conflict arose. Then Jacob himself went forward. As he approached Esau, he bowed down before him. Esau harbored no evil intention. Instead of attacking, he greeted his brother. He inquired about the women and the children who accompanied him. After learning what he wished to know, Esau invited Jacob to journey with him to visit their father. Jacob answered that the cattle were weary and required slow travel. Therefore Esau returned to Seir, the region where he dwelt. The name Seir was connected with roughness, reflecting Esau's own hairy appearance. After these events, Jacob came to a place that was, even in later times, called Sukkos, which means tents, because of the temporary dwellings set up there. From that place, he traveled onward to Shechem, a city inhabited by the Canaanites, the ancient peoples living in the land of Canaan. While the people of Shechem were celebrating a public festival, Dinah, the only daughter of Jacob, went into the city. Her purpose was to observe the adornments and customs of the women of that land. During this time, Shechem, the son of Hamor, who was the ruler and king of that city, saw Dinah and forcibly violated her. After committing this act, he became deeply attached to her and desired to take her as his wife. He therefore went to his father Hamor and asked him to arrange this marriage. Hamor agreed and went to Jacob, requesting permission for his son Shechem to marry Dinah according to established customs. Jacob found himself in a difficult position. Hamor was a man of great authority, and Jacob did not know how to refuse him outright. At the same time, Jacob did not believe it was lawful to give his daughter in marriage to a foreigner from another people. He therefore asked Hamor for time to consult with his family. Hamor departed, expecting that Jacob would ultimately agree to the marriage. Jacob then informed his sons of what had been done to their sister and of Hamor's proposal. He asked them to advise him on what should be done. Most of his sons remained silent, uncertain how to respond to so grave a matter. However, Simeon and Levi, the full brothers of Dinah, born of the same mother Leah, secretly agreed upon a course of action. Since it was a festival time and the people of Shechem were occupied with feasting and rest, Simeon and Levi attacked the city at night, when the guards were asleep. They entered the city and killed all the male inhabitants, including King Hamor and his son Shechem. The women they spared. Acting without their father's consent, they then brought Dinah back out of the city. Jacob was overwhelmed and deeply troubled by the magnitude of what his sons had done. He strongly reproached them for their violence. At this moment, God appeared to Jacob and encouraged him not to be afraid. He commanded Jacob to purify his household and to fulfill the sacrifices he had vowed to offer when he first journeyed into Mesopotamia and received the divine vision there. As Jacob set about purifying his household, he discovered the foreign gods that had belonged to Laban, the brother of Rebekah and the father of Jacob's wives. Until this time, Jacob had not known that these objects had been stolen by Rachel. He took these gods and buried them in the ground beneath an oak tree near Shechem. After leaving that place, Jacob traveled to Bethel, the location where he had seen the vision of the ladder when he first departed toward Mesopotamia, and there he offered sacrifice to God. Afterward, Jacob continued his journey and came near to Ephrath, also known as Ephrata. There, Rachel, his beloved wife, died while giving birth. She was the only member of Jacob's close family who was not buried in Hebron, the ancestral burial place. Jacob mourned her for a long time. The son born at her death he named Benjamin, a name given in memory of the sorrow his mother endured at his birth. These were the children of Jacob, 12 sons and 1 daughter. 8 of the sons were born of his lawful wives, 6 from Leah and 2 from Rachel. The remaining 4 sons were born to the 2 handmaids, 2 from each. All their names had already been recorded earlier in the history. From there, Jacob came to Hebron, a city located among the Canaanites. Hebron was the place where Isaac, his father, was living. Jacob and Isaac lived together there for a short time. Rebekah, Jacob's mother, had already died before Jacob's return. Not long after Jacob arrived, Isaac also died. He was buried by his sons alongside his wife in Hebron, where their family possessed a burial monument handed down from their ancestors. Isaac was a man greatly loved by God and was granted many signs of divine care, following the example of his father Abraham. He lived to a very great age. After leading a life marked by virtue, Isaac died at the age of 185 years. In the reflections that follow the ancient history, the Jewish historian known as Flavius Josephus pauses to explain certain matters of belief that were held in his time and long before. He speaks first about the nature of a human being. According to his understanding, which he shares with the Apostle Paul in the first epistle to the Thessalonians, chapter 5, verse 23, and with many ancient teachers, a man is not made of flesh alone. He is composed of 3 parts: spirit, soul, and body. The body is the visible and mortal frame. The soul is the life that animates it. The spirit is the higher and more divine element, which relates to God. Josephus elsewhere declares that the blood of animals was forbidden for food under the law of Moses, because within the blood there is soul and spirit. For that reason, the eating of blood was considered a violation not merely of diet, but of sacred order. He then turns to a matter that has puzzled readers for generations: the 4 great rivers said to water the region of paradise. Josephus records an ancient idea, not unique to himself, but drawn from writers older still, that 4 of the greatest rivers in the known world were somehow connected with that first garden. These rivers are named Pison, Phrath, Diglath, and Gihon. Pison he associates with the river Ganges, explaining that its name signifies a multitude. Phrath he connects with the Euphrates, saying that its name may mean dispersion or flower. Diglath he identifies with the Tigris, whose name he interprets as meaning swift and narrow. Gihon he equates with the Nile, describing it as that which arises from the east. Yet here there is tension and difficulty. The Nile, as known even in ancient geography, rises from the south, not from the east. Moreover, the Ganges flows in lands far distant from the Euphrates and the Tigris. How these mighty rivers, separated by vast distances, could all water one paradise is not easily explained. Because Josephus himself points out that these names carry particular meanings, some have believed that he did not intend a purely literal geography, but an allegory, a deeper symbolic account whose full meaning is now lost to time. When Josephus speaks of the Red Sea, he does not use the term as it is commonly understood in later centuries. He does not mean only the narrow body of water now called the Arabian Gulf. Instead, he refers to the entire southern sea, which in ancient geographical understanding included both the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, stretching as far as the regions of the East Indies. He acknowledges the mystery. As for the consequence of that first sin, some have argued that the guilt of Adam and Eve was fully imputed to all their descendants. Others have held that the effect lay chiefly in the introduction of mortality. The Apostle Paul, in his epistle to the Romans, chapter 8, verses 19 through 22, speaks of the whole creation groaning under corruption, awaiting deliverance. Thus, the drama of the fall is not only about judgment, but about a future restoration that is promised. Josephus also comments upon the tragic conflict between Cain and Abel, the sons of Adam. In his own account, he offers a reason why the sacrifice of Abel was accepted by God and that of Cain rejected. Yet the first epistle of John, chapter 3, verse 12, gives a sharper explanation. It declares that Cain was of the evil one, and that he slew his brother because his own works were evil while his brothers were righteous. This interpretation places the emphasis not on ritual form, but on moral character. The tension between the two brothers becomes the first recorded act of violence, rooted in jealousy and in the corruption of the human heart. In the generations that followed, new arts and customs arose. From Jubal, a descendant of Cain, tradition holds that came the instrument called the trumpet of Jubilee. This was a large and powerful musical instrument, used in proclaiming liberty in the year of Jubilee among the people of Israel. The year of Jubilee was the 50th year ordained in the law of Moses, when debts were released, slaves were freed, and ancestral lands were restored. The sound of that trumpet signified freedom, restoration, and renewal. Finally, there is preserved an ancient tradition concerning the children of Adam and Eve. It states that they had 33 sons and 23 daughters. These names are not all recorded in the canonical scriptures, yet the tradition reflects the belief that from this first pair came a great multitude, from whom the entire human race would descend. These reflections, woven into the historical narrative, show how ancient writers struggled to understand beginnings, the nature of the human person, the geography of paradise, the tragedy of the first disobedience, the origin of violence, and the rise of culture and law. Each explanation carries within it the weight of centuries of thought, debate, and reverence, and the story continues onward. It has been observed concerning Seth, the third son of Adam, and his descendants, that they were distinguished in those earliest generations by virtue and stability. Their lives were marked by righteousness and by an absence of extraordinary calamity. For 7 successive generations, they were regarded as upright and fortunate. This portrayal corresponds to the understanding of the earliest ages of the world, in which divine governance was believed to operate with clarity and directness, rewarding virtue with peace and prosperity. There has, however, been confusion in certain later interpretations regarding Seth, the son of Adam. Some writers mistakenly identified him with a different figure known in Egyptian tradition as Seth or Sesostris, a king of Egypt to whom monuments and pillars were attributed in the land called Syriad. This confusion arose because of similarities in name. Yet Seth, the son of Adam, belonged to the earliest human lineage, while Sesostris was remembered as a ruler in Egyptian history. Although it is possible that Adam foretold both the destruction of the world by fire and another by water, as ancient traditions widely attest, and although it is also possible that the descendants of Seth inscribed their astronomical discoveries upon pillars of brick and stone, it is not considered credible that such pillars could have survived a universal flood. A deluge of that magnitude would have buried structures beneath layers of sediment. The pillars attributed to the Egyptian Seth or Sesostris, which are said to exist after the flood in the land of Syriad, and perhaps even in the time of the historian Josephus in the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ, must therefore be distinguished from the earlier tradition. There is also a long-standing belief in antiquity that certain mighty men of ancient times, often described as giants, were connected in origin to fallen angels. This idea was widely held among early interpreters of sacred history. These giants were thought to possess extraordinary strength and stature, and their existence was woven into explanations of increasing violence and corruption before the Great Flood. Regarding the length of human life in those times, it has been suggested that the lifespan of these giants was reduced to 120 years. This number appears in certain ancient writings, including fragments attributed to Enoch. However, for ordinary human beings, lifespans remained considerably longer than 120 years for many generations, even after the flood. According to historical reckoning preserved in early genealogies, human longevity decreased gradually until the time of Moses, who lived in the 15th century before the birth of Jesus Christ. By that period, 120 years came to be regarded as the established upper limit of human life. The reference to 120 years before the flood may not have concerned the natural lifespan of individuals, but rather the duration of divine patience. The period allowed for repentance, while the ark was being prepared before the waters of the flood covered the earth. In the measurements used in these ancient accounts, a cubit was the standard unit of length. A cubit corresponded approximately to 21 English inches, or about 53 centimeters in modern measurement. This unit was commonly employed in describing the dimensions of structures, such as the ark built by Noah. As for the chronology of the flood, it has been determined that the year in which the flood began commenced around the time of the autumnal equinox, the point in the year when day and night are of equal length as the sun crosses the celestial equator in autumn. Some textual traditions place the beginning of the flood on the 17th day of the second month, while other copies record it as the 27th day. The more consistent reckoning aligns the beginning with the 17th day, which harmonizes with the account that 150 days later the waters began to recede on the 17th day of the seventh month, as recorded in the book of Genesis, chapters 7 and 8. It has further been noted that the genealogies preserved from those earliest generations were first recorded by individuals who lived near the events themselves and then transmitted to later descendants. There is no compelling reason to suppose that writing was unknown in those remote ages. Just as speech was imparted to humanity in its beginning, so too the ability to record words in written form may have arisen at an early stage. In many early traditions, the guidance and instruction of humanity were attributed to the divine word, understood in later theology as the Messiah, who, under God the Father, was regarded as the creator and governor of humankind, and who is believed to have appeared to humanity in those formative ages. In later generations, scholars reflected upon certain ancient places and events that were believed to preserve the memory of the earliest history of humankind. One such place was a city whose name, in the Armenian language, signifies the place of descent. This title was understood to mean the place where the Ark of Noah came to rest after the great flood that had covered the earth. The ancient geographer Claudius Ptolemy referred to this city by the name Naxuana. The Armenian historian Moses of Chorene, also known as Moses Koronensis, called it Idshun. Yet among the inhabitants of the region, it was known as Nakidshun, meaning the first place of descent. The name itself was regarded as a lasting monument to the preservation of Noah in the ark, which had rested upon the summit of the mountain above. At the foot of that mountain, the first settlement after the flood was believed to have been established. Tradition also preserved the memory of another town called Sarin, which signified the place of dispersion, because from there the sons of Noah, whom some traditions also identified with Zethus, were said to have dispersed across the earth. As for whether any remains of the ark itself still survived in that region, this was uncertain. Travelers had expressed the desire to see the site, but the dangers and difficulties of the journey had prevented thorough examination. Another historical matter concerned the Ethiopian War in which Moses, long before he became the lawgiver of Israel, served as a general for the Egyptians. According to the historical account, this conflict was of such magnitude that it led to the removal or destruction of 6 or 7 nations descended from Mizraim, the ancestor of the Egyptians, along with their cities. The scale of this event was considerable. The historian who recorded it would not have asserted such details unless he had relied upon ancient records that supported his statements, though those records have since been lost to later generations. There was also careful attention given to the origin of the name Hebrews. It was affirmed that the Jewish people were called Hebrews from their ancestor Heber. This explanation stands in contrast to the opinion of some later writers who suppose that the name came from Abraham's crossing over the river Euphrates, interpreting the word Hebrew as meaning one who passes over. Yet in the ancient record found in the book of Genesis, chapter 10 and verse 21, Shem is called the father of all the children of Heber long before Abraham crossed the Euphrates. It is true that in Genesis chapter 14 and verse 13, the Greek translation known as the Septuagint renders the phrase Abram the Hebrew as Abram the passenger, using a Greek term that can signify one who has crossed over. However, this expression there refers specifically to Abraham's recent crossing of the Euphrates and uses the word in a descriptive sense, not as the proper name of a people. Thus, the designation Hebrews is properly traced to Heber as their progenitor. Attention was also drawn to the kinds of sacrifices that God required under the law given through Moses. It was observed that no sacrifices were commanded except from 5 specific kinds of animals, the same kinds that had earlier been required of Abraham. Moreover, it was noted that the Jewish people did not commonly eat domestic animals other than the 3 principal kinds named in that earlier command. This continuity in sacrificial practice and dietary custom was seen as significant in understanding the religious law of ancient Israel. The prophecy concerning the affliction of Abraham's descendants for 400 years was also recalled. This period referred to the time during which his offspring would experience hardship in a foreign land before their eventual deliverance. The duration and severity of that affliction formed an important part of the sacred history of the nation. In recounting the destruction of Sodom, mention was made of the sons-in-law of Lot. In the book of Genesis, chapter 19, verses 12 through 14, they're called his sons-in-law. This designation may indicate that they were betrothed to Lot's daughters, though not yet formally married. In ancient custom, betrothal established a recognized bond, and thus the term could be used even before the marriage was completed. There is also reference to a particular conflict described elsewhere in the historical record, emphasizing that the events had been treated in detail in another account. Finally, the account of Lot's wife was remembered. According to the narrative, when she looked back toward the doomed city, she became a pillar of salt. It was stated that in the days of the historian who recorded this tradition, the pillar was still standing and that he himself had seen it. Clement of Rome, who lived in the same era, also testified to its existence. In the following century, Irenaeus affirmed that it remained, even offering an explanation of how it could have endured for so long with its form preserved. Whether later travelers have accurately reported that the pillar still stands is uncertain. Its location, described as being at the southern extremity of the Sea of Sodom, in remote and hazardous desert regions of Arabia, has made careful investigation difficult. Reports from local inhabitants at a distance have not always been considered reliable. During this discussion, the writer explains that he does not accept the dissertation or hypothesis proposed by Jean-Luc Clerc on this subject, because such matters can only be settled by the testimony of eyewitnesses. He argues that certainty in these questions cannot be reached through speculation alone. He expresses the view that if rulers who call themselves Christian would abandon their destructive wars and internal conflicts, and instead organize serious expeditions to the eastern regions, they could send capable observers to examine the ancient lands directly. These travelers could then provide reliable accounts of ancient monuments and recover copies of old historical records that have been lost over time. Only through such careful investigation, he says, could full satisfaction be reached in these inquiries, and not before. Turning to the account of the daughters of Lot, the author states that he sees no deliberate wicked intention in their actions. According to the historical narrative preserved by Josephus, the daughters believed themselves to be in a situation of unavoidable necessity, thinking that no other means remained for the continuation of human life. Outside such a circumstance, incest is described as a dreadful crime. Yet the writer remains uncertain whether, under the necessity they believe they faced, it should be judged in the same way. At the same time, he observes that their actions reveal inner conflict, since they made their father intoxicated and carefully concealed what they had done. This concealment shows that they did not expect to persuade him willingly to an act that would inevitably appear shocking and deeply troubling to a man of upright character. The narrative then draws attention to the way Josephus speaks about the divine figure who appeared to Abraham and foretold the birth of Isaac. Josephus directly refers to this figure as God, rather than merely as a messenger. This manner of speaking prepares the reader to understand other expressions found in Josephus's writings, including his statement that Jesus was a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, and his references to God the Word in his discourse concerning the underworld. The author suggests that such expressions may be genuine and consistent. At the same time, he notes that Josephus also uses the term divine angel elsewhere, without implying any different meaning. The author then explains Josephus's use of language when describing Ishmael. Josephus calls Ishmael a young child or infant, even though Ishmael was about 13 years old at the time. This, the writer argues, reflects common usage in ancient language, where terms such as child or young man were applied more broadly than in later ages. He gives several examples from Josephus's own works, where individuals in their late teens or even 40s are described as young. He also notes similar language in the Gospel according to Gospel of Mark, where a girl of 12 years is repeatedly called a little child. These examples demonstrate that such expressions were not precise indicators of age, but conventional ways of speaking. Attention is next given to the description of Isaac as Abraham's only begotten son. This phrase appears both in Josephus and in the letter to the Hebrews, even though Abraham also had another son, Ishmael. The explanation offered is that the phrase refers not to numerical exclusivity, but to special status. The ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, known as the Septuagint, clarifies this meaning by rendering the phrase as beloved son, emphasizing Isaac's unique position rather than denying the existence of Ishmael. A correction is then introduced regarding Mount Moriah. Some copies of the text state that David later built the temple on this mountain. The author points out that this is an error. It was in fact Solomon, the son of David, who built the temple. David's role was to build the first altar there, as recorded in the books of Samuel and Chronicles and also in Josephus's Antiquities. This distinction is important for preserving historical accuracy. Finally, the author reflects on the promise given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that in their seed all the families of the earth would be blessed. He observes that Josephus does not appear to grasp the hidden meaning later explained by the Apostle Paul in the letter to the Galatians, where the promise is interpreted as referring to a single descendant rather than to many. The writer explains that this lack of interpretation is understandable, since Josephus was not a Christian, and even if he had been, he may have belonged to a group that rejected the authority of Paul. The author notes that similar interpretations appear in other ancient writings, such as the Testament of Reuben, which speaks of a future ruler from the line of Judah. He concludes that the consistent use of the word seed in the singular form supports the understanding that the promise pointed not only to a multitude of descendants, but also to one particular figure arising from that lineage. In the careful examination of the ancient record, attention is drawn to the birth of the twin sons of Isaac and Rebekah, whose names were Jacob and Esau. The historian Flavius Josephus places their birth after the death of Abraham, the great patriarch who had journeyed from Mesopotamia into the land of Canaan. Yet this order appears to be mistaken. The birth of Jacob and Esau occurred after the death of Sarah, the wife of Abraham, not after the death of Abraham himself. The book of Genesis, the first book of the sacred Hebrew Scriptures, does not always arrange its narratives strictly according to chronological sequence. Because events are sometimes grouped by theme rather than by time, Josephus seems to have followed the order of the text rather than the true order of years, and so he fell into this error, as later scholars have observed. There's also a matter concerning the name seer. In the writings of Josephus, the name seer appears where the sense requires the name Esau. These two names signify the same person. Esau, the elder son of Isaac, was also called seer, and the mountainous region later inhabited by his descendants came to bear that name. Thus, when a name seer is read in this context, it must be understood as referring to Esau himself. The account then turns to one of the most dramatic scenes in the patriarchal history, the blessing of the firstborn. Isaac, the son of Abraham and Sarah, had grown old, and his sight had failed. Desiring to bestow the solemn blessing upon his elder son Esau, he commanded him to go into the field to hunt game, and to prepare for him a meal of savory meat such as he loved. This was not merely an ordinary meal. It was intended as part of a sacred occasion, resembling a festival or sacrifice. In ancient times, sacrifices were accompanied by prayer, and it was believed that at such moments a divine impulse might descend upon the one who prayed. Isaac expected that during this solemn act, under divine influence, he would pronounce not only words of affection, but a prophetic blessing, foretelling the future conduct and destiny of his son. Yet through the counsel of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau, and through Jacob's obedience to her plan, Isaac was deceived. Jacob, though the younger twin, presented himself as Esau and received the blessing intended for the firstborn. When Isaac later discovered what had happened, he trembled greatly. His affection inclined toward Esau, whom he loved. Yet he did not attempt to revoke the blessing already spoken. He understood that the blessing had not come merely from his own will, but from divine impulse. Once uttered under such influence, it could not be withdrawn by human desire. He recognized that the matter was beyond his power. Later, another divine impulse came upon him, and he pronounced words concerning Esau also, foretelling his future conduct and fortune, though these words did not carry the same authority as the first blessing. In considering this act of deception, it is difficult to determine whether Jacob or his mother Rebekah bears the greater blame. The act was indeed an imposition upon an aged father. Yet the blessing itself was not a casual wish. It was a prophecy of future events, declaring what would befall the descendants of Jacob and Esau in generations to come. Long before the twins were born, when they struggled within her womb, Rebekah had inquired of the Lord concerning the cause of her distress. She received an oracle recorded in the book of Genesis, chapter 25, verse 23. 2 nations were in her womb. 2 peoples would be separated from her body. 1 people would be stronger than the other, and the elder, Esau, would serve the younger, Jacob. This divine declaration established a destiny before either child had drawn breath. It is uncertain whether Isaac knew or remembered this oracle. In the sacred text, as commonly preserved, the revelation is spoken only to Rebekah. If Isaac did know it, and yet sought to bless Esau contrary to that earlier divine determination, then his conduct would appear more serious. Some ancient traditions, including a passage in the 2nd book of the Antiquities of the Jews by Josephus, suggest that Isaac favored Esau out of affection, even though Esau's character was inferior to that of Jacob. If this were so, it may have encouraged Rebekah to devise her plan, and Jacob to carry it out, believing they were aligning themselves with the declared purpose of God. Josephus even states that it was Isaac himself, not Rebekah, who first inquired of God and received the oracle. If that reading is correct, then Isaac's attempt to bless Esau becomes even more difficult to defend. It is also suggested that Isaac's excessive fondness for Esau may have emboldened Esau earlier in life to marry 2 women of the Canaanite peoples without seeking the consent of his parents, an action that caused grief within the family. The loss that Esau felt was not merely the loss of paternal favor. According to Josephus, there was associated with the blessing of the firstborn a promise of a kingdom derived from God. In ancient expectation, this kingdom was connected with the coming of the Anointed One, the Messiah, who was believed would arise from the lineage of the son who received the rightful blessing. Therefore, by obtaining the blessing of the firstborn, Jacob became the heir of that promised kingdom. Esau, though first in birth, was deprived of that inheritance, and from that moment the rivalry between the 2 brothers became a matter not only of family tension, but of national destiny. The narrative later touches upon the distinction between different forms of servitude in ancient times. There were slaves for life, bound permanently to their masters, and there were servants hired for a fixed period by mutual agreement. These hired servants were not slaves in the strict sense. They were free men and free women who entered service for a time and departed when the agreed term ended. Even in later Christian writings, such as the Apostolic Constitutions, a collection of ecclesiastical regulations attributed to the early church, a distinction is made. Clergymen were forbidden to marry perpetual slaves, but this prohibition did not apply to free servants hired for a season. Finally, attention is directed to the 12 sons of Jacob, who would become the patriarchs of the 12 tribes of Israel. Their names, the reasons for those names, the times of their births, their virtues, their faults, their repentance, the events that shaped their lives, and the prophecies spoken over them at the time of their deaths, are treated at length in an ancient work known as the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. In that writing, each son of Jacob speaks in his final days, recounting his life and foretelling the future of his descendants. Thus, the family drama of Isaac, Rebekah, Jacob, and Esau expands into the larger history of a people whose struggles, promises, and prophecies would shape generations yet to come. There has been discussion concerning the plant referred to by the Hebrew word dadaim. Earlier interpreters, following the Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures known as the Septuagint, and also the first-century Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, understood this word to refer to a plant identified in Syrian regions and described under another name by later scholars. However, further examination of the descriptions given by ancient naturalists and physicians concerning what has long been called mandrakes has led to the conclusion that the term in question indeed refers to true mandrakes. These plants were known in antiquity and were often associated with medicinal properties and with beliefs about fertility. The weight of ancient description aligns more closely with mandrakes than with any alternative identification. The name Israel has also been the subject of interpretation. By analogy with forms preserved in both ancient and later usage of the Hebrew language, one explanation has been suggested concerning its proper meaning. At the same time, it is certain that Greek-speaking Jewish communities of the first century after the birth of Jesus Christ, particularly those living in Egypt and other centers of Hellenistic culture, interpreted the name Israel to mean a man who sees God. These Greek-speaking Jews, often called Hellenists because they lived within the sphere of Greek language and culture following the conquest of Alexander the Great in the 4th century before the birth of Jesus Christ, understood the name in this way based on linguistic reasoning available to them. There is also the account of the destruction of the inhabitants of Shechem by Simeon and Levi, two of the sons of Jacob. Shechem was a city in the land of Canaan. According to the broader record preserved in the book of Genesis, the men of that city were first persuaded to undergo circumcision, the physical sign of the covenant established between God and Abraham and his descendants. While they were weakened from this procedure, Simeon and Levi attacked and killed them in retaliation for the violation of their sister Dinah. Some records emphasize that this act caused deep grief to their father Jacob, who feared the consequences among surrounding peoples. Yet in one retelling by Flavius Josephus, the detail of the circumcision as the immediate occasion for the slaughter is omitted, as is the expression of Jacob's sorrow that appears in other ancient writings, such as the Testament of Levi. The naming of Benjamin, the youngest son of Jacob and Rachel, also requires explanation. As Rachel was dying in childbirth, she named her son Benoni, a name that signifies son of my sorrow. Jacob, however, gave him another name, Benjamin. This name has often been explained as meaning son of the right hand, yet such an interpretation does not align well with the broader context. A more consistent explanation understands Benjamin to mean son of days, that is, a son born in the father's old age, as indicated in the book of Genesis, chapter 44, verse 20. Variations in pronunciation between Hebrew and related dialects, such as Chaldee, account for slight differences in the ending of the name. Ancient sources such as the Testament of Benjamin and the writings of the Jewish philosopher Philo of Alexandria, who lived in the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ, also interpret the name not as son of the right hand, but as son of days. The narrative now enters the second major division of the history, covering a period of 220 years, beginning with the death of Isaac and extending to the departure of the people of Israel from Egypt, an event known as the Exodus. After Isaac, the son of Abraham, died, his two sons, Esau and Jacob, separated their dwelling places. They did not continue to live together in the same region as before. Esau departed from the city of Hebron, a significant settlement in the hill country of Canaan associated with the patriarchal family, and he left that region to his brother Jacob. Esau went to dwell in the land of Seir, a mountainous region to the southeast of Canaan. There he established his rule and became the leader of the people who came to be known as the Edomites. Esau gave the country its name from his own. He was also called Adam, a word that in the Hebrew language means red. This name arose from an event in his youth. On one occasion, after returning from hunting and being overcome by hunger, he came upon his brother Jacob, who was preparing a meal of lentil stew. The stew was red in color. Because of his hunger and because of the striking color of the food, Esau urgently requested that his brother give him some to eat. Jacob, however, saw an opportunity. He demanded that Esau surrender his birthright in exchange for the food. The birthright was not a minor privilege. In ancient patriarchal society, the firstborn son possessed special rights, including a double portion of the inheritance and leadership within the family after the father's death. Pressed by hunger, Esau agreed to relinquish this right and confirmed the agreement with an oath. Because of the red stew for which he exchanged his birthright, he was given the name Adam by those around him, in reference to the Hebrew word for red. Over time, this name became attached not only to him, but also to the land over which he ruled. The people descended from him were called Edomites, and the region became known among the Greeks, who adapted many foreign names into forms more suited to their language, as Idumea. Esau, who was also called Edom, became the father of 5 sons. By one wife, whose name was Alabama, he had 3 sons, Jaus, Jelomus, and Corius. By another wife, named Ada, he became the father of Eliphaz. By Basemath he had Rugel. These were the sons born to Esau. Eliphaz, the son of Esau and Ada, had 5 legitimate sons, Theman, Omer, Saphus, Gotham, and Kenaz. There was also Amalek, but Amalek was not born of a lawful wife. Amalek was the son of a concubine named Thamnah. From these descendants came the peoples who settled in various regions. They dwelt in parts of the land of Idumea. Idumea was a large country, and although it preserved one general name, its several regions were often called by the names of the particular families who inhabited them. One portion was called Jebelitis. Another region took its name from Amalek and was known as Amalekitis. Thus, the memory of Esau's sons was preserved not only in family lines, but also in the names of territories. In the next generation, attention turns to Jacob, who was also called Israel, and to his sons. Jacob attained a degree of prosperity and honor that few others of his time had reached. He was wealthier than the other inhabitants of the land in which he dwelt. He possessed abundant flocks and goods. He was admired for the character of his sons, who were strong in labor, able to endure hardship, and keen in understanding. Yet admiration was mixed with envy. Prosperity often brings both praise and resentment. Over Jacob there appeared a particular providence, a special care from God, guiding events in ways that would later shape the destiny of his descendants. From circumstances that seemed sorrowful, greater blessings would arise. Through Jacob and his offspring, events would unfold that would lead to the departure of their people from the land of Egypt in future generations. Among Jacob's sons was Joseph, born to him by Rachel. Because Rachel had long been barren and was deeply loved by Jacob, the son born to her was especially precious in his father's sight. Jacob loved Joseph more than his other sons. This preference arose partly from the grace of the young man's appearance and partly from the qualities of his mind. Joseph excelled his brothers in prudence and understanding. This special affection stirred jealousy. His brothers perceived the preference shown to him. In addition, Joseph began to experience dreams, and he related them openly to his father and to his brethren. These dreams appeared to foretell his future greatness. It is common among human beings to envy even their closest relatives when signs of future prosperity appear. The first vision occurred during the time of harvest. Joseph had been sent by his father to assist his brothers in gathering the fruits of the earth. During that period, he dreamed a dream that seemed more significant than the ordinary images that come in sleep. When he awoke, he told his brothers what he had seen, asking them to consider its meaning. He said that in his dream he had bound his sheaf of wheat and set it upright in the field. The sheaves belonging to his brothers stood around it. Then, as in an act of submission, their sheaves bent down and bowed before his sheaf, as servants bow before a master. The brothers understood the implication. The dream suggested that Joseph would rise to authority and wealth, and that his power would stand in contrast to their own. Yet they did not speak this interpretation aloud to him. Instead, they acted as though they did not comprehend it. In their hearts, they wished that what they feared the dreams signified would never occur. Their resentment increased. In opposition to their envy, a second vision came to Joseph, more remarkable than the first. He dreamed that the sun, the moon, and 11 stars descended and bowed down before him. This time he told the dream not only to his brothers, but also to his father, asking for its meaning. Jacob reflected carefully upon what had been said. He did not suspect harm in the telling of it. He considered the symbols and judged wisely. He believed that the dream indicated great future honor for his son. He understood the son to represent himself as father, the one who gives direction and authority within the household. He saw in the moon the image of the mother, who gives increase and nurture. The 11 stars he interpreted as Joseph's 11 brothers, who derived their standing within the family from their parents, just as stars receive light from the sun and moon. Thus Jacob concluded that the dream signified a time when Joseph would be honored even by his parents and brethren. While Jacob rejoiced at the prospect of blessing, the brothers felt increasing distress. They regarded Joseph not as a partner in their common inheritance, but as if he were a rival, destined to claim the greater portion of honor and authority. The dreams separated him from them in their thoughts. They began to consider him almost as a stranger, rather than as one who shared their parentage and should share equally in their future happiness. Their envy deepened into a dangerous resolve. They determined that they would put the young man to death. After the season of gathering the harvest had ended, they traveled to Shechem, a region suitable for pasture and the feeding of flocks. They moved there without informing their father of their change of location. In Shechem, they tended their sheep. Jacob, left without news, grew anxious. He did not know the condition of his sons. No messenger came from the flocks to report their welfare. Uncertainty troubled him. Fearing for their safety, he decided to send Joseph to them. The beloved son was to go to Shechem to observe how his brothers fared and to return with word of their state. The brothers of Joseph reacted with open hostility as soon as they saw him approaching. Their response was not that of men welcoming a close relative or a messenger sent by their father, but of men facing an enemy. They believed that divine providence itself had delivered Joseph into their power, and they resolved among themselves to kill him without delay, determined not to let the opportunity pass. When Reuben, the eldest brother, observed their violent intent and realized that they were united in this decision, he attempted to restrain them. He spoke at length, warning them of the terrible crime they were preparing to commit. He argued that such an act would be wicked in the sight of God and shameful before all people, even if the victim were a stranger. How much more dreadful, he said, would it be to murder their own brother? By doing so, they would wrong their father, who would suffer the loss of his son, and they would plunge their mother into grief, mourning a child taken from her in a cruel and unnatural way. Reuben urged them to listen to their consciences and to consider carefully the punishment that would surely follow the death of so innocent and young a brother. He reminded them that God was already watching and bearing witness to their intentions, that God's presence extended everywhere, whether in wilderness or city, and that no place was hidden from divine judgment. He warned that if they repented and turned away from this plan, God would look upon them with favor, but if they proceeded, punishment would inevitably come upon them for shedding their brother's blood. Their own consciences, he said, would become their enemies, tormenting them whether they possessed a good conscience now or acquired a guilty one afterward. He further argued that it was unjust to kill a brother even if he had done wrong, and far more unjust to kill one who had committed no offense at all. Joseph, he said, had shown them no evil, and his youth should have stirred compassion and a shared resolve to protect him. Reuben exposed the true motive behind their plan, envy of Joseph's future prosperity. He reasoned that whatever blessings God might bestow on Joseph would naturally benefit them as well, since they were his closest relatives. To murder one whom God had judged worthy of future honor would only bring greater wrath upon them, for by killing him, they would prevent the fulfillment of what God intended. Reuben spoke these words and many others, pleading earnestly with his brothers. But when he saw that his arguments had no effect and that they were determined to act, he sought at least to lessen the severity of their crime. Since they would not abandon their plan entirely, he urged them not to kill Joseph with their own hands. Instead, he suggested that they cast him into a nearby pit and leave him there to die, so that they would not stain their hands with blood. The brothers readily agreed to this proposal. Reuben himself took Joseph, bound him with a rope, and lowered him gently into the pit, which was dry and contained no water. After this, Reuben departed to attend to the grazing of his flocks. After Reuben had gone, Judah noticed a group of Arabian merchants, descendants of Ishmael, traveling from the land of Gilead toward Egypt. They were carrying spices and goods from Syria to trade. Judah proposed a different course of action. He suggested that they pull Joseph out of the pit and sell him to these merchants. In this way, Joseph would be taken far away among strangers, and they would be spared the guilt of killing him directly. This plan was accepted. They drew Joseph up from the pit and sold him to the merchants for 20 pieces of silver. At that time, Joseph was 17 years old. Later, Reuben returned to the pit during the night, intending to rescue Joseph without his brother's knowledge. When he called out and received no answer, he feared that Joseph had been killed in his absence. He expressed his grief to his brothers, but when they told him that Joseph had been sold rather than slain, he ceased his mourning. Having done this, the brothers then considered how to conceal their actions from their father, Jacob. They had taken from Joseph the special coat he wore when he came to them. They tore the coat into pieces and dipped it in the blood of a goat. They then brought it to their father, intending that he should believe Joseph had been killed by wild animals. When they came to Jacob, news of Joseph's disappearance had already reached him. They claimed that they had not seen Joseph and did not know what had happened to him, but that they had found his coat torn and bloodstained. From this, they said, it appeared that he had been attacked by wild beasts, if indeed this was the coat he wore when he left home. At first, Jacob had hoped that Joseph had merely been taken captive, but when he saw the coat, he abandoned that hope. He recognized it as the very garment Joseph had been wearing when he sent him to his brothers, and he accepted it as proof that his son was dead. From that moment, he mourned Joseph as one lost forever, as though he had no other children. He had already suspected that Joseph had been destroyed by wild animals, and this sight confirmed his fear. Jacob clothed himself in sackcloth and gave himself over to deep sorrow. His sons tried to comfort him, but he found no relief, and his grief did not lessen with time. Joseph, the son of Jacob, had been sold into Egypt by merchants who had purchased him from his own brothers. In Egypt, he was bought by an Egyptian named Potiphar. Potiphar held an important office under the rule of Pharaoh, the royal title used by the kings of Egypt. He was chief cook to King Pharaoh, meaning that he was a high official within the royal household, entrusted with responsibility close to the throne. When Potiphar acquired Joseph, he did not treat him as a common slave. He observed in him a rare quality. Joseph was placed in high honor within the house. He was instructed in the learning suitable for a free man, not confined to the ignorance imposed upon slaves. He was permitted a better diet than that which was usually given to servants. Most importantly, Potiphar entrusted to him the management of his entire household. The property, the servants, the daily affairs of the estate were placed under Joseph's supervision. Yet Joseph, though elevated in condition, did not abandon the virtue that had marked his earlier life. His change in outward circumstances did not alter his inward character. He demonstrated that true wisdom is not an ornament worn only in prosperity, but a governing strength that restrains the restless passions of life. His integrity remained steady, even when his position improved. It was in this setting that a new and dangerous trial arose. The wife of Potiphar began to desire Joseph. Her attraction was stirred by his physical appearance and by the skill and faithfulness with which he managed her husband's affairs. She reasoned within herself that if she revealed her desire to him, he would consent. She believed he would consider it an advantage, even a fortunate opportunity, that his mistress should seek him. In her mind, his condition as a slave would outweigh any consideration of moral principle. She assumed he would think more of his advancement than of righteousness. She made her intentions known to him. She spoke openly, urging him to lie with her. Joseph refused. He did not regard such conduct as permissible before God. To yield would have been to insult and injure the man who had purchased him and honored him. Potiphar had trusted him, raised him above the ordinary condition of slaves, and given him authority within his house. Joseph would not repay that trust with betrayal. Instead, he exhorted her to master her passion. He argued that her desire, though strong, could be overcome if she abandoned hope of fulfilling it. He declared that he would endure any suffering rather than consent, though he was her servant, and a servant ought not lightly to contradict his mistress. He maintained that obedience did not extend to commands that required wrongdoing. His resistance only increased her determination. She had not expected refusal. Her passion grew more intense, and she resolved to try again. Soon there came a public festival, a solemn occasion when it was customary for women to attend public ceremonies. On that day, she pretended illness before her husband. By claiming sickness, she remained behind at home, seeking solitude and opportunity. When the household was quiet, she summoned Joseph again. This time she spoke with greater urgency. She told him that he had acted unwisely in rejecting her earlier request. He should have respected her dignity as his mistress. He should have recognized the force of her passion, which had compelled her, though in authority, to lower herself and plead. She argued that he could now correct his former mistake. Whether he had doubted her sincerity before, or had hoped she would not persist, she now gave him assurance that her intentions were serious. She declared that she had feigned sickness precisely to speak with him again, preferring his company to the public festival. She promised him continued favor and even greater advantages if he would submit to her desire. But she also threatened him. If he refused, she would hate him. She would accuse him falsely before her husband. She would claim that he had attempted to violate her chastity. And Potiphar, she warned, would believe his wife rather than a slave, no matter how truthful Joseph's defense might be. Even when she spoke with tears, Joseph remained unmoved. Neither pity for her distress nor fear of her threats persuaded him. He chose rather to face punishment than to commit what he knew was evil. His conscience would not allow him to purchase safety or advancement at the price of sin. He reminded her that she was a married woman. Her duty was to her husband alone. He urged her to consider not the brief pleasure of unlawful desire, but the lasting trouble and regret that would follow. He warned her of the constant fear of discovery that would accompany such wrongdoing. Secrecy could never be certain. Only while evil remained hidden could there be temporary quiet, and even that was uncertain. In contrast, her life with her husband offered companionship without danger and boldness of conscience before God and before men. He added that she would exercise her authority over him more honorably by remaining chaste than by drawing them both into shame. It is better, he insisted, to live in known righteousness than to rely on the uncertain concealment of wicked acts. Joseph spoke at length, seeking to bring her back to reason. But her passion overcame restraint. When persuasion failed, she seized him and attempted to force him. Joseph fled from her presence. In his haste, he left his garment in her hand and escaped from her chamber. At that moment, fear replaced desire. She realized that Joseph might reveal her conduct to her husband. She felt anger at the rejection she had suffered. Determined to protect herself and to take revenge for what she considered an insult, she decided to accuse him first. By accusing him, she believed she would secure her own position and destroy him before he could speak. She arranged herself in an appearance of distress. The sorrow that truly came from her frustrated desire she presented as outrage at an assault upon her honor. When Potiphar returned home and saw her troubled state, he asked the cause. She began her accusation. She cried out to her husband, declaring that the slave he had trusted had sought to defile his bed. She claimed that Joseph had forgotten his place in the house and the favors he had received. She said he had chosen the time of the festival, when Potiphar would be absent, to attempt this outrage. She insisted that any modesty he had shown before was only due to fear, not virtue, and that now his true character had been revealed. The accusation was framed with calculated force. It was said that Joseph had been lifted to a position of honor beyond what he merited and beyond what he himself could have expected. He had been entrusted with the estate of his master and with the administration of his household. He had been elevated above the eldest and most trusted servants. From this advancement, it was argued, he had grown bold in presumption, imagining that the one who was deemed worthy to govern his master's property might also dare to approach his master's wife. When the accusation was finished, the garment was displayed as evidence, presented as though it had been left behind in the moment of an attempted assault. Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh the king of Egypt and captain of the guard, was confronted not only with words, but with tears and with what seemed visible proof. Overcome by his affection for his wife and persuaded by what he saw before him, he did not undertake a careful inquiry into the truth of the matter. Instead, he accepted the charge as it was presented. He assumed that his wife was a woman of modest conduct and upright character, and he judged Joseph to be guilty. Without further examination, he ordered that Joseph be cast into the prison reserved for those accused of crimes. In doing so, he strengthened his confidence in his wife's virtue and publicly affirmed her chastity. Thus Joseph, who had been placed in authority within the household, was now confined among those considered offenders. Yet in his confinement, he did not devote himself to self-defense. He did not attempt to recount the precise details of what had occurred, nor did he seek to argue his innocence before men. Instead, he entrusted his cause to God. He bore his chains and the hardship of imprisonment in silence, persuaded that the God who knew the truth of his suffering and the cause of his affliction possessed greater power than those who had inflicted punishment upon him. It was not long before a change occurred within the prison. The keeper of the prison, observing Joseph's diligence in the duties assigned to him, and noting the seriousness and nobility of his bearing, began to regard him differently from the other prisoners. Recognizing his reliability and integrity, the keeper eased his restraints and entrusted him with responsibilities within the prison. The severity of his confinement was thereby reduced, and his burden made more tolerable. He was even permitted a more generous provision of food than was given to the rest. In time, conversation arose among the prisoners, as commonly happens among those who share misfortune. When their labors were completed, they would speak together, asking one another for what cause each had been condemned. Among those confined was the king's cupbearer, a royal official responsible for serving wine to Pharaoh and for safeguarding him against poison. This man had once enjoyed the king's confidence, but had fallen under royal displeasure and had been placed in bonds. He was imprisoned under the same authority as Joseph and became acquainted with him. Observing that Joseph possessed greater understanding than the others, he confided in him and described a troubling dream. He expressed that beyond the punishment he endured from the king, he was further distressed by the meaning of his dream, and he asked Joseph to interpret it. He said that in his sleep he had seen a vine with 3 branches. Upon those branches hung 3 clusters of grapes, already full and ripe. In the dream, he took the grapes and pressed them into a cup that was in the king's hand. After straining the juice, he presented the cup to Pharaoh, and the king received it favorably. Having described the vision, he asked Joseph if he possessed insight into such matters to declare its meaning. Joseph answered him with encouragement. He told him to take heart and to expect release within 3 days. The 3 branches, he said, represented 3 days. Within that time, the king would desire his service once more and would restore him to his former office. He explained that the fruit of the vine is given by God for the good of humankind. Wine is presented as a sign of trust and loyalty between people. It brings reconciliation, calms anger, and lifts sorrow from the heart. Since in the dream he had pressed the grapes and given the cup to the king, and the king had accepted it, the vision signified restoration and favor. Yet Joseph made a request. When the cupbearer should find the interpretation fulfilled and should stand again in authority before the king, he was asked to remember Joseph and not to forget him in prison. He declared that he had not been confined for any crime. Rather, he suffered because he had chosen integrity and self-control, refusing to commit wrongdoing even when urged to do so. The cupbearer, hearing so favorable an interpretation, rejoiced and awaited the outcome foretold to him. There was also another royal servant confined in the same prison, the chief baker, who had once been responsible for preparing the bread and confections for Pharaoh. Encouraged by the hopeful meaning given to the cupbearer's dream, he also sought an interpretation. He described his vision. In his sleep, he had carried 3 baskets upon his head. 2 baskets were filled with bread, and the third contained sweet foods prepared for the king. As he bore them, birds descended and consumed the contents, despite his attempts to drive them away. He expected a similar message of restoration. Joseph reflected carefully before answering. He declared that he would have preferred to interpret only favorable events, but he was bound to speak the meaning as it appeared. The 3 baskets, he said, signified 3 days. Within 3 days, the baker would be executed. He would be crucified, and birds would consume his flesh, and he would be unable to defend himself. The events unfolded exactly as Joseph had foretold. On the 3rd day, Pharaoh celebrated the anniversary of his birth, a day of royal ceremony and judgment. On that occasion, he ordered the execution of the chief baker. The baker was crucified. At the same time, the cupbearer was released from prison and restored to his former office, once again serving wine before the king. After Joseph, the son of Jacob, who was also called Israel, had endured imprisonment for 2 full years, bound in confinement and receiving no assistance from the royal cupbearer who had once promised to remember him, deliverance came in a manner arranged by divine providence. The cupbearer, who had previously been restored to favor, had forgotten Joseph and the interpretation that had brought him hope. Yet events were being guided toward a decisive moment. Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, ruler over one of the greatest kingdoms of the ancient world, experienced on a single night 2 remarkable dreams. In that same night, he also received the interpretations of those dreams. But when morning came, he retained the memory of the dreams themselves, while the explanations faded from his mind. What remained troubled him deeply, for the images seemed dark and foreboding. On the following day, Pharaoh summoned the wisest men of Egypt. These were the learned advisors, skilled in sacred writings, in the observation of signs, and in the interpretation of dreams. He required of them that they explain what he had seen. Yet they hesitated. They could not provide a clear meaning. Their uncertainty increased the king's distress. At that moment, the memory of Joseph came back to the royal cupbearer. Seeing the king's agitation, he recalled his own imprisonment and the young Hebrew who had interpreted his dream correctly. He approached Pharaoh and recounted what had occurred in the prison. He described how he himself had seen a vision while confined, and how Joseph had declared that he would be restored to his office. He testified that the event had happened exactly as foretold. He also reminded the king that the chief baker had been executed on the same day, in accordance with Joseph's interpretation. The cupbearer further explained that Joseph had been imprisoned by Potiphar, an official whom he described as the head cook, that is, a chief officer responsible for the royal household, and that Joseph had been kept as a slave. Yet, he said, Joseph was of noble origin among the Hebrews, a people descended from ancient patriarchs, and that his father lived in great dignity. He urged Pharaoh not to disregard Joseph because of his misfortune. If the king would send for him, he would learn the meaning of the dreams. Pharaoh immediately commanded that Joseph be brought before him. The officers who received the order went to the prison and brought Joseph out. They took care to prepare him suitably, arranging his appearance so that it would be appropriate for presentation before the king, as Pharaoh had instructed. When Joseph stood before Pharaoh, the king took him by the hand and addressed him directly. He told him that his servant, the cupbearer, had borne witness that Joseph was at that time the most skillful interpreter available. To each he allotted sufficient provision for seed and sustenance, while storing the surplus. Yet he did not disclose to the people the full reason for his actions. When Joseph had reached the age of 30 years, his condition in the land of Egypt was entirely changed from former humiliation to the highest honor. He stood in great favor with the king of Egypt, who ruled as the supreme authority over the land and its people. This king, recognizing the extraordinary wisdom that Joseph displayed in interpreting dreams and governing affairs, bestowed upon him the name Sotham Phanek, a title which means the revealer of secrets, to signify that Joseph possessed insight hidden from other men. The king also arranged for Joseph to marry a woman of distinguished rank. Joseph took as his wife Asenath, a woman of noble character, who was the daughter of Ptahphres. Ptahphres was one of the priests of Heliopolis, a renowned city in Egypt dedicated to religious worship and learning, where priests held great influence in both sacred and civil matters. Asenath was a virgin at the time of her marriage, and this union further established Joseph's honor among the Egyptians. Before the years of scarcity began, Asenath bore Joseph 2 sons. The firstborn was named Manasseh, a name that signifies forgetfulness, because Joseph declared that his present prosperity had caused him to forget the hardships and injustices of his earlier life. The second son was named Ephraim, a name that signifies restoration, because Joseph acknowledged that he had been restored to the freedom and dignity of his forefathers after years of bondage and suffering. Just as Joseph had interpreted the dreams of the king, the land of Egypt enjoyed 7 full years of great abundance. When those 7 years were completed, the 8th year arrived, and with it came a severe famine. This famine struck suddenly, because the people had no awareness of it beforehand apart from Joseph's preparations. The scarcity afflicted the entire population, and the people gathered in distress at the gates of the king, seeking relief. The king directed them to Joseph, placing the responsibility entirely in his hands. Joseph sold grain to the people, and by this act he became openly acknowledged as the preserver of the Egyptian nation. He did not restrict the sale of grain to the inhabitants of Egypt alone. He also permitted foreigners to buy, believing that all human beings are bound together by nature and should receive aid from those who are in a position of security and abundance. At the same time, Jacob, who lived in the land of Canaan, learned that foreigners were allowed to purchase grain in Egypt. Because the famine weighed heavily upon the land of Canaan and extended across the entire region, Jacob sent his sons to Egypt to buy food. He sent all of them except Benjamin, who was born of Rachel and shared the same mother as Joseph. Jacob kept Benjamin with him out of concern and affection. The sons of Jacob arrived in Egypt and presented themselves before Joseph to buy grain. No transaction of this kind was conducted without Joseph's approval, for honoring Joseph had become essential even for those who approached the king. Joseph immediately recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. When Joseph had last seen them, he was still a youth, and now many years had passed. His age, his altered appearance, and the greatness of his authority prevented them from suspecting that the powerful Egyptian ruler before them was their brother. Joseph resolved to test their character and their intentions in matters of the highest importance. He refused to sell them grain at first and accused them of being spies sent to observe the affairs of the king. He claimed that they had come from different regions and falsely pretended to be brothers, arguing that it was not credible that a private man could raise so many sons of such notable appearance, an achievement scarcely possible even for kings. Joseph spoke this way because he wished to learn about his father's condition and what had happened in his family after his own disappearance. Above all, he desired to know the fate of Benjamin, fearing that his brothers might have acted against him with the same cruelty they had once shown toward himself. The brothers were struck with fear and confusion, believing themselves to be in extreme danger. They did not suspect Joseph's identity and firmly denied the accusations. Reuben, the eldest among them, spoke on behalf of the others. He declared that they had come with no evil intent and meant no harm to the king's interests. They had come only to preserve their lives, trusting in the mercy of Egypt because they had heard that grain was sold not only to Egyptians but also to foreigners, in order to save all who were in need. Reuben explained that they were indeed brothers, sharing the same blood, which could be seen in the resemblance of their faces. Their father, he said, was Jacob, a Hebrew man who had 12 sons by 4 wives. While all 12 were alive, their household had been prosperous and united. But one brother, whose name was Joseph, had died, and from that time their fortunes had declined. Their father had never ceased mourning for Joseph, and both the sons and their aged father lived in sorrow. Reuben added that they had entrusted the care of their father and the household to Benjamin, their youngest brother, and that if Joseph sent anyone to their home, the truth of their words would be confirmed. Joseph learned from their speech that Jacob was still alive and that Benjamin had not been harmed. Nevertheless, he ordered them to be confined in prison, intending to examine the matter more thoroughly later. After 3 days, he brought them out and addressed them again. He said that if they were truly brothers and sons of the father they named, they would prove it by leaving one of their number with him. The others were to take grain back to their father and then return, bringing with them the brother they claimed to have left behind. This, Joseph said, will be accepted as proof of their honesty. This demand plunged them into even deeper distress. They wept together and spoke openly of the calamity that had befallen Joseph many years before. They said that their present suffering was a punishment from God for the evil they had planned against him. Reuben reproached them strongly for their delayed repentance, which had brought no benefit to Joseph, and urged them to endure patiently whatever they suffered, since it was a divine judgment upon them. They spoke these things freely, unaware that Joseph understood their language. Their sorrow deepened, and they condemned their former actions as wicked and deserving of punishment. When Joseph observed their repentance and anguish, he was deeply moved and withdrew for a time so that they would not see his tears. Afterward, he returned to them, selected Simeon to remain as a pledge for their return, and ordered the others to take the grain they had purchased and depart. Joseph also commanded his steward in secret to place the money they had brought for the grain back into their sacks. The steward carried out these instructions, and the brothers were dismissed to return to their father, unaware of what had been done. When the sons of Jacob returned into the land of Canaan, the land promised to their forefathers Abraham and Isaac, they came before their aged father with heavy hearts. They told him all that had happened in Egypt, that powerful kingdom ruled by Pharaoh, whose authority extended over fertile land sustained by the river Nile. They explained that when they had gone down to Egypt to buy grain during the famine, they had been suspected of being spies against the king. The governor of the land, who held authority under Pharaoh, had questioned them sternly. They had declared that they were brothers, the sons of one father, and that they had left their youngest brother at home. Yet their words had not been believed. To test their truthfulness, the governor had detained Simeon, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, keeping him as a prisoner. He demanded that they return with their youngest brother, Benjamin, as proof that their story was true. They begged their father not to fear, but to send Benjamin with them. However, Jacob was deeply troubled. He was not pleased with what his sons had done. The imprisonment of Simeon weighed heavily upon him. If one son was already lost to him in a foreign land, how could he risk another? To surrender Benjamin, the youngest and the son of his beloved Rachel, seemed unbearable. Reuben, the eldest, attempted to persuade him. In his desperation, Reuben even offered his own 2 sons as a pledge, declaring that if any harm came to Benjamin on the journey, Jacob might put Reuben's sons to death in recompense. Yet such an offer did not ease the father's fear. He would not entrust Benjamin to them. There was another cause of distress. When they had opened their sacks after returning from Egypt, each man had found his money hidden within the sack of grain he had purchased. The silver had been returned secretly. This troubled them greatly. They feared it might be seen as theft. As time passed, the grain they had brought from Egypt was consumed. The famine continued to press upon the land of Canaan. Hunger grew severe. Necessity forced a decision. There could be no return to Egypt without Benjamin, for the governor had spoken plainly. Without the youngest brother, they would not be received again. Day after day, the misery increased. The sons urged their father to act. At last, Judah, another of Jacob's sons, a man bold in speech, addressed his father with directness. He urged him not to be ruled by fear. Nothing, he said, could happen to Benjamin except by the will of God. If harm were appointed, it could occur even at home. To refuse to send Benjamin would condemn them all to starvation and would abandon Simeon to perish in Egypt. Judah promised that he himself would be responsible. He declared that he would either bring Benjamin back safely or bear the blame with his own life. Faced with famine and persuaded by Judah's pledge, Jacob at last consented. He delivered Benjamin into their care. He ordered that they take double the money for the grain, so that they might repay what had been found in their sacks. He also sent gifts from the produce of Canaan: balsam, a precious resin used for healing and fragrance, rosin, turpentine, and honey. These were offerings of goodwill to the governor of Egypt. At their departure, Jacob wept deeply. His sons also were troubled. The father's grief was that he might never see them again. The son's anxiety was that they might return to find their father overcome with sorrow. Their lamentation lasted throughout the day until the old man, exhausted with grief, remained behind, and they set out toward Egypt, holding to the hope that this second journey would end better than the first. When they arrived in Egypt, they were brought before the governor, who was in truth Joseph, though they did not recognize him as their brother whom they had sold years earlier. Fear seized them again, this time because of the money found in their sacks. They feared accusation of fraud. They spoke at length to the steward of Joseph's house, explaining that when they had returned home, they discovered the silver in their sacks, and that they had now brought it back. The steward replied that he knew nothing of the matter. Their fear was eased. Simeon was released from custody. He was clothed in fine garments and restored to his brothers. Soon Joseph returned from his attendance upon Pharaoh. The brothers presented their gifts from Canaan. Joseph asked about their father. They answered that he was alive and well. When Joseph saw Benjamin, the son of his own mother Rachel, he asked if this was their youngest brother. They confirmed it. He spoke a blessing, saying that God, the supreme ruler over all, would protect him. Overcome by emotion at the sight of Benjamin, Joseph withdrew so that his tears would not be seen. Later he returned and invited them to dine. They were seated in the order of their birth, as they had sat at their father's table in Canaan. Though Joseph treated them all generously, he sent to Benjamin a portion of food double that of the others, marking him with special favor. After the meal, as they prepared for the night, Joseph devised a test. He commanded his steward to fill their sacks with grain and once again to return each man's silver into his sack. In addition, he ordered that his own golden cup, from which he drank, be placed in Benjamin's sack. His purpose was to discover whether his brothers had changed. If Benjamin were accused of theft and placed in danger, would they defend him, or would they abandon him as they once had abandoned Joseph? Unaware of this plan, the sons of Jacob departed the next morning. They took Simeon with them and rejoiced that he had been restored. They were glad also that they were bringing Benjamin home, as they had promised their father. But their joy was short-lived. A company of horsemen overtook them. With them was Joseph's steward, the same man who had hidden the cup. The sudden arrival of armed men threw them into confusion. They asked why they were pursued in this manner, after having been received with honor and hospitality. The steward accused them sternly. He called them ungrateful and wicked. Joseph had treated them kindly, had welcomed them into his house, had eaten with them in friendship, and yet they had repaid him by stealing the very cup from which he had drunk. He warned them that they had not escaped divine notice. Though he was only a servant, God had seen their deed. They would soon learn the consequence of their crime. The scene was charged with fear and astonishment. The servant's words, harsh in tone, had been meant to reproach the brothers for the theft of the silver cup, yet they were entirely ignorant of any wrongdoing that touched them. They laughed at his accusations and marveled at his audacity, for they had never intended any harm to Joseph. The silver they had found in their sacks, the very price of the grain they had bought, had been returned in secret. None but Joseph knew of this act. They reasoned that a thorough search would vindicate them more convincingly than their own assurances of innocence. Boldly, they invited the search, declaring that if anyone among them were guilty, let him bear the punishment, for they themselves were conscious of no crime. The servants insisted on the search, yet made clear that only the guilty party should be punished. One by one, their sacks were examined. At last, the searchers arrived at Benjamin's sack. Benjamin, the youngest son of Jacob and Rachel, carried the cup. The others had hoped to be cleared of suspicion, and now their confidence crumbled. They had expected justice to fall only on the guilty, and they were certain Benjamin would prove innocent. Yet when the cup was discovered in his possession, despair swept over them. Mourning and lamentation broke out. Their garments were torn in grief, tears flowing for the punishment their brother would endure and for the deception they had imposed upon their father by promising to bring him home safely. This calamity struck at a moment when they had believed themselves free from danger, and their sorrow was doubled. They acknowledged that their insistence had caused their father sorrow and now had endangered Benjamin, the son they had compelled him to send against his will. The horsemen took Benjamin into custody and led him to Joseph. His brothers followed, clad in the garments of mourners, their faces heavy with distress. When Joseph beheld Benjamin in chains and saw the grief upon their faces, he spoke sharply. "How have you, vile wretches, conceived such a perverse notion of my kindness to you, and of the providence of God, as to act thus against your benefactor, who entertained you so generously and with hospitality?" The brothers, seized with terror, surrendered themselves to be punished in place of Benjamin, recalling the wickedness of their earlier plot against Joseph. They acknowledged that Joseph was more fortunate than themselves, whether in death, freed from the trials of life, or in life, observing the hand of God exact vengeance. They recognized themselves as the source of further affliction upon their father, adding to the sorrow he had borne for Joseph the present grief for Benjamin. Reuel, the eldest son of Leah, rebuked them sharply for their conduct, yet Joseph restrained his anger. He declared that no harm had been done by the others, and that he would reserve punishment solely for the lad who had been found with the cup. It was not just, he reasoned, to punish the innocent with the guilty. Amid this tension, Judas, or Judah, the brother who had persuaded their father Jacob to send Benjamin with them, spoke boldly. "O governor," he said, "we have sinned greatly against thee, and punishment is just. Even if the theft were committed by only one among us, we are deserving of judgment. Yet now, in thy mercy, we see hope. We pray that thou regard not our past crimes, but the goodness of thy own heart. Let not thy anger slay those who are otherwise innocent, but who are willing to submit themselves to thee. Thou hast before shown generosity when we came to buy grain, providing us plenty and allowing us to carry home sustenance for our families, thus preserving them from famine. There is no difference between sparing lives from starvation and sparing those who have erred but are now under distress. In this way, thou wilt extend thy favor to both the needy and to those who have trespassed. We believe that God has permitted this trial, so that thy virtue may be shown, that thou mayest forgive injuries done to thyself and demonstrate kindness to those who have transgressed, even grievously, against thee. To save those who deserve punishment is a higher act than to show mercy to the undeserving. To forgive such as have been guilty of serious offenses is an excellence resembling the nature of God himself." The brothers' plea hung in the air, a mixture of fear, contrition, and hope, appealing to Joseph's sense of justice, mercy, and the providence of God that had guided all event from the moment they had first arrived in Egypt. One of the brothers spoke with deep urgency before the ruler of Egypt, not yet knowing that the governor standing before them was Joseph, the very brother whom they had once betrayed. He declared that, as for himself and the others, if it had not been for their father, they would have said nothing in defense of their own lives. Their father was Jacob, also called Israel, the aged patriarch from whom the 12 tribes would descend. They had seen how grievously he suffered when he believed Joseph to be dead. The memory of that sorrow restrained them now. Otherwise, they would have surrendered themselves without protest to whatever punishment the governor chose to impose. They did not plead for mercy for their own sake. They acknowledged that if they died, they would die young, before enjoying the full course of life. Yet they asked that regard be had for their father's old age. It was for his sake that they made their supplication. They begged that their lives, now exposed to punishment because of their wrongdoing, might be spared on account of man who was himself innocent. Their father was not wicked because his sons had erred. He was a just and upright man, undeserving of such severe trials. Even now, while they were absent, he was consumed with anxiety for them. If he were to hear that they had died, and to learn the cause of their death, grief would hasten his end. The shame and sorrow of their destruction would bring him to an early grave. The weight of the news would crush him before it even spread abroad. They urged the governor to consider these things. Though their guilt might justly provoke punishment, they asked that compassion for their father outweigh anger against them. If they perished, he would live in loneliness and soon die himself. They appealed to the sacred name of Father. By showing mercy to their father, the governor would honor his own father and also himself, since he too bore the name of Father. They spoke of God as the Father of all, suggesting that by imitating divine mercy, the governor would reflect the character of the highest authority. They reasoned that true greatness lies in using power mercifully. To have authority to destroy, yet to choose preservation instead, is the noblest exercise of power. The greater the power, the greater the honor when it is used with charity. By forgiving their brother Benjamin, whom the governor had threatened to retain, he would preserve them all. They could not return to their father without Benjamin. If Benjamin were executed or enslaved, they would rather share his fate than live to face their father without him. They pleaded that if Benjamin were condemned to die, they might be punished with him as partners in his supposed crime. They would not endure life burdened by grief for him. One further argument was offered. Benjamin's fault, if fault there was, had been committed in youth, before full maturity of judgment. Youth, they said, often receives forgiveness. Finally, the speaker declared that if the governor resolved to slay Benjamin, he himself would die in his stead. Or if the governor preferred to retain a slave, he offered himself instead, declaring that he was stronger and better fitted for labor. Having spoken thus, he cast himself down at the governor's feet. All the brothers followed, falling before him, weeping and offering themselves to destruction for the sake of Benjamin. At this sight, Joseph could no longer restrain his emotion. The anger he had displayed as part of his testing could not be maintained. He ordered all the Egyptian attendants to leave the room so that he might be alone with his brothers. When they had gone out, he revealed himself. He told them that he commended their virtue and their loyalty to Benjamin. Their conduct had shown them better men than he might have expected from their earlier actions against him. He explained that he had arranged these events to test their love for their brother. He no longer believed that their former deed against him had sprung from an evil nature. Rather, all had unfolded according to the will of God, who had used those events to bring about present blessings and would continue to grant future good if favor remained. Since he now knew that their father Jacob was alive and well, and since he saw their changed hearts, he declared that he would remember their former guilt no more. He would cease from hatred and instead thank them for having unwittingly cooperated with the purposes of God. He urged them also to forget their past imprudence, since it had led to a fortunate outcome. They should not continue in shame and distress over intentions that had been frustrated. He instructed them to return home rejoicing in what divine providence had accomplished. They were to inform their father of the truth without delay, lest continued anxiety weaken him and deprive Joseph of the joy of seeing him again. He feared that grief might cause Jacob to die before they were reunited. Joseph commanded them to bring their father, their wives, their children, and all their possessions to Egypt. Now that he held high office and his affairs were prosperous, it was not fitting that those dearest to him should live far away. Moreover, 5 more years of famine remained. It would be better for them to dwell near him, where provision was secure. After speaking, Joseph embraced his brothers. Their tears of sorrow were turned into relief. His generous kindness removed their fear of punishment for what they had once planned and carried out against him. A feast followed in reconciliation. When Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, heard that Joseph's brothers had arrived, he rejoiced as though the event were his own good fortune. He ordered that wagons be filled with grain, gold, and silver to be sent to their father Jacob. The brothers received from Joseph generous portions, some to carry to their father and some as gifts for themselves. Benjamin received a larger share than the others. With these provisions they departed, bearing news that would change the destiny of their household. The news came like a voice out of the past, breaking years of sorrow. When the sons of Jacob returned and told their father what had truly become of Joseph, the son he had believed dead, the old man listened in astonishment. For many years he had mourned Joseph as one torn from him by violence. He had believed that his beloved child had perished, and he had carried that grief without relief. But now his sons declared something beyond imagination. Joseph had not died. He lived. More than that, he lived in splendor and authority in the land of Egypt. He ruled there jointly with the king himself. The affairs of that vast kingdom had been entrusted into his hands. Jacob did not dismiss their words as impossible. He measured them against the greatness of the works of God. He remembered how divine help had guided his fathers before him, and how it had guided him in former years. Though he had lately endured sorrow and silence, he recognized that the kindness of God had not been removed forever. So he did not hesitate. With urgency and determination, he prepared to go down into Egypt to see his son with his own eyes. On the journey southward, he came to a place long known to his family, the Well of the Oath, called Beersheba. This was a sacred location associated with solemn promises made between his forefathers and God. There Jacob offered sacrifice. Yet even as he worshipped, his mind was troubled. He feared that the prosperity of Egypt, a powerful kingdom nourished by the Nile River and ruled by an ancient monarchy, might captivate his descendants. The land of Canaan, which God had promised to give to his family as a possession, was still their destined inheritance. What if his children, enchanted by Egypt's wealth and stability, chose never to return? What if they abandoned the promise? He also feared that if this descent into Egypt were not aligned with the will of God, destruction might overtake his family there. And he feared something deeply personal, that he might die before he saw Joseph's face. With these doubts turning over in his mind, Jacob fell asleep. In the night, God stood beside him and called him by name. Jacob, Jacob. The repetition was deliberate, urgent. When Jacob asked who spoke, the answer came with authority and reassurance. The voice reminded him that he was not unfamiliar with this God, the God who had protected his forefathers, Abraham and Isaac, and who had also guarded Jacob himself. When his father Isaac had intended to give authority and blessing to another son, it was God who ensured that Jacob received it. When Jacob fled alone into Mesopotamia, a distant region between the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates, it was God who prospered him there. In that foreign land, he had obtained wives, built a household, gathered children, and acquired wealth. His entire family had been preserved by divine care. And Joseph, whom Jacob had surrendered to despair as lost forever, it was God who had guided him into greatness. God declared that he had made Joseph Lord of Egypt, second only to the king, differing little from royalty itself. Now God said he would guide Jacob in this journey also. Jacob would indeed see Joseph. He would die in Joseph's arms. His descendants would endure for many generations. They would experience authority and glory. And in time, they would be settled in the land that had been promised to them. Strengthened by this vision, Jacob continued toward Egypt with renewed courage. He traveled with his sons, their wives, their children, and all that belonged to them. In total, they were 70 persons, not counting Jacob himself. This number was remembered carefully, for it testified to their origin and to the growth of the family that had come from Mesopotamia rather than from Egypt. Jacob had 12 sons, the foundation of the tribes that would later bear their names. Reuben, his firstborn, had 4 sons, Anak, Phalu, Asaran, and Charmi. Simeon had 6 sons, Jamuel, Jamin, Avid, Jachin, Sor, and Saul. Levi, whose descendants would later serve in sacred duties, had 3 sons, Jersam, Kath, and Merari. Judas, also called Judah, had 3 sons, Salah, Phares, and Zerah. Phares himself had 2 sons, Esrom and Amar. Issachar had 4 sons, Thola, Phua, Jasub, and Samarin. Zabulon had 3 sons, Sarid, Helen, and Jalil. All these were descendants of Leah, Jacob's wife, and they were joined by her daughter Dinah. The number of Leah's offspring who went down into Egypt was 33. Rachel, the beloved wife of Jacob, had 2 sons. Joseph, already in Egypt, had 2 sons born there, Manasseh and Ephraim. These sons would later become tribes within Israel. Benjamin, Rachel's younger son, had 10 sons: Bolo, Bakshar, Asabel, Geras, Naaman, Ros, Momphis, Ophis, and Arad. The descendants of Rachel numbered 14. Added to the 33 from Leah, the total became 47. Jacob also had sons by Bilhah, the handmaid of Rachel. These sons were Dan and Naphtali. Naphtali had 4 sons: Jezel, Guni, Isari, and Selim. Dan had 1 son, Usi. These added 7 more, bringing the number to 54. By Zilpah, the handmaid of Leah, Jacob had Gad and Azer. Gad had 7 sons: Saphaniah, Augis, Sunis, Azabon, Aaron, Eracht, and Ariel. Azer had 6 sons: Jom, Isis, Isui, Baris, Abar, and Melchiel, and also a daughter named Sarah. These 16 persons, when added to the 54, completed the number 70. This was the family that descended into Egypt. When Joseph was informed that his father was approaching, the message came through his brother Judah, who had gone ahead to announce their arrival. Joseph did not wait in the palace. He went out to meet his father. They met at Hierapolis, a city situated near the eastern region of the Nile Delta, close to the entrance of Egypt from Canaan. At that meeting, emotion overcame Jacob. The joy was sudden and overwhelming. For years he had lived with loss. Now he saw restoration. His strength nearly failed him. Joseph supported him and revived him. Joseph himself was deeply moved, yet he retained more control than his father. After the first meeting, Joseph instructed Jacob to proceed slowly with the rest of the family. Joseph, however, selected 5 of his brothers and hastened to the king to announce their arrival. The king of Egypt, known by the royal title Pharaoh, a title used for the monarchs of that ancient civilization, received the news with pleasure. Joseph informed Pharaoh about the occupation of his brothers. They were shepherds. Their entire life had been devoted to tending flocks. This detail was important. In Egyptian society, shepherding was not a respected occupation. The Egyptians avoided tending sheep themselves. By identifying Joseph's family as shepherds, Joseph ensured that they would be allowed to live separately, preserving their unity and caring for their father without being absorbed into Egyptian life. When Jacob himself was brought before Pharaoh, he greeted the king respectfully and offered blessings for the prosperity of his rule. Pharaoh asked him his age. Jacob answered that he was 130 years old. The king marveled at such length of life. Jacob added that even so, his years were fewer than those of his forefathers, whose lifespans had been even longer. Pharaoh then granted permission for Jacob and his children to dwell in Heliopolis, a city in Egypt associated with royal pasture lands, where the king's own shepherds grazed their flocks. There the family of Jacob would settle under the protection of Joseph's authority within the territory of Egypt, yet distinct from its people. The famine that had first begun in Egypt continued to deepen, and its severity grew more oppressive with each passing season. The great river Nile, which in normal years overflowed its banks and deposited fertile silt upon the surrounding fields, failed to rise to its customary height. No rains fell from the heavens to refresh the soil, and the people, ignorant of how to provide for themselves, found their survival increasingly at stake. In this desperate hour, Joseph, who had been elevated to the highest offices under Pharaoh, sold corn to the Egyptians for whatever money they had. As the famine persisted and their silver was exhausted, they were forced to offer their cattle, their slaves, and even the smallest parcels of land to secure food. Through this means, Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, came to hold dominion over all property in the land, while the exception remained the lands of the priests, which continued under their possession. The famine pressed upon the hearts of the people as heavily as it did upon their bodies, compelling them to acts they might otherwise have found dishonorable, all for the sake of sustenance. Yet when the famine finally abated, when the Nile overflowed again and the fields bore their abundant fruits, Joseph called together the inhabitants of every city, gathered them in assembly, and restored to them their lands. He instructed them to consider the land as their own, to labor it diligently, and to render to Pharaoh, as tribute, 1/5 of the produce of the soil, thereby acknowledging the king's prior ownership. Joy and relief spread among the people, for they found themselves unexpectedly restored as proprietors of their own fields. They obeyed the ordinance with diligence, and Joseph, by this act, secured both greater authority among the Egyptians and increased favor for Pharaoh himself. This law of tribute, the giving of a fifth part of the produce to the king, endured through the generations of later Egyptian rulers. 17 years after Jacob, also called Israel, had come to dwell in Egypt, he fell ill and, in the presence of his sons, Joseph had not remembered their past offenses, but had bestowed upon them benefits that few men grant even to their closest allies. Jacob commanded his sons to include Joseph's own children, Ephraim and Manasseh, in the inheritance of Canaan, to share the land in equal measure. Jacob expressed his desire to be buried in Hebron, the city of his ancestors. At the age of 150 years, having surpassed nearly all his forebears in devotion and piety toward God, he passed from this life. Joseph, with Pharaoh's consent, transported his father's body to Hebron for burial, a task undertaken at great expense. At first, Joseph's brothers hesitated to return with him, fearing that, with their father gone, Joseph might now seek retribution for the wrongs they had committed against him in secret. But Joseph persuaded them to set aside their fears, assuring them of his continued favor and care, and they accompanied him, receiving gifts and protection from his hand. Joseph himself lived to the age of 110 years, a man of remarkable virtue, governing wisely and justly, moderating his authority with reason and foresight. His life among the Egyptians, though begun in a foreign land and under challenging circumstances, became one of felicity and high esteem. His brothers lived out their days in Egypt, enjoying prosperity and peace. In time, the descendants of these men carried the bodies of their ancestors and interred them in Hebron. As for Joseph's bones, he commanded that they be carried into the land of Canaan at the time of the Exodus, when the Hebrews departed Egypt, a promise which his posterity faithfully fulfilled. The account of how these men came to possess the land of Canaan, and the trials that led them to leave Egypt, would follow in subsequent chapters. In the land of Egypt, a nation that had once prospered under the wisdom and guidance of Joseph, the Egyptians grew delicate and indulgent. They abandoned labor and industriousness, giving themselves instead to pleasures, and above all, to the love of gain. Envy took hold of them when they saw the Hebrews, also called Israelites, flourishing. The Israelites, through their virtue, diligence, and steadfast labor, had become prosperous, and the Egyptians feared that the growing wealth and numbers of the Hebrews would be to their own detriment. As time passed, they forgot the many benefits they had received from Joseph, who had once ruled as vizier and had saved the land from famine. Now, power rested in another family, and the Egyptians turned bitter and cruel toward the Israelites. They devised harsh labors to wear them down. The Israelites were forced to dig countless channels for the river, to build walls for their cities, and to construct ramparts to restrain the waters from overflowing. They were also pressed into building the pyramids, monumental structures that required immense effort, and were made to learn every kind of mechanical art, enduring grueling toil. For 400 years, the Hebrews labored under these afflictions, the Egyptians striving to suppress them, the Israelites striving to endure, each side pressing against the other with relentless determination. Amid this suffering, a prophet among the Egyptians, a sacred scribe of remarkable insight into the future, came with a prophecy that struck terror into the heart of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. He foretold the birth of a Hebrew child, one who, if allowed to live, would rise to greatness, diminish the power of Egypt, and exalt the Israelites. The child would excel all men in virtue, achieve glory, and be remembered throughout all generations. The king, fearful of the prophecy, commanded that every male child born to the Israelites be cast into the Nile River, to perish in its waters. The Egyptian midwives were commanded to watch over the Hebrew women during childbirth, to observe each birth, and to ensure that none of the male infants survived. Any parent who disobeyed, any family who sought to preserve the life of a son, was to be destroyed. This edict brought great sorrow to the Israelites. They suffered not only the grief of being forced to obey and destroy their own children, but also the looming threat of the extinction of their nation. Yet, no human schemes could frustrate the designs of God. The child of the prophecy was preserved, hidden from the eyes of those charged with his destruction, and the fulfillment of the divine plan would soon become manifest. Among the Hebrews, there was a man named Amram, a member of the noble families of Israel. He was deeply troubled for his people, fearing that without strong young men to grow and continue the nation, their survival was at risk. His wife, Jochebed, was with child, and he did not know how to safeguard her and the unborn child. In his despair, he turned to prayer, entreating God for mercy. He begged that the pious Hebrews, who had remained faithful to the worship of the one true God, be delivered from their suffering, and that the hopes of the Egyptians for the destruction of the Israelites be frustrated. In a vision, God heard Amram's prayer. The Almighty reassured him in a dream, promising not to forget the piety of their forefathers, and reminded him of the blessings granted to Abraham when he came from Mesopotamia into Canaan. God had caused Abraham to prosper and had granted his descendants growth from a few to a great multitude. He had provided lands to Ishmael and his descendants in Arabia, to the sons of Keturah in Troglodytis, and to Isaac in Canaan. God reminded Amram that Jacob, Abraham's grandson, had brought his sons to Egypt, numbering only 70, while their people had now grown to more than 600,000. God promised Amram that the child whose birth had been foretold would be concealed from those who sought to destroy him, and that he would one day deliver the Israelites from their oppression. This child would gain fame not only among his own people, but also among foreigners. He would have a brother who would assume the priesthood, a position that would be perpetuated among his descendants to the end of time. When Amram awoke, he told his wife, Jochebed, of the vision. Fear gripped them both, for the prophecy revealed not only the peril, but also the great destiny awaiting their child. Jochebed's labor confirmed the prophecy, for it proceeded smoothly, without the violence or suffering that might have drawn the attention of the Egyptian watchers. They nourished the child privately for 3 months. But as the danger of discovery increased, Amram knew that the safety of the child could not rely solely on their secrecy. He resolved to place the infant in God's care, trusting the Almighty to preserve the life of the child and secure the fulfillment of the prophecy, knowing that human concealment alone was uncertain and could bring ruin. Thus, under the shadow of oppression and the threat of annihilation, the child of destiny was entrusted to divine providence, a seed of hope for the future liberation of the Hebrew nation. When the parents of the child had resolved upon their course, they prepared a small ark made of bulrushes, shaped in the manner of a cradle and large enough to hold an infant without confining him. They covered this ark with slime, a natural substance used to seal gaps, so that water could not pass between the bulrushes. They then placed the infant inside and set the ark upon the river, entrusting the child's preservation entirely to God. The river received the ark and carried the child forward according to its current. At the same time, Miriam, the sister of the infant, walked along the river bank opposite the ark, as her mother had instructed her, to observe where the ark might be carried. In this event, it was shown that human plans are weak, while the power of the Supreme Being accomplishes whatever he wills. Those who, for their own security, condemn others to destruction and labor greatly to bring it about often fail in their designs, while others are preserved in unexpected ways and rise to safety even from the midst of danger, when their trials occur by divine appointment. Such providence was displayed in the case of this child, revealing the power of God. Now, Thermuthis, who was the daughter of the king of Egypt, happened to be near the banks of the river. As she was diverting herself there, she saw the small cradle carried along by the stream. She ordered attendants who were able to swim to bring the ark to her. When they returned with it and opened the ark, she saw the infant. She was immediately moved to affection toward the child because of his size and his form. God had taken such care in the formation of the child that he was judged worthy to be preserved and raised by those who had once formed the most severe resolutions against children of his nation, out of fear that his birth would bring destruction upon the rest of the Hebrew people. Thermuthis commanded that a woman be brought who could nurse the child. Yet the infant refused the breast of the woman brought to him and turned away from her, and he did the same with many others. Miriam was present at this moment, not appearing to be there by design, but as though she were merely observing. She spoke and said that it was useless for the queen to call women who were not related to the child, but that if a woman of the Hebrew nation were brought, the child might accept nourishment from one of his own people. Her words seemed reasonable to Thermuthis, who ordered her to find such a woman. With this authority, Miriam returned and brought the child's own mother, though she was not known to anyone there. The child immediately accepted her, and it was decided at the queen's command that the nursing of the child should be entrusted entirely to the mother. After this, Thermuthis gave the child the name Moses, which later became known as Moses. This name was derived from the Egyptian language, in which water is called Mo, and those who are saved from it are called Uses. By joining these words together, they formed the name given to him. This child, according to the acknowledgement of all, fulfilled the divine prediction in both greatness of mind and disregard for difficulties, becoming the most distinguished among the Hebrews. He was descended from Abraham in the 7th generation. Moses was the son of Amram, who was the son of Kath, whose father Levi was the son of Jacob, who was the son of Isaac, who was the son of Abraham. From his earliest years, Moses displayed understanding far beyond his age. When instructed, he showed a quickness of learning uncommon in one so young, and his actions promised greater things when he should reach manhood. God also granted him remarkable stature even at the age of 3 years. His appearance drew attention from all who saw him, and many who encountered him paused and delayed their own affairs simply to observe him. So notable was his presence. Thermuthis, seeing that the child was extraordinary, adopted him as her son, for she had no child of her own. On one occasion, she brought Moses to her father, the king of Egypt, and presented him to him. She declared that if it pleased God that she should have no legitimate child, she intended to make Moses her successor. She said that she had raised a child of noble form and generous mind, received from the bounty of the river, and that she had therefore adopted him as her son and heir to the kingdom. After speaking these words, she placed the infant into her father's hands. The king took him and held him, and in a light manner, to please his daughter, he placed his royal diadem upon the child's head. The child cast the diadem down to the ground, and in childish play he trampled upon it with his feet. This action appeared to be an ill omen concerning the dominion of Egypt. At this moment, the sacred scribe, who had foretold that the birth of this child would bring low the power of the kingdom, attempted violently to kill him. In fear, he cried out to the king that this was the very child of whom God had spoken, and that the child himself had given proof of the prophecy by trampling upon the symbol of royal authority. He urged the king to remove the child, to free the Egyptians from fear, and to deprive the Hebrews of the hope they placed in him. Thermuthis intervened at once and took the child away, preventing harm. The king did not act hastily to put him to death, for God himself, whose providence protected Moses, inclined the king's heart to spare him. Moses was therefore raised with great care and education. The Hebrews placed their hopes in him and expected great deeds to be accomplished through him, while the Egyptians watched with suspicion what might arise from such an upbringing. Yet they refrained from killing him, because there was no other, either by blood or adoption, who had any divine sign in his favor to claim the throne of Egypt or to serve their interests more advantageously. Moses, the man who would one day lead the Israelites from bondage, had grown to maturity under the careful guidance of the Egyptian court, nurtured with the wisdom and learning of the land of the Nile. His virtue, patience, and understanding of divine purpose had become apparent to all around him. And it was in these years of preparation that an opportunity arose, a moment that revealed his destiny not only to the Egyptians, but also to the people of Israel. The neighboring land of Ethiopia, a kingdom to the south of Egypt, had launched an incursion into Egyptian territory. The Ethiopians, ambitious and fierce, seized the property of the Egyptians and carried it off as spoils. In their anger, the Egyptians attempted to repel the invaders, but their initial efforts ended in defeat. Many Egyptians were slain in battle, and the survivors fled in disorder. The Ethiopians, interpreting this flight as weakness, pursued the Egyptians relentlessly, seeking to conquer all of Egypt, advancing with great intensity and boldness. They pushed as far as the city of Memphis, a great Egyptian metropolis on the western bank of the Nile, and to the coastal regions, while the cities along their path could offer no resistance. Faced with this dire situation, the Egyptians turned to their oracles and prophetic counselors, seeking guidance beyond mere mortal skill. And it was then that God provided counsel. The Egyptians were to seek the help of Moses, the Hebrew. The king, heeding this divine advice, commanded that Moses be brought forth. Thermuthis, the daughter of the king, played a crucial role in this, producing Moses and securing his promise that he would do no harm. She trusted that his aid would be decisive. At the same time, she reproached the priests who had previously urged the Egyptians to destroy Moses. Now, seeing their error, they were forced to acknowledge the value of his wisdom and courage. Moses, persuaded by Thermuthis and the king, willingly undertook the mission. His task inspired hope and fear in equal measure. The sacred scribes of Egypt anticipated victory through his leadership, yet secretly hoped he might fall in battle. The Hebrew scribes, meanwhile, rejoiced, for they recognized that the salvation of their people was tied to Moses' success. Moses did not wait for the Ethiopians to advance. He took the initiative, marching by land rather than along the river, demonstrating extraordinary foresight. He encountered a region infested with countless serpents, dangerous creatures whose venom and numbers posed a grave threat to any army. In a remarkable display of ingenuity, he crafted baskets from the sedge reeds that grew along the riverbanks and filled them with ibis, sacred birds known for their enmity with serpents. The ibis were released ahead of the army, driving the serpents away and protecting the troops from harm. With this clever strategy, Moses arrived before the Ethiopians expected him. The battle that followed was fierce and decisive. Moses led the Egyptians in combat, defeating the Ethiopians, destroying their cities, and dashing the hopes of the invaders. The Egyptians, inspired by this success, pressed the attack relentlessly. The Ethiopians were driven back to Saba, a royal city of Ethiopia, later called Meroe by Cambyses, the Persian king, who renamed it after his sister. Saba was a fortress unlike any other, surrounded by the Nile and its tributaries, the Astapus and the Astaboras. It was almost like an island, protected by walls and ramparts so strong that even a flood could not submerge them. It seemed impossible for any enemy to capture it. Yet amid the siege, an unexpected event changed the course of the campaign. Tharbis, the daughter of the Ethiopian king, observed Moses' skill and bravery. She admired his courage and the subtlety of his military planning. Seeing him as the cause of the Ethiopians' suffering, she fell deeply in love with him. Overcome by passion, she sent her most trusted servant to propose marriage to Moses. Moses, mindful of both strategy and honor, accepted her offer on one condition. She must secure the surrender of her city to him. He swore that if she fulfilled this task, he would take her as his wife and would honor his oath. Tharbis agreed, and the plan was set in motion. With her cooperation, the city fell, and Moses, giving thanks to God for this victory, consummated his marriage. The Egyptians were safely led back to their own land, victorious and preserved through the courage, wisdom, and divine guidance embodied in Moses. After having accomplished great deeds for the Egyptians, Moses, the son of Amram and Jochebed, found himself suddenly the object of hatred among the people he had saved. Their gratitude had turned to suspicion, for they feared that his success in leading armies and performing remarkable feats might inspire rebellion, and perhaps bring innovations into the governance and customs of Egypt. They spoke before Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, urging that Moses should be slain. Pharaoh himself, partly out of envy at the renown Moses had gained in commanding the army, and partly out of fear that the sacred scribes, the learned men who recorded the laws and traditions of Egypt, might be swayed by him, also contemplated his death. Forewarned of these plots, Moses departed secretly, leaving the public roads where spies and soldiers might intercept him. He traveled through the deserts where no enemy would expect him, enduring hunger and hardship without faltering, relying upon his courage and the guidance of providence. At last, he arrived at the city of Midian, situated upon the Red Sea. Midian had been named for one of the sons of Abraham and his wife Keturah, who had been sent to dwell in this land. Moses rested at a well near the city, weary from his long journey and the trials he had endured. At midday, he found an opportunity to perform an act of virtue and, through it, to better his circumstances. In this region, water was scarce, and it was customary for shepherds to take possession of the wells before others arrived, ensuring their flocks would be supplied. On this day, 7 young women, virgins and daughters of Ragel, a priest of high esteem among the people, came to draw water for their father's flocks. It was customary in the land of the troglodytes, as this people were known, for women to tend the flocks, and these daughters had arrived first to fill the troughs with water. When local shepherds attempted to drive them away in order to monopolize the well, Moses, perceiving the injustice, intervened. He drove the men back and allowed the women to water their flocks. Grateful for his assistance, the daughters returned to their father and recounted how a stranger had defended them against oppression. Ragel received the account with admiration and invited Moses to his presence. Seeing his virtue and recognizing his worth, Ragel gave Moses one of his daughters in marriage and entrusted him with the guardianship and management of his vast herds. For in those days, all the wealth of the people of Midian was counted in the cattle they possessed. Moses remained in Midian, tending the flocks of his father-in-law, whom he also knew as Jethro, a man esteemed both for wisdom and piety. After some time, he led the flocks to the mountain called Sinai, the tallest and most formidable mountain in the region. The herbage there was rich and untrampled, for the shepherds had long refrained from climbing it, believing that God himself dwelt upon its heights. While Moses was present, a prodigious event occurred. A bush was consumed by fire, yet the green leaves and flowering branches remained unharmed. The flames burned fiercely, yet the bush was not destroyed. Astonished and fearful, Moses approached cautiously, and even more astonished was he when the fire spoke. From the flame came a voice calling him by name, acknowledging the boldness of his presence in this sacred place and commanding him to keep a respectful distance. The voice revealed that although he was a man of noble lineage and personal virtue, he was not to probe further into this divine mystery. The voice of God, foretold glory and honor for Moses, declaring that he would lead his people, the Hebrews, out of the oppression they endured in Egypt. God promised him that they would inherit the fertile lands once held by Abraham, their forefather, and would enjoy prosperity and abundance. Moreover, God instructed that when Moses had brought the Hebrews from Egypt, they were to return to this mountain and offer sacrifices in thanksgiving for their deliverance. These divine oracles, spoken from the fire, established both the sacred authority and the monumental destiny that awaited Moses, setting the stage for his leadership and the liberation of his people from slavery in Egypt. Moses stood in awe at the vision before him, astonished at what he saw, and even more astonished at what he heard. He said to God, "O Lord, it would be an instance of too great madness for one such as I, who revere you above all, to distrust your power. I have adored it all my life, and have seen it manifest in the deeds of my forefathers. Yet I am still troubled. I am but a private man, one without extraordinary skill or influence. How could I persuade my own people, my fellow Hebrews, to leave the land they now inhabit and to follow me to the place you command? And if they were persuaded, how could I compel Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, to allow their departure, when they enriched themselves and their nation through the labor imposed upon them. God reassured Moses, urging him to be courageous in all circumstances. He promised to accompany him, to give strength to his words when he would persuade men, and to empower his deeds when he would perform wonders. God instructed him to take a sign, a demonstration of divine authority. Moses was to cast his rod upon the ground, and when he did, the rod became a serpent, coiling itself with readiness to strike, and then returned to its original form as a rod. God commanded him next to place his right hand in his bosom. When he withdrew it, it was white as chalk, but then returned to its natural color. Finally, God instructed him to take some water from the river and pour it upon the ground, and it appeared as blood. Seeing these wonders, Moses was encouraged, yet God exhorted him further. Use these signs to assure all men that you are sent by me, that your actions are commanded by me, and do not delay. Travel to Egypt without hesitation, night and day, so that the slavery of your people, the Hebrews, may not be prolonged, and their suffering may not continue longer than necessary. Moses, now convinced of the truth of God's promises, entreated the Almighty to grant him these powers in Egypt and to reveal to him the holy name by which he might invoke God in sacrifice and prayer. God disclosed his holy name, a name never before revealed to man. These signs, given at the burning bush and confirmed in Moses' faith, were to accompany him always, assuring him of divine support and enabling him to deliver his people from oppression, while bringing calamities upon the Egyptians when necessary. When Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, under whose reign Moses had previously fled, had died, Moses sought permission from Raguel, the father-in-law of his wife Zipporah, to return to Egypt for the sake of his people. Accompanied by Zipporah and their children, Gersom and Eleazar, he hastened toward the land of Egypt. Gersom, whose name in the Hebrew tongue signifies, I am a stranger in a foreign land, and Eleazar, meaning God has helped me, carried with them the symbolism of survival and divine protection. Near the borders of Egypt, Aaron, Moses' brother, met him by God's command and was informed of all that had transpired at Mount Sinai and of the divine commands given to Moses. As they advanced, the leaders of the Hebrews, hearing of their approach, came to meet them. Moses showed them the signs, and though they were initially skeptical, witnessing these wonders strengthened their hope and trust in their deliverance, confirming that God was indeed watching over them. Moses, finding the Hebrews willing to obey and eager for liberty, approached the new Pharaoh, who had only recently ascended to the throne. He reminded Pharaoh of his past service to Egypt, when he had defended the nation from the Ethiopians, leading forces and risking his life without proper recompense. He recounted his experiences at Mount Sinai and the divine signs that had been given, urging Pharaoh not to resist the will of God. Pharaoh, however, ridiculed Moses, calling him a deceiver who had fled Egyptian slavery and now returned with false wonders and magic intended to astonish. He commanded the Egyptian priests, who were skilled in magical arts, to demonstrate their own powers. They cast down their rods, and by their craft, the rods became serpents. Moses, undaunted, addressed Pharaoh, saying, O king, I do not despise the wisdom of the Egyptians, but the power I display surpasses any human craft, for it is the providence and power of God, not trickery. Then, in obedience to God's command, Moses cast his rod upon the ground. It became a serpent, a living creature, and it devoured the serpents produced by the Egyptian priests, consuming them all. Afterward, the serpent returned to the form of the rod, and Moses took it into his hand once more, demonstrating unmistakably that the power he wielded was of divine origin. The king was not moved by what had been done any more than he had been before. Instead, he was filled with anger and declared that Moses would gain nothing by what he regarded as cunning and shrewd behavior against the Egyptians. He issued a command to the chief taskmaster who had authority over the Hebrew people, ordering that no relief at all be granted to them in their labor. Rather, they were to be subjected to heavier oppression than before. Previously, they had been given chaff to mix with clay for making bricks, but now this was taken away. They were forced to labor at brick making during the day, and at night they were compelled to gather chaff for themselves. When the burden of labor was thus doubled, the Hebrew people placed the blame upon Moses because they believed that their suffering and hardship had increased because of his actions. Yet Moses did not allow his courage to fail because of the threats of the king, nor did he lessen his zeal because of the complaints of his own people. He strengthened himself inwardly, set his resolve firmly against both opposition and despair, and applied all his diligence to secure freedom for his nation. Moses went again to the king and urged him to allow the Hebrew people to go to Mount Sinai, where they were commanded by God to offer sacrifice. He exhorted the king not to oppose the designs of God, but instead to value divine favor above all things. He warned him to permit the departure of the Hebrews, lest he unknowingly place himself in opposition to divine commands and bring suffering upon himself. Moses declared that severe afflictions fall upon those who provoke divine wrath, for such people find neither earth nor air favorable to them, and even the natural course of life turns against them. He further declared that the Egyptians would soon learn this truth by bitter experience, and that the Hebrew people would depart from the land regardless of consent. When the king treated the words of Moses with contempt and paid no attention to them, grievous plagues came upon the Egyptians. These afflictions were unlike any that had ever fallen upon another nation, and they confirmed that Moses failed in none of the things he had foretold. These events served as a warning to all mankind not to act in ways that provoke divine displeasure, lest wrath follow. At the command of God, the river of Egypt was turned into blood. Its waters could not be drunk, and there was no other source of water available. The water was not only blood-colored, but those who dared to drink from it were seized with great pain and severe torment. This calamity affected the Egyptians alone, for the same river remained pure and drinkable for the Hebrews, unchanged from its natural state. The king, confounded by these events and fearful for his people, granted permission for the Hebrews to depart. Yet when the plague ceased, he reversed his decision and refused to allow them to go. Seeing this ingratitude and unwillingness to learn, God sent another plague. An immeasurable number of frogs covered the land, destroying the produce of the ground. The river was filled with them, and the water drawn from it was corrupted as the creatures died within it. The land became overwhelmed, and the homes of the Egyptians were invaded. The frogs entered their vessels, their food, their drink, and even their resting places. Under the weight of these troubles, the king commanded Moses to lead the Hebrews away. Immediately, the frogs vanished, and the land and the river returned to their former condition. Yet as soon as the relief came, the king again forgot the cause of the calamity and held the Hebrews back, having granted liberty only out of fear rather than sound judgment. God then punished this deceit with another plague. After the darkness lifted, Pharaoh's stubbornness persisted. Moses confronted him, saying, "How long wilt thou continue disobedient to the command of God? He commands that the Hebrews be freed, and there is no other way to lift the calamities that plague thee unless thou obey." Enraged, Pharaoh threatened to execute Moses if he dared to speak of these matters again. Moses, undaunted, withdrew, leaving the principal men of Egypt to witness the necessity of freeing the Hebrews. God then revealed the final measure of judgment. Moses instructed the Hebrews to prepare a sacrifice on the 10th day of the month Xanthicus, which the Egyptians called Pharmeth and the Hebrews called Nisan. He directed them to keep this offering ready until the 14th day, to purify their homes with the blood of the sacrifice using bunches of hyssop, and to burn the remainder of the flesh. This observance, a ritual to commemorate God passing over the Hebrew homes while sending the plague upon the Egyptians, became known as Paschah, or the Feast of the Passover. That night, the firstborn of Egypt perished, and those who lived near Pharaoh's palace persuaded him to release the Hebrews. Pharaoh, fearing the continued calamities, called for Moses and ordered the Hebrews to depart, even granting them gifts, some to expedite their departure, others out of gratitude and friendship. Thus the Hebrews began their exodus. They departed Egypt as the Egyptians wept, regretting the harsh treatment they had inflicted upon them. Their journey led them first to Letopolis, a place then desolate, which would later become the site of Babylon after Cambyses ravaged Egypt. By the third day, they arrived at a place called Beelzephon, near the shores of the Red Sea. In this desert, food from the land was scarce. They survived on loaves made from flour, lightly warmed, rationed carefully to sustain them for 30 days. In remembrance of this period of scarcity, the Hebrews instituted the Feast of Unleavened Bread, observed for 8 days. The multitude that left Egypt was immense. Though the precise number of men, women, and children could not easily be counted, those fit for warfare alone numbered 600,000, a testament to the size and determination of the people whom God had delivered from the hand of Pharaoh. The Hebrews departed from Egypt in the month called Xanthicus, on the 15th day of the lunar month, a date that fell 430 years after their forefather Abraham had first come into the land of Canaan. It was 215 years after Jacob, also known as Israel, had migrated to Egypt with his household. Moses, now in his 80th year of life, led the people, while his brother Aaron was 3 years his senior. They carried with them the bones of Joseph, their forebear, honoring the charge he had given his sons before his death. Yet the Egyptians soon regretted the departure of the Hebrews, and Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, was greatly troubled, fearing that their release had been effected through the magical arts and extraordinary power of Moses. He and his officials resolved to pursue them, gathering weapons, chariots, and all implements of war. They believed they could easily overtake the Hebrews, who traveled without armor and would grow weary from the desert journey. As they inquired of passers-by which direction the Hebrews had taken, the soldiers found the terrain exceedingly difficult to traverse, even for single men, and doubly so for a full army. Moses, guided by divine instruction, led the Hebrews along a route that would protect them from both their enemies and the Philistines, who had long harbored enmity toward them. He avoided the coastal road leading to the Philistine territory, choosing instead a path through the desert that would test the endurance of his people, preparing them through affliction for eventual settlement in the land of Canaan. Furthermore, God had commanded Moses to bring the Hebrews to Mount Sinai, a place where they would offer sacrifices in gratitude. As the Egyptians overtook the Hebrews, they deployed their forces with overwhelming might. 600 chariots advanced with 50,000 horsemen, supported by 200,000 infantry, all armed for battle. The army blocked the narrow passes between steep mountain ridges that descended into the sea, aiming to trap the Hebrews between impassable cliffs and the waters, leaving no path of escape. Encircled and without provisions, the Hebrews faced what seemed certain destruction. Their fear and despair led them to lay blame upon Moses, forgetting all the signs and wonders that had delivered them from slavery. In their desperation, they even threatened him with stones, while women and children wept, realizing that they were caught between the enemy, the mountains, and the sea, with no possible flight. Yet Moses remained steadfast. Standing amidst the multitude, he disregarded their hostility and fear, placing full trust in God. He reminded them of the providence that had guided their escape from bondage, declaring that the current peril would not overcome them. He spoke with authority, urging them to rely not upon human strength, but upon divine power. He assured them that the mountains behind and the sea before, which seemed insurmountable barriers, could be transformed by God into a path of deliverance. In this moment of utter danger, he commanded them to place their hope entirely in the protector who could make small things great, and to see the overwhelming Egyptian force as nothing against the might of the Lord. Moses, standing before the sea with the Hebrews at his back and the Egyptian army in pursuit, lifted his voice in supplication to God. He said, "O Lord, you are not ignorant of our plight. It is beyond human strength, beyond human contrivance, to escape the dangers that surround us. We rely upon your power alone, for it is only through your providence that deliverance can come. Raise up this people, O Lord, restore their courage, and grant them hope. Though we are hemmed in by mountains and sea, still these are yours, And if you command them, the mountains will open and the waters will retreat. Grant us this salvation, that we may escape the hand of our enemies." At these words, Moses struck the waters of the sea with his rod. At once, the waters parted asunder, drawing themselves into vast walls on either side, leaving a dry path upon the seabed. Moses, witnessing this miraculous sign of God's power, stepped first onto the dry ground and commanded the Hebrews to follow him, rejoicing in the divine road laid before them, a path of escape from the perils that threatened their lives. They advanced without pause, their hearts strengthened by the knowledge that God accompanied them. The Egyptians, seeing the Hebrews enter the sea, first thought them mad, rushing heedlessly to certain destruction. But when they observed them proceeding safely across the dry path, they became eager to pursue, hoping to seize the Hebrews and restore their dominance. Horses and chariots led the Egyptian army into the same path, unaware that it was prepared by God solely for the Hebrews. As soon as the full host of Egypt had entered, the waters returned, pouring down in a mighty torrent, driven by storms and violent winds. Rain fell from the heavens, accompanied by thunder, lightning, and flashes of fire. Thunderbolts struck the Egyptian soldiers, and darkness oppressed them in that dreadful night. Not one man survived. The army perished utterly, leaving no messenger to recount their destruction. The Hebrews, meanwhile, were overcome with joy at their salvation and the destruction of their pursuers. They sang hymns and gave thanks for the divine protection that had delivered them from slavery and certain death. Moses composed a song in praise of God, in hexameter verse, giving thanks for the salvation of the people and the punishment of their enemies. On the following day, Moses observed that the weapons of the Egyptian army had been carried by the sea's current and the resisting winds to the camp of the Hebrews. He understood this as another act of divine providence, ensuring that his people would not lack arms for future defense. He distributed the weapons among the Hebrews and led them to Mount Sinai, in accordance with God's command, to offer sacrifices and oblations in thanksgiving for the salvation of the multitude. The Hebrews, now armed and guided by Moses, moved under the protection of God, their hearts filled with faith and awe at the wonders they had witnessed. We may observe here a remarkable correspondence to Joseph's second dream, a dream which foretold that his mother, who was alive at the time, as well as his father, would come and bow down before him. The historian Flavius Josephus, in his writings, represents her as still living for the sake of the decorum of the dream's narrative, even though she had already passed away, so that the interpretation of the dream aligns with what is preserved in all the copies of Genesis, chapter 37, verse 10. Regarding the sale of Joseph, the records differ as to the precise amount he was sold for. The ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, known as the Septuagint, states that Joseph was sold for 20 pieces of gold. The Testament of Gad, an apocryphal Jewish text, gives 30 pieces. The Hebrew and Samaritan text agree upon 20 pieces of silver, while the Vulgar Latin text claims 30. Because of these discrepancies, the true number and exact sum cannot now be determined with certainty. It is also noted that Joseph was effectively purchased for Pharaoh at a very low price, which emphasizes both the ingenuity of the sale and the providence that allowed him to rise in Egypt despite his initial suffering. Concerning the identity of the Egyptian official to whom Joseph was sold, he is referred to in various texts as Potiphar and in Josephus as Potephares. This man held the high office of priest in the city of On, also called Heliopolis, one of the most ancient and important religious centers of Egypt. Some texts even suggest he was previously the head cook or captain of the guard, which aligns with the narrative in Genesis, chapters 37 and 39. He later married a woman named Asenath, who became Joseph's wife, a union that is affirmed in the Testament of Joseph, section 18, as well as by later Jewish scholars. The texts also remark upon the extraordinary ignorance of the Egyptians regarding the coming famine, which lasted 7 years. Josephus expresses astonishment that they did not foresee or sense this calamity beforehand, a detail not mentioned in other copies of the account. Another note concerns the selection of Simeon, one of Joseph's brothers, to remain as a prisoner in Egypt while the others returned to Canaan. According to the Testament of Simeon, section 2, he was chosen because he had been one of the bitterest and most hostile of Joseph's brothers. This detail is partially confirmed in the Testament of Zebulun, section 3. There are also textual observations regarding the interpretation and preservation of certain sentences, such as the need to supply a negative particle in some passages to maintain coherence, a correction that has not been widely noted until now. Additional notes include the use of precious balsam from Judea and turpentine, as described in the Antiquities, Book 8, Chapter 6, Section 6, emphasizing the value of the commodities involved in trade and commerce in Egypt at the time. Finally, some of the speeches attributed to Judas, Joseph's brother, are considered unusually long and digressive for the occasion. Scholars suggest these orations may have been composed earlier and inserted into the narrative to reflect the style of classical oratory, rather than being spoken spontaneously during the events themselves. It is also noted that in all of Judas's speeches, Josephus assumes that theft in Egypt during Joseph's time was punishable by death, a practice that differed from the laws given to the Israelites through Moses. All the Greek copies of the historian Flavius Josephus contain a negative particle in this passage, indicating that Jacob himself was not counted among the 70 souls who entered Egypt. Yet, in the older Latin manuscripts, this negative is absent, and they directly assert that Jacob was indeed included among them. Because of this variation, it is difficult to ascertain with certainty what Josephus's original reading was. If we count Leah, Jacob's first wife, as one of the 70, then Jacob himself need not be included to make the total. However, if Leah is not counted, Jacob himself must be reckoned to complete the number 70. Josephus also observed that the Egyptians held shepherds in low esteem during the days of Joseph. Yet, Bishop Richard Cumberland later clarified that this disdain was not for the occupation of tending flocks itself, but rather for the Phoenician or Canaanite shepherds who had historically enslaved the Egyptians in times long past, creating a lasting prejudice against foreigners in this role. These foreigners, having been a source of oppression, were distrusted by the native Egyptians, which explained their particular contempt for them. There is another point of historical curiosity. Josephus noted that there was no rain in Egypt during the famine, which might seem puzzling because the ancients claimed that Egypt never experienced natural rainfall. This was clarified by Rieland, who explained that such statements referred to Upper Egypt, the land above the Nile Delta, which indeed rarely receives rain. In contrast, the Delta region, part of Lower Egypt adjacent to the Nile branches, did occasionally experience rainfall, both in ancient times and in the present, and this would have been sufficient for Josephus's account of the famine. Regarding Joseph's management of the land, Josephus appears to suggest that he restored the Egyptians' property in exchange for a fifth of the produce as tribute. A closer interpretation, however, is that the land now legally belonged to Pharaoh, making the Egyptians tenants who paid a fifth of the produce as rent. The lands were thus not fully restored to private ownership, and the fifth part served as a permanent tribute to Pharaoh. This arrangement persisted until the reign of Pharaoh Sesostris, long after Joseph's lifetime. Josephus also provides praise of Joseph in a manner that seems designed to justify Jacob adopting Joseph's sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, into his family, granting them status as progenitors of 2 tribes. This encomium is not found in the canonical text of Genesis, chapter 48, leaving it uncertain whether Josephus drew from a lost source or added it as his own embellishment. The affliction of Abraham's posterity for 400 years, as described elsewhere in Josephus, corresponds to the period of their suffering in Egypt. Details about the cities they built during the reign of Pharaoh Sesostris and the subsequent drowning of Pharaoh Sesostris in the Red Sea are referenced in supplemental works on the Old Testament, which provide further historical and geographical context for these events. There is also discussion about the pyramids of Egypt. Some accounts suggest that the Israelites may have constructed one or more of the smaller pyramids, though the largest monuments appear to have been built at a later period. Notably, The biblical narrative describes the Israelites' labor as involving bricks rather than stone, which raises questions about the extent of their involvement in constructing the monumental stone pyramids. This distinction was highlighted by Mr. Sandys in his travels. Finally, Josephus mentions a single Egyptian priest or prophet who foretold misfortune for Egypt and prosperity for Israel during Moses' rise, but without providing a name. According to the Targum of Jonathan, the two famous antagonists of Moses were Jans and Jambres. It is plausible that one of these figures fulfilled the role Josephus describes, warning the Egyptians of the coming calamities and foretelling the happiness that would come to the Israelites through the leadership of Moses. Flavius Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, is explicit in his account that the midwives who defied Pharaoh's cruel command to kill the Hebrew male infants were Egyptians, not Israelites. This distinction is critical, for it is hardly conceivable that Pharaoh would entrust such a barbarous decree to women of the very nation he sought to oppress. Josephus's account suggests he had access to more complete and authentic records of the Pentateuch, or other historical documents now lost to us, which allowed him to provide such detailed narratives about the birth and early life of Moses, far beyond what the surviving Hebrew, Samaritan, or Greek texts offer. Josephus also recounts the actions of the pharaoh who ruled at that time, identified by some scholars as Ramesses the Great or Ramestis, the grandfather of Sesostris. This king was notorious for slaying the Israelite male infants, a cruelty commemorated on the inscriptions of his obelisk, which Josephus regarded as some of the oldest records of human history known in his time. In describing Moses himself, Josephus emphasizes his remarkable beauty and divine form, a detail echoed by Saint Stephen in the Acts of the Apostles, who states that Moses was beautiful in the sight of all people. Beyond his physical attributes, Moses' early life in Egypt was marked by extraordinary accomplishments. While nurtured in the royal palace, he was appointed general of the Egyptian army against the Ethiopians, a military campaign not recorded in the canonical Bible, but preserved in the writings of Josephus and cited by early church fathers such as Irenaeus. Through his strategic skill and leadership, Moses captured the city of the Ethiopian king, and moved by affection for him, the king's daughter married Moses, delivering her city into his hands. Saint Stephen also alludes to this period, noting that Moses excelled not only in the wisdom of the Egyptians, but also in his oratory and deeds, demonstrating the full measure of his talents before he was called to lead the Israelites. Josephus further recounts the reverence Egyptians held for certain sacred birds, the ibises, which were believed to protect against serpents, a practice described by the Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder in his Natural History. Geographers such as Strabo reference the island of Meroe and the rivers Astapus and Astaboras, situating these narratives in a larger geographical and cultural context of the ancient Nile and its surrounding regions. An additional element of historical and religious significance noted by Josephus is the caution surrounding the divine name, composed of 4 letters, traditionally rendered in later times as Jehovah, but originally pronounced Jaho or Jao. Josephus observes that this name was avoided in speech, a superstition that persisted among the rabbinical Jews. Even he refrained from recording the 10 Commandments verbatim, likely following the teachings of the Pharisees, a sect of men described by Josephus as both devoutly meticulous and excessively superstitious, who instructed such careful concealment. Josephus also comments on the concept of judicial hardening, whereby God allows the hearts of wicked men to become stubborn and their eyes blinded, a form of divine justice for their own persistent sins. He additionally mentions natural phenomena associated with divine intervention, such as hailstorms occurring in winter or spring near Egypt and Judea, paralleling other reports of thunder and lightning, which he interprets as signs within the framework of divine providence. These detailed accounts, preserved in his writings, offer a historical narrative interwoven with moral and theological reflection, illuminating the early life of Moses and the context in which the Hebrews were delivered from oppression. The large presents given to the Israelites, consisting of vessels of gold, vessels of silver, and raiment, were, as the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus affirms, true gifts bestowed upon them, and not loans, as some English translations have falsely rendered the Hebrew accounts. These were not spoils taken from the Israelites, but were required of the Egyptians as payment and reward for their long and bitter slavery. God had commanded the Israelites to demand these gifts as atonements for the lives of the Egyptians and as conditions for the departure of the Hebrews from Egypt. These gifts were a fulfillment of divine justice, ensuring that the Israelites were compensated for the severe hardships and labor they had endured, while also providing the Egyptians a means of deliverance from the terrible judgments that had been falling their nation. There was no question of borrowing or lending. The Israelites were leaving Egypt forever, and all that was given to them belonged to them by divine decree. Scholars have noted discrepancies in the chronology of the Israelites' sojourn in Egypt. The Masoretic copy of the Hebrew Scriptures ascribes 430 years to the entire period of Israelite habitation in Egypt alone. Yet, as Josephus and other ancient sources, including the Samaritan Pentateuch and the Septuagint, make clear, the Israelites sojourned in Egypt for only about half that time. The remainder of the years were spent in the land of Canaan before their entry into Egypt. This distinction clarifies the timeline of the Hebrews' peregrination and underscores the precision of the ancient records compared with later abridgments. A traveler named Anaman, returning from Egypt, reported that he had traveled the route from Egypt to Mount Sinai, following what he believed to be the path of the Israelites in their exodus. He observed several mountainous tracks descending toward the Red Sea and concluded that the Hebrews had reached the desert of Etham, as described in the book of Exodus, when God commanded them to turn back and pitch their camp between Migdol and the sea. This location, enclosed by mountains, allowed the Israelites no escape except by the miraculous intervention of God at the sea. Anaman also recounted crossing a river near the city of Suez in a boat, identifying it with the ancient city of Hierapolia. The testimonies of other historians, such as Herodotus, were carefully examined and found to describe the movements of Canaanite or Phoenician shepherds long before the time of Moses, distinguishing them from the events of the Israelite Exodus. The destruction of Pharaoh's army by storms, wind, thunder, and lightning is recorded in the Psalm of David and corroborated by Josephus. These accounts, though sometimes absent in modern copies of Exodus, testify to the extraordinary nature of the calamity. Critics have questioned whether the Israelites could have crossed the Red Sea in a single night, suggesting the sea's breadth of about 30 miles made such a passage impossible. Yet eyewitness reports, such as that of the French traveler Monsieur Thevenot, indicate that the Red Sea in that region was narrow for 5 days' journey, ranging from 8 to 9 miles across, and in some places only 4 to 5 miles, confirming the feasibility of the crossing. Some skeptics have proposed that Moses might have timed the crossing with a low tide, allowing the Israelites to pass while the Egyptians, unfamiliar with the tides, were drowned when the waters returned. This notion, however, is highly implausible. Moses had never lived in Egypt and could not have known the tides better than the Egyptians themselves. Ancient historian Artapanus recorded that the more ignorant Memphites attributed the drowning to natural tides, while the learned Heliopolitans, residing closer to the Red Sea, recognized the event as miraculous. Later mathematicians, such as De Castro, measured the sea and confirmed that its flux and reflux were minimal, only about half the height of a man, further disproving such naturalistic explanations. In every respect, the crossing and the destruction of Pharaoh's army stand as acts of divine intervention, confirmed by thorough investigation and reliable testimony, beyond the reach of modern skeptical theories. The meaning of the hexameter verse, in which the triumphant song of Moses is said to have been composed, remains uncertain. Our present ignorance of the old Hebrew meter, the structured rhythmic measure used in their poetry, prevents a full understanding of its significance. Even Flavius Josephus, the first-century Romano-Jewish historian, who speaks elsewhere of several forms of this poetic measure in his Antiquities of the Jews, seems not to have had a precise notion of its technical structure. In Antiquities, Book 4, Chapter 8, Section 44, and Book 7, Chapter 12, Section 3, he references these meters, yet the exact composition of the song eludes modern comprehension. Turning from poetic forms to historical expeditions, the crossing of the Pamphylian Sea by Alexander the Great, king of Macedonia and conqueror of much of the known world in the 4th century before the Common Era, is recorded by 4 ancient historians whose works survive: Callisthenes, Strabo, Arrian, and Appian. Callisthenes, who accompanied Alexander in his campaigns, is cited by Eustathius in his notes on the 3rd book of Homer's Iliad, reporting that the Pamphylian Sea, by divine favor, opened a path for Alexander and, in a poetic sense, paid homage to him as its king. Strabo, the Greek geographer, in Geographica, Book 14, page 666, describes the region near Faith Lys, a coastal city of Pamphylia. There lies a narrow passage along the sea, bordered by the mountain called Climax. In calm weather, travelers could traverse this strip along the shore, yet when the sea rose, waves submerged it. Alexander, arriving in the winter season, relied upon fortune and proceeded along the exposed passage, even remaining for an entire day with water up to his navel. Arrian, in his Anabasis of Alexander, Book 1, pages 72 and 73, adds that part of Alexander's army was sent over the mountains to Perga, a city inland, by the guidance of Thracian allies. The coastal road was perilous, impassable except when the north wind prevailed. On this occasion, after a period of strong south winds, a favorable north wind arose, allowing Alexander and his forces to cross quickly, a passage interpreted by contemporaries as guided by divine providence. Appian, in his Civil Wars, Book 2, page 522, emphasizes that both Alexander and Gaius Julius Caesar, the Roman general and statesman, relied on a combination of courage, fortune, and military skill. He recounts that Alexander traversed barren lands without water in the heat of summer to reach the oracle of Jupiter Ammon, and passed over the Bay of Pamphylia when, by divine intervention, the waters were miraculously restrained. This account mirrors other reports of providence aiding Alexander, such as rain sent during desert marches. Josephus, writing in the 1st century, relied upon these multiple authentic sources for his own historical account of Alexander's campaign. He cites them to show that the sea was miraculously held back for the army, and he defends the use of these authorities against later criticism. Modern scholars may doubt or question these events, yet Josephus quotes the most credible evidence available to him. Any accusation that he misrepresented the ancient historians lacks foundation, for he faithfully preserved the testimonies of the earliest and most trustworthy sources. The scarcity was so severe that it was insufficient not only to sustain the men themselves, but also to feed any of the cattle that accompanied them. The soil was parched and dry, offering no moisture that might nourish the plants or provide relief to the travelers. The Hebrews were therefore forced to continue their journey through this harsh wilderness, for no other route lay before them. They had carried with them some water from the lands through which they had previously traveled, as Moses, their leader and conductor, had instructed them. Yet when this water was consumed, they were obliged to draw water from wells with great difficulty, for the soil was hard and unyielding. Even when they found water, it was bitter and barely fit for drinking, and the quantity was small. On their journey, they arrived late in the evening at a place called Mara. The name Mara itself signified bitterness, for the water there was harsh and unpleasant. The people arrived afflicted not only by the fatigue and length of their journey, but also by the lack of food, which had entirely failed them at that time. At Mara, there was a well, which made them decide to stay, for although it could not satisfy such a great multitude, it afforded some small comfort in a land otherwise devoid of resources. Reports from scouts indicated that if they continued onward, they would find nothing, making it necessary to pause. Yet even this water was bitter and intolerable, not only to the men, but even to their cattle. When Moses saw the depth of the people's discouragement, he realized that their despair could not be opposed by reason alone. They were not an army of disciplined men able to meet adversity with fortitude. The presence of children and women, whose capacities were too weak to endure the hardships, only served to blunt the courage of the men themselves. Moses took upon himself the suffering of all, sharing in their calamity. The people rushed to him in distress, the women pleading for their infants and the men pleading for the women, begging Moses not to overlook them, but to find some way for their deliverance. In response, Moses turned to God in prayer, asking that the bitter water might be transformed and made fit for drinking. When God granted his prayer, Moses took a stick lying at his feet, split it lengthwise, and lowered it into the well. He persuaded the Hebrews that God had heard his prayer and would render the water drinkable, provided they remained obedient to his instructions. When they asked what they must do to bring about this change, Moses instructed the strongest men present to draw up the water. He assured them that once most of the water was drawn, the remainder would become sweet and drinkable. The men labored until the water was sufficiently purified, and only then was it fit to sustain both the people and their cattle. After leaving Marah, the Hebrews came to a place called Elim. From a distance, Elim appeared promising, for a grove of palm trees marked the landscape. Yet as they drew near, the reality proved disappointing. The grove contained only 70 palm trees, and these were ill-grown and weak, stunted by the lack of water in the surrounding desert. The fountains in the area, numbering 12, offered only small moist spots rather than true springs. They did not break forth from the ground or flow in streams, and thus they were insufficient to nourish the trees or provide any hope of abundance. When the Hebrews dug into the sand, no water was found, and the little that could be collected was muddy and unusable, yielding no relief to the travelers. The journey through this wilderness continued to test their endurance, teaching them that even after miraculous deliverance, the trials of survival, scarcity, and perseverance would demand steadfast faith and reliance upon God's providence. The trees along their path were weak and barren, unable to bear fruit, for they lacked the nourishment and life-giving water necessary to sustain them. The Hebrews, exhausted and disheartened, cast the blame upon their conductor, Moses, and leveled bitter complaints against him. They declared that their miserable condition, the hardships of their journey, and the adversity they endured were all due to his guidance. They reminded one another that they had now traveled for an entire 30 days, consuming all the provisions they had brought from Egypt, yet found no relief and were left in despair. By focusing solely on their present suffering, they had forgotten the deliverances they had already received through God's providence and through the wisdom and foresight of Moses himself. Their anger mounted, and they became so enraged at their conductor that they sought to stone him as the direct cause of their afflictions. Yet Moses, steadfast and resolute, relied upon God and upon his own certainty that he had cared for these people with all diligence. He moved into the midst of the crowd, even as they raised stones in his hands to strike him. Possessing a commanding presence and an eloquence capable of swaying the hearts of men, he began to calm their fury. He exhorted them not to let their present misfortunes blind them to the extraordinary favors God had already granted. He reminded them that deliverance from these troubles, which they could not alleviate themselves, was still possible through divine providence. Moses explained that God might be testing their virtue and exercising their patience through these hardships to see if they remembered his prior wonders and if their courage remained steadfast. He recounted how, during the exodus from Egypt, they had sometimes disregarded God's commands and even acted against Moses, who had never deceived them. He reminded them of the destruction of the Egyptians who had pursued them, of the waters of the Nile being turned to blood for the Egyptians, yet remaining sweet and drinkable for them, and of the miraculous passage through the Red Sea that saved them while their enemies were destroyed. He spoke of the times when they were unarmed and God had provided them with weapons, and of every instance in which their apparent doom had been turned into salvation. Moses urged them to remain calm, explaining that help might not appear immediately, yet it would come in time, and that delays were tests of their endurance and appreciation for freedom. He said that his own life mattered less than theirs, and that should he die unjustly, it would not be his affliction but theirs if they allowed their anger to condemn God himself. By this reasoning, Moses pacified the multitude and restrained them from casting stones, bringing them to repentance for their intention to harm him. Recognizing the urgency of their need, he turned to God in prayer and supplication, climbing an eminence to entreat divine assistance for the people. He requested guidance and relief from their hunger and thirst, acknowledging that in God alone lay their hope of salvation, and asking that the necessity-driven anger of the people be forgiven. God responded, promising that succor would be provided. Upon hearing this, Moses descended to the people, his countenance reflecting the joy of divine assurance. Seeing him thus, the Hebrews' despair turned to hope and gladness. Soon after, an enormous flock of quails appeared, descending from the sky above the Arabian Gulf, which was known to be rich in these birds. The quails hovered above them, weary from flight, until they fell near enough for the people to catch and eat, relieving their hunger. Moses offered thanks to God for this immediate provision, recognizing it as an extraordinary demonstration of divine care. Shortly afterward, a second provision arrived. As Moses lifted his hands in prayer, a dew fell from the sky, clinging to his hands. He tasted it and realized that it was a miraculous food sent by God, not a natural precipitation, as the people had supposed. He shared it with them and explained that it was meant for their sustenance. The people eagerly gathered it, delighted by its sweetness, which resembled honey, and its texture, similar to bdellium, a fragrant resin, while the individual pieces were about the size of coriander seed. Moses instructed them to collect no more than an omer, a measure roughly equivalent to 2 quarts per person each day, so that everyone, strong or weak, would receive their fair share. Those who tried to gather more than their portion found no additional advantage, for the excess spoiled and became bitter, infested with worms. This miraculous provision, called manna by the Hebrews, derived its name from their question, "What is this?" It became the sustaining food of the Israelites, maintaining them for 40 years as they wandered through the wilderness. It served as both nourishment and a constant reminder of God's providence, a tangible symbol of divine care and guidance during their long journey to the Promised Land. The Israelites, having been removed from the wilderness beyond the Red Sea, arrived at a place called Rephidim. Here, their suffering reached the height of human distress, for they were tormented by an unbearable thirst. In the preceding days, they had found only a few small fountains, barely enough to slake their need, but now the earth was entirely devoid of water. Their spirits faltered, and their anger turned once more against Moses. Yet Moses, aware of the danger of yielding to the fury of the multitude, first sought to avoid their wrath. He then lifted his voice in prayer to God, beseeching that as he had provided food when the Israelites were in their greatest hunger, so now he would grant them drink. For the provision of food without water was no true relief, and their peril remained dire. God, in his mercy, did not delay. He commanded Moses that water should flow from a rock, a gift that required no labor, no toil, and no struggle. Moses approached the rock, his rod in hand, and struck it as God had instructed. From the very rock burst forth an abundant stream of water, pure and clear, sufficient to satisfy every thirsting soul. The Israelites were astonished, as if they drank not merely from water, but from the manifestation of divine power itself. Their gratitude overflowed, and they offered sacrifices to God, acknowledging his providence and the honor bestowed upon Moses by the Almighty. Scripture, carefully preserved in the temple, records how God foretold to Moses that water would spring from the rock in this miraculous manner, a sign of his unfailing care for his people. While the Hebrews were recovering from this trial, word of their growing renown had spread through the surrounding nations. Their fame inspired fear among the inhabitants, particularly the Amalekites, a fierce and warlike people who lived in the regions known as Gabalitis and Petra. These were lands of rugged mountains and desert passes, and the Amalekites were among the most formidable warriors in all the neighboring territories. Their kings, alarmed at the presence of this band of Hebrews who had escaped slavery under the Egyptians, sent ambassadors to rally neighboring nations. They warned that this army, though composed of fugitives and strangers, was a threat that could not be ignored. They urged that the Hebrews be crushed before they could grow in strength and threaten their cities, goods, and dominion. The Amalekites argued that attacking a rising power before it becomes formidable was wisdom. To strike later, when the enemy is strong, is anger and folly. Thus, these warlike nations resolved to march against the Hebrews, intent upon battle. The preparations of these hostile nations filled Moses with concern, for he had not anticipated such an immediate and organized military response. The Hebrews, though numerous, were ill-equipped and unarmed, lacking provisions and proper weapons, and they faced enemies well prepared for war. Moses, recognizing the fear and confusion among his people, exhorted them to courage. He reminded them of the countless trials they had already overcome by divine aid. Famine had not destroyed them. Thirst had been quenched, the mountains had been traversed, and the sea had parted before them by the hand of God. He urged them to see their own army as strong, not in material wealth or arms, but in the invincible power of God. He encouraged them to imagine the enemy as weak and deficient, deprived of what they needed to fight effectively, for God's will would ensure victory for those who trusted in his guidance. Moses reminded them that the present battle was a test of faith, and that just as they had been delivered from challenges more terrifying than men, famine, thirst, and impassable terrain, they would also be delivered from the threat of these warlike nations if they relied upon God's providence. Thus, the Israelites steeled themselves for the coming confrontation, hearts strengthened by the memory of past miracles and eyes fixed upon the promise of divine protection. Moses' words were not only counsel, but a shield, reinforcing the courage that they would need to face the armies that sought their destruction. The stage was set for a battle in which faith and divine intervention would weigh heavier than swords and armor, and in which the outcome would depend upon the power that had already guided them through water, wilderness, and the providence of God. Moses spoke with firm authority and inspiring words to the multitude of Hebrews, rousing their courage and calling together the princes of their tribes and the chief men of the people, both individually and in full assembly. He instructed the young men to obey their elders and charged the elders to heed their leader, himself. The spirits of the people were elevated, and their hearts burned with the desire to confront their enemies at once, to secure deliverance from the miseries that had long oppressed them. Impatience for action filled their minds, and they entreated Moses to lead them immediately into battle, leaving no room for hesitation to diminish their resolve. Moses then organized all who were fit for war into separate troops, carefully appointing Joshua, the son of Nun, of the tribe of Ephraim, as their commander. Joshua, already renowned for his courage, patience, and wisdom, was also deeply devoted to the worship of God, displaying qualities of judgment and eloquence that made him seem another Moses, a teacher of piety and devotion to the divine. A small contingent of armed men was assigned to remain by the water, charged with the protection of the children, the women, and the entire encampment. Throughout the night, the army prepared for the confrontation, taking up weapons where available and attending to their commanders, ready to surge forward at Moses' command. Moses himself remained awake, instructing Joshua on the proper arrangement of the camp and the conduct of the troops. At the break of day, Moses summoned Joshua again, urging him to fulfill the reputation he had earned through his previous deeds and to gain glory in the eyes of the people through his actions in this battle. He addressed the principal men of the Hebrews, inspiring the entire armed host. Having thus prepared them both by words and by example, Moses withdrew to a nearby mountain, committing the army to God and placing them under Joshua's leadership. When the armies clashed, the battle became a fierce and close encounter, fought hand to hand. Both sides displayed great courage, rallying one another to greater exertions. Moses, standing upon a hill with his hands raised toward heaven, empowered the Hebrews to prevail against the Amalekites, a nomadic people hostile to the Hebrews. Yet the effort exhausted him, for whenever he lowered his hands, the tide of battle turned in favor of the Amalekites. Seeing this, Moses commanded his brother Aaron and Hur, the husband of their sister Miriam, to support his arms, holding them aloft so that the Hebrews might not falter. With this divine and human assistance, the Hebrews gained a decisive victory over the Amalekites, inflicting complete defeat. Only the approach of night restrained them from annihilating the enemy entirely. This triumph secured not only immediate relief from oppression, but also long-term advantages, instilling fear in neighboring nations and bringing material wealth to the Hebrews. The spoils included silver and gold, brazen vessels for household use, embroidered utensils, and the cattle of their enemies, all contributing to the sustenance and prosperity of the Hebrew families. Their courage and endurance became the foundation of a legacy of valor, preparing them for future challenges and victories. The following day, Moses oversaw the collection of armor and the spoils of the battlefield. He rewarded those who had distinguished themselves in combat and praised Joshua publicly, recognizing his exceptional leadership. Remarkably, no Hebrew had fallen in the fight, while the enemy suffered such losses that their numbers could not be counted. Moses then offered sacrifices of thanksgiving to God and built an altar, naming it the Lord the Conqueror, a testament to their victory and a prophecy that the Amalekites would be utterly destroyed in time, leaving none to oppose the Hebrews again. The army celebrated with feasting, resting briefly before Moses resumed their march, guiding the soldiers in formation and preparing them for the journey to Mount Sinai. 3 months after leaving Egypt, they arrived at this sacred mountain, where they had previously witnessed the extraordinary vision of the burning bush and other miraculous manifestations. When Reuel, the father-in-law of Moses, understood the prosperous state of Moses' affairs, he willingly set out to meet him and his children. The joy of his coming was evident, and he took great pleasure in seeing the success and welfare of his son-in-law and the people entrusted to him. Upon arrival, Reuel offered sacrifices to God in gratitude, and he prepared a feast for the multitude, gathered near the sacred bush, the very bush that had previously revealed God's presence to Moses. Every family partook in the feast according to their own household, sharing in the celebration and blessing. Aaron, the brother of Moses, and his family received Reuel with deep respect and devotion. They sang hymns to God, acknowledging him as the ultimate author and provider of their deliverance and freedom from the oppression of Egypt. They also praised Moses as their conductor and leader, attributing to him the virtue and wisdom that had guided all their affairs successfully. Reuel, in his Eucharistical oration to Moses, spoke with admiration for the entire multitude, recognizing the fortitude and humanity Moses had demonstrated in protecting and delivering his people. He marveled at the courage and compassion Moses had shown in leading and preserving his friends and the larger community. The next day, Reuel observed Moses standing in the midst of a crowd, surrounded by people seeking judgment in their disputes. Every individual believed that only Moses could deliver justice, and those who lost their cases accepted the outcome, trusting in his fairness rather than suspecting partiality. At first, Reuel said nothing, not wishing to interrupt the proceedings or interfere with the people's access to Moses' wisdom. Later, he took Moses aside and instructed him privately, offering guidance on how best to govern and preserve the multitude. Reuel advised Moses to delegate the smaller, more common disputes to others, while reserving his attention for the greater matters concerning the safety and well-being of the entire people. He explained that among the Hebrews, there were indeed capable individuals fit to judge lesser causes, but only Moses could oversee the security and preservation of tens of thousands. He instructed Moses to be humble regarding his own virtue and the achievements he had attained under God's guidance. He urged Moses to focus on methods that would protect the people from distress, leaving minor judgments to capable deputies. Reuel's plan was detailed and systematic. He advised Moses to organize the people into hierarchical units, first into tens of thousands, then thousands, then into groups of 500s, hundreds, and 50s. Each group was to have a designated ruler, chosen from among those recognized as good and righteous by the entire community. These rulers would adjudicate disputes within their groups. For larger disputes, the matters would be brought before rulers of higher authority. And if a conflict arose too difficult for even the highest rulers to resolve, it would be brought before Moses himself. This method, Ruggell explained, would accomplish two essential objectives. The Hebrews would receive justice, and Moses would be able to devote himself fully to God, seeking divine favor for the people. Moses received his father-in-law's counsel with gratitude and acted in full accordance with his advice. He did not conceal the origin of this organizational system nor claim it as his own. Instead, he informed the multitude that it was Ruggell who had devised this method. In the books he later wrote, Moses explicitly credited Ruggell, demonstrating his virtuous disposition and his commitment to honoring those whose contributions benefited the people. Through this act, Moses showed humility and integrity, placing truth and justice above personal reputation. This careful ordering of the people laid the foundation for stability, justice, and divine guidance in their continued journey, as Moses prepared to lead the Hebrews through the trials and challenges that lay ahead. Moses called the entire multitude of the Hebrews together and addressed them with solemn gravity, informing them that he must ascend Mount Sinai to converse directly with God, to receive from him a sacred oracle, and to bring it back to the people. He instructed them to pitch their tents at the foot of the mountain, emphasizing that those who chose the positions nearest to the sacred heights would dwell closest to God's presence. When his instructions were delivered, Moses began the ascent of Mount Sinai, which was the highest of all the mountains in that region. Its vast height and the sharpness of its precipices made it exceedingly difficult to climb. The mountain itself was so awe-inspiring and terrifying that merely looking upon it caused strain to the eyes. Its reputation spread far and wide, for the people believed that God himself dwelt there, rendering the mountain both sacred and inaccessible. The Hebrews obeyed Moses, arranging their tents at the lower slopes of the mountain, eager in spirit and hope, anticipating the return of their conductor with divine promises and guidance. They maintained purity, as previously instructed, abstaining from the company of their wives for 3 days, and offered prayers to God, asking that he might receive Moses favorably and grant them blessings for their sustenance and well-being. They also improved their diet and adorned their wives and children with the finest clothing they possessed, preparing themselves in honor of the divine encounter. 2 days passed in this manner, with feasting and prayer, until on the 3rd day, before the sun had risen, a great cloud descended upon the entire camp. This cloud was unlike any the Hebrews had seen before, covering the area where their tents were pitched. While the surrounding air remained clear, strong winds arose, raising torrents of rain that turned into a mighty tempest. Lightning flashed in awe-inspiring brilliance, accompanied by thunder and the violent crashing of thunderbolts. These phenomena declared the presence of God on the mountain, a presence gracious to those whom Moses had requested favor for. The spectacle, both terrifying and overwhelming, caused the Hebrews to tremble with fear, and the rumor of God's visitation filled their hearts with dread. They feared that Moses himself might be destroyed by divine wrath, and that they too could suffer a similar fate. Amid their terror, Moses appeared, radiant and exalted, bringing reassurance to the people. At the sight of him, the Hebrews' fear began to dissipate, replaced by hopeful expectation. The air, previously filled with tumult, became calm and pure. Moses then gathered the people together into a congregation, standing upon an elevated position so that all might hear him clearly. He proclaimed that God had received him graciously and had suggested a path of righteous living for the people, establishing laws and ordinances for political governance and social order. He reminded the Hebrews that these commands were not merely the words of a man, Moses, son of Amram and Jochebed, but the instructions of the Almighty who had wrought extraordinary deeds on their behalf. He recounted God's mighty acts, the turning of the Nile River to blood for the Egyptians, yet keeping it drinkable for the Hebrews, the destruction of their pursuers in Egypt, the miraculous passage through the Red Sea, the provision of heavenly food in times of hunger, and the bringing forth of water from rocks when none was available. He reminded them of the divine aid given to Adam, to Noah in the ark, to Abraham in his inheritance of the land of Canaan, to Isaac in his miraculous birth, to Jacob in the upbringing of his 12 virtuous sons, and to Joseph in his rise to power in Egypt. Moses emphasized that God himself communicated these instructions to him, acting as the interpreter for his will, and charged the people to honor them above their own children and wives. He promised that adherence to these commands would ensure a prosperous life, fruitful lands, calm seas, complete and healthy offspring, and victory over their enemies, for God had shown concern for the nation and its enduring future. Moses then drew the people and their families closer to the mountain, so that they could hear God speaking directly to them regarding the precepts they were to observe. By hearing the commandments from the divine voice, they received them unmediated, without distortion by human language, and Moses carefully recorded them upon 2 tables of stone. Among these commandments, the first declared that there is only one God, who alone is to be worshipped. The second commanded that no image of any living creature should be made for worship. The people listened in reverent attention, understanding that these laws were not the invention of men, but the voice of God himself, delivered through Moses, their faithful servant and chosen leader. The third commandment, as given to the Israelites, was that they must not swear falsely by the name of God, using his holy name to deceive or mislead. The fourth commandment required that they observe the 7th day, keeping it holy by resting from all kinds of labor and work, dedicating that day entirely to God. The fifth commandment instructed them to honor their parents, showing respect and reverence for the father and mother who gave them life and nurtured them. The sixth commandment forbade murder, commanding the sanctity of human life. The seventh commandment forbade adultery, preserving the sanctity of marriage and family. The eighth commandment prohibited theft, ensuring justice and fairness among men. The ninth commandment forbade bearing false witness, guarding against lies and perjury that could harm others. The 10th commandment prohibited the desire for anything that belonged to another, teaching the people to curb envy and covetousness. When a multitude of Israelites heard God himself giving these precepts through Moses, their hearts were filled with joy. The congregation dispersed, but in the following days they came to Moses at his tent, requesting that he bring them additional laws from God. Moses appointed these laws and later instructed them on how they should act in all matters of life. While the details of these laws are reserved for another time, the people's devotion and eagerness to follow God's guidance were unmistakable. At this point, Moses ascended Mount Sinai once again, as he had told the people beforehand. His ascent was witnessed by the Israelites, and he remained absent for 40 days. During this long absence, fear and uncertainty spread among the Hebrews. Some imagined that Moses had been attacked and slain by wild beasts, a belief mostly held by those ill-disposed toward him. Others thought he had departed to God because of his virtue, while the wiser among them remained cautious, reasoning that both possibilities were plausible. Nevertheless, sorrow and anxiety filled the camp, for they feared the loss of their leader, a governor and protector whom they could never hope to replace. The camp did not move, for Moses had previously commanded them to remain in place until his return. When the 40 days and 40 nights were completed, Moses descended from Mount Sinai. He had neither eaten nor drunk during that time, sustained only by the providence of God. The sight of Moses filled the Israelite camp with gladness. He declared to them how God cared for his people, instructing them on the proper conduct of their lives to ensure happiness and obedience to the divine will. During these days, God had shown Moses that a tabernacle should be built, a sacred dwelling where God himself would be present among the people. The tabernacle would travel with them wherever they went, and the people would no longer need to ascend Mount Sinai to seek God, for he would dwell with them in their midst. Moses revealed the measures and construction of this tabernacle, instructing them to work diligently. He showed the Israelites the 2 tablets of stone, upon which were engraved the 10 Commandments, 5 upon each table, written by the hand of God himself. The Israelites rejoiced at the sight of their leader and at the divine commandments. They responded with extraordinary diligence and generosity, contributing silver, gold, brass, and the finest, decay-resistant woods. They brought camel's hair and sheepskins, some dyed blue, some scarlet, some prepared for the purple color, others white, with wool dyed using precious flowers. Fine linen, precious stones for setting in gold, and abundant spices were also brought, all to be used in the construction of the tabernacle. This tabernacle, a movable sanctuary, was to serve as a sacred dwelling for God, functioning as a temple that could travel with the Israelites. God appointed skilled architects to oversee the construction. Among them were Bezaleel, the son of Uri, of the tribe of Judah and grandson of Miriam, the sister of Moses, and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. The people's eagerness was so great that Moses had to restrain them, declaring that the materials already gathered were sufficient. With this, the Israelites set diligently to work on the building of the tabernacle. Women also took part with dedication, preparing the garments of the priests and crafting the ornaments and sacred items necessary for divine service. Each act of labor was filled with devotion, as the people sought to honor God in both the construction of the tabernacle and the obedience to his laws. When all the materials had been carefully gathered, the gold, the silver, the brass, and the finely woven fabrics, Moses began the solemn task of preparing the tabernacle, the sacred dwelling place for the presence of God among the Hebrews. He appointed beforehand that a festival would be held, during which sacrifices were to be offered according to each person's ability, ensuring that all could participate according to their means. Moses first measured the open court of the tabernacle, a vast area 50 cubits in breadth and 100 cubits in length. He set up 20 brazen pillars along each of the longer sides, each pillar 5 cubits high, and 10 pillars for the breadth at the back of the enclosure. Each pillar bore a ring at its summit, and their chapiters, or decorative tops, were made of silver, while their bases were of solid brass. These pillars, resembling sharp spearheads, were firmly fixed into the ground. Cords passed through the rings of the pillars and were anchored to brass nails a cubit long, driven into the floor, securing the tabernacle against the force of violent winds. Around all the pillars hung a curtain of fine and soft linen, flowing and loose from the silver chapiters, creating the appearance of a protective wall. The 3 sides of the enclosure were thus completed, while the 4th side, the front, spanned 50 cubits and contained an opening 20 cubits wide, designed as a gateway. On each side of this opening, 2 pillars were set in polished silver, with bases of brass, and 3 additional pillars on each side were connected to these in concave sockets. A curtain of fine linen covered these supporting pillars, while the gateway itself, 20 cubits wide and 5 cubits high, was covered with a richly embroidered curtain of purple, scarlet, and blue linen, decorated with intricate patterns but devoid of animal forms. Within this entrance stood the brazen laver, a basin of the same material, from which the priests could wash their hands and sprinkle their feet, a symbol of purification before service. This completed the ornamental and functional construction of the tabernacle's courtyard, fully exposed to the open air. The tabernacle, the sacred dwelling place of God among the Hebrews, was constructed with remarkable precision and artistry, every detail carefully designed to honor the divine presence. Over the sanctuary, there was a great veil, similar in magnitude, texture, and color to the primary covering. At the corner of every supporting pillar, a ring held the veil securely from the top down to half the height of the pillars, leaving the other half open as an entrance for the priests, who could pass beneath it with reverence. Above this veil was another of fine linen, equal in size to the first, designed to be drawn aside by cords. The rings fixed to both the veil and cord allowed it to be moved easily, so that on solemn days it could be opened to reveal the sanctuary, and on other days Especially when the weather inclined to snow, it could be expanded to cover the veils of various colors. From this practice arose the custom among the Hebrews of having a fine linen veil over the entrances of the temple after it had been built. 10 other curtains, each 4 cubits wide and 28 cubits long, were joined with golden clasps, so seamlessly that they appeared as a single, uninterrupted covering. These draped over the top of the tabernacle and along the sides and rear walls, descending to within 1 cubit of the ground. Additional curtains, equal in width but longer at 30 cubits, were woven from hair and extended loosely to the ground, forming triangular elevations at the gates. Over these, skins provided further covering, protecting the tabernacle from both the heat of the sun and the effects of rain. From a distance, these curtains astonished observers, their colors blending with the sky, while the hair and skin coverings shielded those within from the harsh elements. At the heart of the tabernacle was the ark, sacred to God, made of a naturally strong wood impervious to decay, called Aaron in the Hebrew language. Its length measured 5 spans, while its breadth and height were 3 spans each. The entire ark, both inside and out, was overlaid with gold, concealing the wood beneath. A cover, or mercy seat, fitted perfectly upon it with golden hinges, smooth and precise, leaving no gap. 2 golden rings on each of the longer sides held gilt bars, allowing the priests to carry the ark on their shoulders, as it was never transported by beasts of burden. Upon the covers stood 2 cherubim, winged creatures whose forms, though unlike any earthly beings, were said by Moses to resemble those he had seen near the throne of God. Inside the ark rested the 2 stone tablets upon which the 10 Commandments were inscribed, 5 upon each, with 2.5 on each side. This ark was placed in the most holy place, the sacredest section of the tabernacle. In the holy place, a table of pure wood, like those known in Delphi, was set. Its length measured 2 cubits, its breadth 1 cubit, and its height 3 spans. Its lower feet resembled those used by the Dorians for bedsteads, while the upper parts were crafted square. A ledge, 4 fingers deep, ran around both the upper and lower sections of the table in a spiral design. Each foot held a ring, through which gilded wooden bars passed, allowing the table to be carried when the Hebrews journeyed. Upon this table, positioned on the north side of the sanctuary near the most holy place, 12 unleavened loaves were placed in 2 stacks of 6, one above the other. Each loaf was made of 2/10 of the finest flour, a measure known to the Hebrews as an omer, equivalent to 7 Athenian caudello. Above these loaves, 2 vials of frankincense were laid. Every Sabbath, or 7th day, these loaves were replaced with fresh offerings, marking the sacred observance of the Sabbath. Opposite this table, near the southern wall, stood a golden candlestick, a solid work of art weighing 100 pounds, known to the Hebrews as chinchairs, or talent in the Greek language. The candlestick was adorned with knops, lilies, pomegranates, and 70 bowls in total. Its shaft rose from a single base, branching into 7 heads, each parallel to the other, carrying 7 lamps that symbolized the 7 planets, including the sun, oriented east and south. Between the candlestick and the table, the altar of incense was placed, crafted from the same durable wood as the other sacred vessels, entirely covered with gold. Each side of the altar measured 1 cubit in breadth and 2 cubits in height. A golden grate extended above it, crowned with a golden rim, with rings and bars allowing the priests to carry it during journeys. Before the tabernacle stood a brazen altar, internally wooden, measuring 5 cubits on each side and 3 cubits high. It was overlaid with brass plates that gleamed like gold and supported a brazier with a netted hearth, allowing fire to descend to the ground beneath. Nearby lay basins, vials, censers, and cauldrons of gold, while other sacrificial vessels were made of brass. Such was the construction of the tabernacle and the vessels dedicated to the worship and service of God, a marvel of sacred architecture and devotion. In those days, the priests of the Hebrews were appointed to wear garments unlike any others, garments set apart for the sacred service of God. These are called kohenoio, which in the Hebrew tongue signified priestly garments worn by all the priests. The high priest, however, was distinguished further, and his attire was called kohenoio rabbi, denoting the vestments proper to the high priest, whose role was supreme in the service at the sanctuary. Before the priest approached the sacred sacrifices, he was required to purify himself according to the law. First, he donned a garment called machanes, meaning something fastened tightly. This was a kind of girdle made from finely twined linen. It was designed to cover the privy parts and the feet, fashioned somewhat like breeches, though half of its length was cut away, ending at the thighs and fastened securely around the body. Over this he wore a vestment called chethon, made of doubled fine linen, reaching down to the feet and fitting closely to the body. Its sleeves were fastened to the arms, and it was girded across the chest a little above the elbows by a broad belt 4 fingers in width. This belt, although broad, was so finely woven that it appeared almost like the skin of a serpent. The vestment itself was embroidered with flowers of scarlet, purple, and blue, interwoven with fine twined linen, while the warp consisted entirely of fine linen threads. The vestment was wrapped about the chest many times and tied, allowing it to hang loosely to the ankles when the priest was not engaged in laborious duties. When he performed the sacred sacrifices, he would throw the vestment to the left shoulder to prevent its movement from hindering his service. Moses referred to this belt as albaneth, though it was called emia by the Babylonians. The vestment had no loose folds except for a narrow neck opening, secured with strings over the chest and back, tied above each shoulder, and known as massivizanes. Upon the head, the priest wore a cap called masnamphs, covering more than half the head, neither conic nor encircling entirely, but shaped so as to resemble a crown. It was made of thickly layered linen, doubled many times and sewn together. Over the cap, a piece of fine linen covered the upper part and descended to the forehead, concealing the seams to preserve decency. The cap was secured tightly to the head, so that it would not fall during the sacred rites of sacrifice. Thus were the ordinary priests arrayed in garments befitting their holy service. The high priest wore all these same garments without exception, but over them he added a long robe of deep blue, called mir in the common tongue. This robe reached the feet and was tied with a girdle embroidered with the same colors and flowers as the ordinary priestly vestments, interwoven with gold. At the bottom of the robe hung fringes, alternating between golden bells and pomegranate-shaped ornaments, so that each bell was flanked by a pomegranate and each pomegranate by a bell, creating a continuous and beautiful pattern. The robe was woven as a single piece, with a neck opening not slanted but running along the breast and back, and a border sewn around it to preserve modesty. Openings were also provided for the hands, so that the high priest might carry out his sacred duties with dignity. The high priest of the Israelites wore a third garment, known as the ephod, which resembled in form the epimes of the Greeks, a type of ceremonial tunic. This garment was woven to the depth of a cubit, roughly the length of a forearm, and it was made of several colors intermingled with gold threads, richly embroidered, leaving the center of the breast exposed. It was constructed with sleeves, appearing much like a short coat, yet in the empty space upon the chest, a special piece of cloth was inserted, the size of a span, richly embroidered with gold and the same colors as the ephod. This piece was called the essen, or breastplate, which in the Greek language signifies the oracle. It perfectly filled the void space in the ephod and was attached to it by golden rings at each corner. Blue ribbons tied these rings together, and to prevent the spaces between the rings from appearing empty, stitches of blue ribbons were added. 2 large sardonyx stones were fixed upon the shoulders of the ephod to fasten it, serving like buttons, each end connected to gold settings. And upon these stones were engraved the names of the 12 sons of Jacob, who were regarded as the heads of the tribes of Israel. 6 names were inscribed on the right shoulder, corresponding to the elder sons, and 6 on the left. The breastplate contained 12 extraordinary stones of immense value, impossible to purchase, set in 3 rows of 4. The first row contained a sardonyx, a topaz, and an emerald. The second row contained a carbuncle, a jasper, and a sapphire. The third row contained a ligure, an amethyst, and an agate, the ninth stone overall. The fourth row contained a chrysolite, an onyx, and a beryl, completing the 12. Each stone represented one of the sons of Jacob, according to their birth order. The rings that held the breastplate were too weak to bear the weight of the stones, so two larger rings were set at the edge near the neck. These rings were woven into the fabric of the breastplate and attached with finely wrought chains to the tops of the shoulders, whose ends extended backward into rings on the prominent back of the ephod, securing the breastplate in place. A girdle was sewn to the breastplate, of the same colored threads with gold interwoven, tied around the body and hung down, with golden loops at each end through which the fringes passed entirely. The high priest's mitre, or headdress, was similar to those of the other priests, but above it was another headdress, adorned with embroidered blue swathes. Around it was a polished golden crown of 3 rows stacked one upon another. From this crown rose a cup of gold resembling the herb called saccharus, which the Greeks, skilled in botany, called hyacinthus. This herb could grow over 3 spans high, with a turnip-like root, leaves like mint, and a calyx that surrounded the fruit. The calyx was about the size of a little finger bone, shaped like a cup, protecting the seed inside, and bore a flower similar to that of the poppy. From this calyx, the golden crown called ephelis was fashioned, reaching from the back of the head to the temples, though it did not cover the forehead. The forehead was covered by a golden plate, upon which the name of God was inscribed in sacred characters. These were the ornaments and sacred vestments of the high priest, each designed with purpose and symbolism. The design of the tabernacle, the vestments of the high priest, and the sacred vessels all demonstrated the divine wisdom of Moses. Those who examined them without prejudice would see that every element was a representation of the universe. The tabernacle was divided into 3 parts. 2 of these parts, accessible to the priests, represented the land and the sea, areas open to all men. The third and innermost division was set apart for God, representing the heavens, inaccessible to humans. The 12 loaves placed upon the table symbolized the year, divided into 12 months. The branching of the golden candlestick into 70 parts represented the 70 divisions of the planets, and the 7 lamps symbolized the 7 known planets. The 4 veils of the tabernacle corresponded to the 4 elements. The fine linen symbolized the earth, purple represented the sea, blue represented the air, and scarlet represented fire. The high priest's linen vestment symbolized the earth, while the blue indicated the sky, the pomegranates and the bells representing lightning and thunder, showing that every detail of the sacred apparel and the tabernacle conveyed the divine order of creation. The ephod, the sacred vestment of the high priest, carried a profound meaning, revealing that God had created the universe of 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water. The gold interwoven into its fabric symbolized the radiance and splendor by which all things are illuminated. At the center of the ephod rested the breastplate, representing the earth, for it occupies the very middle place of the world. The girdle that encircled the high priest signified the ocean, surrounding and encompassing the entirety of creation. The 2 sardonyxes, positioned as buttons upon the high priest's shoulders, symbolized the sun and the moon, the great celestial lights that govern day and night. The 12 stones embedded in the breastplate, whether interpreted as the 12 months of a year or the 12 signs of the celestial circle that the Greeks call the zodiac, carried this cosmic significance as well. The mitre, a headdress of deep blue, represented the heavens themselves, for upon it was inscribed the name of God, and it was crowned with gold, reflecting the divine splendor and majesty with which God delights. When all the preparations of the tabernacle and its sacred vestments were complete, God appeared to Moses and commanded that the high priesthood be conferred upon Aaron, his brother. Aaron, of all the Hebrews, was deemed most deserving of this honor on account of his virtue, his steadfastness, and the dangers he had endured for the sake of his people. Moses gathered the multitude and recounted Aaron's righteousness, his willingness to serve, and his sacrifices for the benefit of the Hebrew nation. The people acknowledged Aaron's merit, offering their approval and accepting him as the one chosen by God to minister before him. Aaron was entrusted with wearing the consecrated vestments, overseeing the altars, preparing the sacrifices, and presenting prayers to God, who would heed them because Aaron had been divinely appointed. At this time, Aaron had 4 sons, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, who would continue his priestly line. Moses instructed the Hebrews to use all utensils beyond those required for the tabernacle itself: coverings, the candlestick, the altar of incense, and other sacred vessels, to protect them during the journeys, whether from rain or rising dust. He then commanded that each man contribute half a shekel as an offering to God. Among the Hebrews, a shekel was a coin equivalent to 4 Athenian drachmas. 600,550 men, aged 20 to 50, brought their contributions, and all the collected funds were applied to the needs of the tabernacle. Next, Moses purified both the tabernacle and the priests with a sacred ointment. 500 shekels of the finest myrrh were prepared, along with an equal weight of cassia and half of that weight of cinnamon and calamus, a fragrant spice. These ingredients were crushed, mixed with an hin of olive oil, a measure equal to 2 Athenian congiuses, and carefully prepared according to the skill of an apothecary, forming a sweet-smelling ointment. This mixture was then used to anoint and sanctify the priests, the tabernacle, and the sacrifices. In addition, many other precious and aromatic spices were dedicated to the golden altar of incense. Twice each day, at sunrise and at sunset, incense was offered before God. Lamps, fueled with purified oil, were kept burning, 3 continuously through the day before the sacred candlestick, and the remaining lamps were lit in the evening, maintaining constant light in the presence of God. Now all the sacred work was complete. Bezaleel, son of Uri, of the tribe of Judah, and Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, appear to be the most skillful among the workmen, for they produced finer creations than any others had done before them. They possessed remarkable abilities, quickly grasping notions and techniques that had previously been unknown to them. Among these artisans, Bezaleel was judged the most excellent, a master of both artistry and wisdom. The labor of all the Hebrews in constructing the tabernacle and its vessels took 7 months, marking the completion of the first year since their departure from Egypt. At the beginning of the second year, in the month Xanthicus, as the Macedonians named it, but known to the Hebrews as Nisan, on the new moon, the tabernacle and all its sacred vessels were consecrated, dedicated to the service of God, and made holy. God showed himself pleased with the work of the Hebrews and accepted their labors, dwelling among them. He pitched his presence in the holy tabernacle. The sky above was clear, yet over the tabernacle alone hung a gentle mist. This was no heavy cloud as seen in the winter, nor so thin as to be barely perceptible, but a divine dew fell from it, signifying to those who believed and sought God that his presence was there. Moses honored the workmen with gifts befitting their skill and diligence, and he then offered sacrifices in the open court of the tabernacle, as God had commanded him: a bull, a ram, and a young goat for a sin offering. He instructed the people on the sacred laws regarding sacrifices, explaining when a whole burnt offering was required and when it might be shared as food. He sprinkled the blood of the sacrifices upon Aaron, his sons, and himself, purifying them with spring water and sacred ointment, consecrating them as priests. This consecration continued for 7 days, during which the tabernacle and all its vessels were purified with oil and the blood of bulls and rams, offered daily according to their kind. On the 8th day, Moses commanded the people to offer sacrifices according to their means. They competed eagerly, each wishing to surpass the other in devotion. As the offerings lay upon the altar, a sudden fire appeared, as if struck by lightning, consuming all that was offered. A grave affliction befell Aaron, the high priest, though he bore it with fortitude, seeing it as the will of God. His 2 eldest sons, Nadab and Abihu, had not offered the sacrifices as Moses commanded, but according to their own custom, and they were consumed by divine fire. No one could extinguish it, and they died in this manner. Moses commanded their father and brethren to carry their bodies outside the camp for burial, and the multitude mourned deeply. Yet Moses encouraged them to honor God above their grief, and Aaron already wore his sacred garments, prepared for the service of the tabernacle. Moses himself declined all honor from the people, focusing solely on the service of God. He no longer ascended Mount Sinai, but entered the tabernacle to receive answers from God for those who prayed. He dressed as a private man, indistinguishable from the common people, showing that his devotion lay entirely in caring for the multitude. He also recorded the structure of their government and the laws they were to follow, which were divinely guided, ensuring order and justice among the Hebrews. Concerning the garments of the high priest, Moses ensured that no false prophets could misuse divine authority. The high priest bore 12 precious stones on his breastplate, sardonyxes, known to all. One stone on his right shoulder shone brightly whenever God was present during sacrifices, its rays visible even to those at the farthest edge of the camp. Greater still, the 12 stones on his breastplate shone with splendor before battle, signaling divine presence and victory. The Greeks, admiring this revelation, called the breastplate the oracle. This radiance ceased 200 years before Josephus wrote his history, reflecting divine displeasure at the transgressions of the laws. Thus, the tabernacle was consecrated, the priests ordained, and the people set under the guidance of God, prepared to live under his law and witness his presence among them. When the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary of God for the Hebrews, had been consecrated and the order of priests fully established, the multitude of the Hebrews believed with certainty that God now dwelt among them. With hearts uplifted by hope and confidence, they turned themselves to sacrifices and praises, presenting themselves before God as though all fear of misfortune had passed and a prosperous era lay before them. They brought offerings of two kinds. Some were contributions common to the entire nation, and others were personal, presented according to the individual tribe. The leaders of the 12 tribes, each pair of heads combining, brought forward a wagon drawn by a yoke of oxen, the total number of such wagons being 6, which served to carry the tabernacle whenever the Hebrews journeyed. In addition, each tribal leader brought vessels of silver, a bowl and a charger, accompanied by a spoon, each vessel valued at 10 derricks, a form of currency, and filled with finely ground flour mixed with oil to be used in the sacred offerings upon the altar. The combined weight of the bowl and the charger amounted to 200 shekels, with the bowl alone costing 70 shekels. Furthermore, they presented a young bull, a ram, and a lamb of 1 year old for a whole burnt offering, together with a goat for the atonement of sins. Each leader also offered daily sacrifices for peace and fellowship, including 2 bulls, 5 rams, lambs of 1 year, and goats, a process that continued over 12 days, one leader presenting his offerings each day. Moses, having no need to ascend Mount Sinai again, entered the tabernacle, where he received instruction from God concerning the laws to be observed by the Hebrews. These laws were of divine wisdom, surpassing anything devised by human understanding, and they were faithfully observed by the Hebrews, neither abandoned in times of luxury nor forgotten in times of war and adversity, for they were believed to be a direct gift from God. The Hebrew sacrifices were divided into 2 principal types: private offerings and communal offerings for the people as a whole. Those who offered a burnt offering, known in the Hebrew tongue as a whole burnt offering, would select a male bull, a lamb, or a kid of the goats, the latter 2 to be of the first year, though bulls of older age were permitted. After the creature was slain, the priest would sprinkle its blood around the altar, carefully cleanse the body, and divide it into portions. The body was salted and laid upon the altar atop a pile of wood, over which a fire burned. The priest would then cleanse the feet and internal parts of the offering and place them on the altar to be consumed by fire, while the priests themselves received the hides for their own use. Those offering thank offerings, which were sacrifices designed for shared feasting, presented animals unblemished and over 1 year of age, either male or female. The altar was sprinkled with blood, and the kidneys, caul, fat, and lobe of the liver, along with the rump, were laid upon it. The breast and right shoulder were given to the priests, while the offerers consumed the remaining flesh over 2 days, burning any leftovers. Sacrifices for sins followed a similar pattern to the thank offering, though those unable to afford full animals could offer 2 pigeons or turtle doves, one as a burnt offering and the other given to the priests. For unintentional sins, a ewe lamb or a female goat of the same age was offered, with the priest sprinkling the blood at the corners of the altar and consuming the hide and flesh in the holy place on the same day. Conscious sins required a ram, likewise consumed by the priest that day. Leaders offering sacrifices for sin followed the same procedure as private individuals, presenting either a bull or a kid of the goats, both males. In all offerings, the law required the presentation of fine flour. For a lamb, 1/10 of a deal; for a ram, 2/10; and for a bull, 3/10. This flour was consecrated upon the altar, mixed with oil, measured precisely according to the age and type of the animal. Oil and wine were also poured upon the altar in equal measure, while incomplete sacrifices of flour alone, offered as vows, were partially burnt, with the remainder given to the priest to prepare as bread. No priest's own sacrifice could be consumed partially. It was to be entirely burnt. He further instituted laws of purity concerning illness and natural processes. Those afflicted with leprosy, a severe skin disease, and those suffering from gonorrhea were forbidden from entering the city, and women were secluded during their natural purgations until the 7th day, after which they were considered pure and permitted to rejoin the community. Those who continued beyond the prescribed period were required to offer 2 lambs as a purification sacrifice, one consumed by fire for their own atonement, the other received by the priests. A man who emitted seed in sleep could purify himself through immersion in cold water, gaining the same privilege as one who had lawfully lain with his wife. Lepers were not allowed within the city, treated as though they were dead, until healed through prayer and sacrifice, after which they offered thanks to God with appropriate offerings. Moses, in instituting these laws, demonstrated the care for holiness and the honor of God, acting with foresight and justice. He ensured that even those with afflictions were governed by rules that preserved dignity and sanctity, countering false claims that he himself had suffered from leprosy during the exodus from Egypt. Such reports were false, born of prejudice, for Moses was pure, and his legislation reflected divine instruction rather than personal imitation. For women after childbirth, Moses decreed a period of separation from the temple and sacrifices. If a boy was born, 40 days of seclusion were observed. If a girl, 80 days. After this period, the woman presented her sacrifices, and the priests offered them before God, restoring her to full participation in the sacred life of the community. If any man suspected that his wife had been guilty of adultery, he was to bring a measure of barley flour, called a 10th deal, to the priests. From this, 1 handful was cast as an offering to God, while the remainder was given to the priest for food. One of the priests would then bring the woman to the gates that faced the temple. There, he removed the veil from her head and wrote the name of God on a piece of parchment. He required her to swear that she had not injured her husband in any way and to declare that, should she have been unfaithful, her right thigh would be put out of joint, her belly would swell, and she would die in disgrace. Yet, if the husband's suspicion had arisen rashly from jealousy, she was to bear a male child in the 10th month. After these oaths, the priest erased the name of God from the parchment and wrung water from it into a vial. A small amount of dust from the temple was added, if any could be found, and given to the woman to drink. If she had been unjustly accused, she conceived and brought forth her child safely. But if she had broken her faith and sworn falsely, she died in shame, her thigh dislocated, and her belly swollen with dropsy. These were the ceremonies concerning sacrifices and purifications that Moses established for the Hebrews, prescribing careful rituals to ensure justice and divine oversight in matters of fidelity and law. Moses also ordained laws regarding moral conduct. Adultery was strictly forbidden, for he esteemed the wisdom of maintaining fidelity in marriage as essential both to the happiness of families and the well-being of cities, ensuring children were known to be genuine. He condemned the greatest abominations, a man lying with his mother, with his father's wife, with aunts, with sisters, and with daughters-in-law. Sexual relations with a wife during her natural period of purification were prohibited, as were relations with animals, and he forbade the pursuit of illicit pleasure with men. Those guilty of these crimes were punished by death. The priests were held to a higher standard of purity. They could not marry harlots, slaves, captives, or women engaged in dishonest trades or innkeeping. They were forbidden to marry a divorced woman. The high priest could marry only a virgin, not a widow, and was prohibited from coming near the dead, in contrast to other priests who could approach deceased relatives. Any priest with blemishes was given a portion among the priests, but could not ascend the altar or enter the holy house. Moses commanded that priests maintain purity not only in their sacred duties, but in their daily conduct, remaining blameless in all ways. Those who wore the sacerdotal garments were thus unspotted, sober, and disciplined, abstaining from wine while clothed in them, and offering sacrifices that were complete and without defect. Although Moses lived in the wilderness, he prepared for the future, ensuring that when the Hebrews entered the land of Canaan, they would observe these laws. He instituted rest for the land every seventh year, as they rested from work every seventh day. What grew naturally was shared freely among all, without distinction between natives and foreigners. Every seventh cycle of 7 years, totaling 50 years, was the year of Jubilee. In the Jubilee, debtors were freed from debts and slaves were released. These slaves had often fallen into servitude for violating laws that were not capital offenses. The Jubilee also restored land to its original owners. When the Jubilee arrived, those who had sold land and those who had purchased it met together. The fruits gathered were compared to the expenses laid out. If the fruits exceeded the expenses, the seller reclaimed the land. If expenses exceeded the harvest, the buyer received the difference and retained the land. If they were equal, the land reverted to the original owner. Houses in villages followed the same rule, but for houses in cities, if the seller repaid the purchaser within 1 year, the land was restored. Otherwise, the buyer retained ownership. These were the laws and constitutions that Moses learned from God while the camp lay under Mount Sinai, written and delivered faithfully to the Hebrews to govern their conduct, ensure justice, and secure the blessings of God among the people. After the settlement of the divine laws and the consecration of the tabernacle, Moses, ever mindful of the safety and organization of the Hebrews, resolved to review the host, to arrange matters of war, and ensure the people were prepared for any future conflict. He commanded the heads of the 12 tribes, with the exception of the tribe of Levi, to take an exact census of all men capable of bearing arms. The Levites, being set apart for sacred service, were exempt from these burdens. Upon numbering the people, 600,000 men were found fit for war between the ages of 20 and 50 years, in addition to 3,650 others. In place of the tribe of Levi, Moses included Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and Ephraim took the place of Joseph, honoring the wish of Jacob, who had adopted his grandsons as his own, as recounted previously. When the Hebrews pitched their tents, they arranged the camp around the tabernacle, placing 3 tribes on each side, with pathways cut through the center, forming a structure reminiscent of a well-organized marketplace, bustling with artisans and goods, movable yet appearing like a fixed city. The priests were positioned closest to the tabernacle, followed by the Levites, whose population was 23,880 males, counted from 30 days old. As long as the cloud rested over the tabernacle, they remained in their place, believing the divine presence to dwell there. When the cloud moved, they journeyed with the people. Moses had invented a trumpet of silver for the camp, a little less than a cubit in length, made of a narrow tube slightly thicker than a flute, ending in a bell-like form. In Hebrew, it was called a sasra, Two of these trumpets were made. One signaled the assembly of the tribal leaders for consultation, and when both sounded together, the entire multitude gathered. Whenever the tabernacle was to be moved, the trumpet signals orchestrated the movement. First the east quarter, then the south, followed by the dismantling of the tabernacle to be carried by 6 tribes before and 6 behind, with the Levites assisting. Then the west and north quarters followed in order. These trumpets also announced sacred ministrations and sacrifices at the altar on Sabbaths and festival days. It was at this time that Moses offered the first Passover sacrifice in the wilderness, after the Hebrews' departure from Egypt. A little while later, Moses departed from Mount Sinai, traveling through various stations, ultimately arriving at a place called Hazeroth. Here, the multitude once again grew rebellious, murmuring against Moses for the hardships of their journey. They complained that leaving the fertile land of Egypt had brought them only hardship, thirst, hunger, and the uncertainty of the manna that sustained them. Despite their bitter words, one among them encouraged the people to remember Moses' tireless care and not to lose hope in the providence of God. Nevertheless, the Hebrews became more unruly and mutinous than before. Moses, though abused and insulted, continued to guide them, promising provision and relief. He declared that God would supply them with meat, not for a day or two, but for many days. Skeptical, the people asked how such an abundance could be provided, to which Moses replied that neither he nor God would cease until their needs were met. Immediately, quails, a bird abundant in the surrounding Arabian wilderness, arrived in great numbers, encircling the camp. The people gathered them, and their hunger was satisfied. Yet God, displeased by the insolence and reproaches of the Hebrews, punished them, and a great number perished. The memory of this destruction endured in the naming of the place, Kibroth-Hattaavah, the graves of lust, a somber reminder of both divine providence and the consequences of rebellion. When Moses led the Hebrews to a place called Paran, a region near the borders of the Canaanites, he gathered the multitude together in a great congregation. Paran was a rugged and difficult land, challenging for encampment and travel, lying close to the territories inhabited by the Canaanites, who were the established peoples of that fertile land promised to the Hebrews. Standing in the midst of the people, Moses addressed them with words of hope and determination. He reminded them that of the 2 blessings promised by God, liberty and the possession of a happy country, they had already received liberty, and the other blessing, the inheritance of a prosperous land, was within reach. He told them that no king, no fortified city, nor even the entire assembly of mankind, if gathered together, could prevent them from taking possession of it. Yet he warned that the Canaanites would not yield their land willingly. It would be wrested through great struggles and war, and therefore it was necessary to prepare for conflict. He then instructed them to send spies to survey the land, to understand its fertility and its defenses, and urged them above all to be united in mind and to honor God, who would be their ultimate helper and protector. The multitude, moved by his words, expressed respect and chose 12 spies, one from each tribe of the Hebrews, men of distinction and courage. These spies journeyed across all the land of Canaan, beginning from the borders of Egypt and traveling northward to the city of Hamath and the heights of Mount Lebanon, learning the nature of the land and its inhabitants. They returned after 40 days, bringing with them fruits of the land to demonstrate its fertility, showing grapes, figs, pomegranates, and other produce, signaling the abundance that awaited. Yet they also recounted the great difficulties. The rivers were broad and deep, the hills steep and treacherous, and the cities were fortified with strong walls and defenses. They reported that at Hebron they had seen the descendants of giants, a people of formidable stature. Though the spies had witnessed the land's richness, they were filled with fear at the challenges, and in turn sought to terrify the multitude. The people of Israel, upon hearing this report, were struck with despair. They saw the task as impossible, and their lamentations grew louder. They blamed Moses and Aaron, the high priest and his brother, accusing them of leading the people into danger, and spoke with anger and contumely. That night was filled with unrest, and by morning the multitude gathered with stones in hand, resolved to stone Moses and Aaron and to return once more into Egypt, returning to the land of their former bondage to escape the hardships before them. Amid this turmoil, two of the spies, Joshua the son of Nun, from the tribe of Ephraim, and Caleb from the tribe of Judah, stood courageously in the midst of the people. They exhorted the multitude to be of good courage, to trust in God, and not to believe the lies and exaggerations of those who had spread fear concerning the Canaanites. They reminded the people that neither the height of the mountains nor the depth of the rivers could deter men of true courage when God was their protector and guide. "Let us go against our enemies," they urged, trusting in God to lead us and following those who are appointed to be our leaders. Moses and Aaron, seeing the people's rage and despair, fell upon the ground in prayer, not for their own deliverance, but beseeching God to calm the hearts of the people, to restore order, and to bring their minds to a peaceful temper. At that moment, a cloud appeared and stood over the tabernacle, a visible sign of God's presence among them, a reminder that divine guidance had not forsaken them even in the midst of their fear and disobedience. Yet despite these reassurances, Moses, grieved and displeased at the rebellion and murmuring of the people, boldly confronted the multitude. He informed them that God was angered by their abuse and distrust, and that punishment would follow, not in the measure of their sins alone, but as correction, similar to how parents discipline their children, intended to teach and guide rather than to destroy. God's anger would result in the Hebrews remaining in the wilderness for 40 years, a time during which they would neither return to Egypt nor enter the land of Canaan, until the disobedience of that generation had passed. Moses stood before the multitude of Israelites, the people whom he had led from Egypt, and spoke to them with a voice heavy with both sorrow and authority. He reminded them of their own failings, of how they had been ungrateful despite the countless blessings they had received. He recalled to them how, when the spies sent to survey the land of Canaan returned with fearful reports, the people had been swayed by the words of these men rather than the promise of God. He warned them that, though God would not utterly destroy their nation, which had been honored above all other peoples, they would not enter the land of Canaan themselves. They would wander in the wilderness, living without a fixed habitation, without cities for 40 long years, a punishment for their transgression. Yet God's mercy remained. He promised that their children would inherit the land and enjoy the happiness and abundance for which their own recklessness had excluded them. The people were stricken with grief and despair, their hearts heavy with the weight of this decree. They pleaded with Moses to intercede on their behalf, to persuade God to forgive them, to permit them to settle in cities rather than wander the wilderness. Moses, however, answered them with firmness, explaining that this was no capricious act of anger or levity, but a judicial punishment ordained by God. He reminded them that their disobedience had consequences, and that even the most eloquent appeals could not undo divine justice. Yet through his presence, his words, and his unwavering authority, he calmed the tumult of their hearts. The multitude, though grievously afflicted, found themselves softened by his wisdom, recognizing the disadvantage of their own past defiance and the calamities to which it had led. Moses' power to persuade was extraordinary, for even though he was a single man among tens of thousands, his virtue and authority made the people temper their anger and heed his guidance. His influence extended beyond his natural lifetime. Generations of Hebrews continued to act as if Moses were present among them, ready to enforce the laws he had established. His legislation commanded obedience not merely by fear of human enforcement, but by reverence for divine authority. Even those who traveled from distant lands beyond the Euphrates River, a journey of 4 months fraught with dangers and hardships, deferred to his laws. They brought offerings and sacrifices in honor of the temple, yet in many cases were unable to partake of them fully, respecting the precise ordinances Moses had laid down, foregoing their own inclinations for obedience to the law. The reverence for Moses' laws endured through times of famine and hardship. During the reign of Claudius, emperor of the Romans, when Ismail served as high priest of the Israelites, a severe famine struck the land. The scarcity of wheat was such that a single tenth deal, a small measure of grain, was sold for 4 Athenian drachmae, an enormous sum. 70 cori, each a measure equal to 31 Sicilian or 41 Athenian medimni, of flour were brought into the temple for the feast of unleavened bread. Even in the midst of this scarcity, no priest dared consume a single crumb, adhering strictly to the law and to the fear of divine wrath, mindful that God's judgment might descend even when no human eye was upon them. Thus, the authority and virtue of Moses endured, and his writings retained their power across the generations. Even those who opposed the Hebrews acknowledged that the order and settlement established by Moses were guided by God. His leadership, his laws, and his personal virtue became a testament to divine wisdom, shaping the conduct and conscience of the people long after his mortal life had ended. Footnotes clarify certain details. The waters at Marah, where they were initially bitter, are known by the Syrians and Arabians as Mariri, and by some as Morith, derived from the Hebrew word mar, meaning bitter. Pliny the Elder, the Roman natural historian, called it the bitter fountain, and even in his time, the waters remained bitter, with abundant palm trees surrounding the area. Additional accounts concerning the sweetening of these waters at Marah may come from ancient secular sources of less authority than those Josephus traditionally followed. Philo, the Hellenistic Jewish philosopher of Alexandria, makes no mention of these additional accounts, nor does any other older writer known to us. If Flavius Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, had composed his Antiquities of the Jews solely for the instruction of Jewish readers, he would hardly have recounted such improbable circumstances. Yet Josephus was writing for Gentiles, non-Jewish readers, who might otherwise have found fault in the omission of extraordinary events recorded by Gentile sources. To avoid this, he did not conceal what he had encountered regarding such matters, a practice consistent with his approach on numerous occasions. This explanation, I must confess, is largely conjectural. Josephus never specifies when his own copy, derived from the records of the Temple of Jerusalem, included such additions, nor when any annotations from older sources were incorporated. It is uncertain which details originate from Jewish tradition and which from Gentile antiquity. Thus, in these instances, we are confined to mere conjecture, although the beliefs of Jews and Gentiles were generally so distinct that it is sometimes possible to make plausible assumptions about the origin of such additions. Similar interpolations appear in Josephus's account of Elisha sweetening a bitter and barren spring near Jericho, as recorded in his Wars of the Jews, Book 4, Chapter 8, Section 3. From a comparison of the writings of Moses in the Book of Exodus, Chapter 16, Verse 18, St. Paul in his second epistle to the Corinthians, Chapter 8, Verse 15, and Josephus himself, it appears that the quantity of manna falling each day, which did not spoil, was precisely enough to provide an omer, a Hebrew measure of approximately 7 Athenian catalo, for each member of the Israelite host, and no more. This precise allotment ensured that the miraculous food was sufficient for sustenance, but prevented excess. Some scholars have suggested that the sweet dew, or manna, which fell commonly in Arabia, might have been identical to the manna sent to the Israelites. Such a supposition reflects more of Gentile speculation than authentic Jewish or Christian understanding. It is plausible that an ancient Gentile writer, read by Josephus, made this comparison, and Josephus does not contradict him. However, just prior to this, and in Book 4, Chapter 3, Section 2 of his Antiquities, Josephus seems to affirm that such manna had not been seen before. The food from heaven is described as resembling snow in its appearance, while the heathen author Artapanus likened it to fine meal, white as snow, rained down by God upon the Israelites. The derivation of the word manna itself remains uncertain. Josephus suggested it comes from the Hebrew expression man, meaning what is it, while another interpretation derives it from manna, meaning to divide or a portion allotted to each person. The latter etymology appears most probable. The manna is referred to in the Hebrew scriptures as the food of angels, Psalm 78, verse 26. In the Christian scriptures, John chapter 6, verse 31, affirming its divine origin and sustenance. The rock from which water was miraculously provided during the Israelites' journey through the wilderness still exists, according to travelers of later generations, and must be the same rock present in the days of Moses. Its immense size precludes its transportation by modern vehicles or human effort. The small book containing the principal laws of Moses is traditionally kept within the holy house itself, the innermost sanctuary of worship. The larger Pentateuch, containing the complete Torah, is maintained somewhere within the boundaries of the Temple of Jerusalem and its surrounding courts, as Josephus records in Antiquities, Book 5, Chapter 1, Section 17. An extraordinary circumstance recorded during the battle with the Amalekites demonstrates the earliest known indication of the proper posture in solemn prayer. While Moses lifted his hands toward heaven, the Israelites prevailed in battle. When his hands fell toward the ground, the Amalekites gained the advantage. This gesture, stretching hands and eyes toward heaven, reflects the sacred practice of prayer observed by the patriarchs and later by Jews and Christians. In the early Christian church, this posture continued until the clergy began reading prayers from books, a later development that diminished the physical expression of devotion. The consistent use of divine forms of prayer, praise, and thanksgiving has, however, been a practice maintained among God's people in all ages, uniting patriarchs, Jews, and Christians in a common heritage of devotion. In the history of the Israelites, before any formal ordination by God or by Moses, the manner of choosing judges and officers among the people was remarkable and deserves attention. The leaders were elected through the testimonies and votes of the people themselves, a practice that later served as a pattern for the selection and ordination of bishops, presbyters, and deacons within the Christian church. This early system emphasized the involvement of the community in determining those who would administer justice and maintain order, long before divine sanction formalized their authority. Mount Sinai, the mountain to which Moses ascended to receive the laws of God, is described as the highest of all the mountains in that country. This corresponds to the peak now called St. Catherine's, which rises 1/3 higher than the mountain located a mile away, commonly referred to today as Sinai. Historical sources, such as the traveler Monsieur Thevenot, note this distinction, recording it in his work Travels, Part 1, Chapter 23. The mountain was also known by the name Horeb among the Egyptians, the people from whom the Israelites had recently departed, while the name Sinai was more common among Arabians, Canaanites, and other nations in the region. Biblical accounts, such as the first book of Kings, chapter 9, verse 8, refer to the prophet Elijah coming to Horeb, the Mount of God, but Josephus clarifies that this was the same mountain called Sinai. Jerome, cited by Dr. Hudson, also recognized the mountain as bearing these two names. In the observances of sacred service, certain traditions persisted from earlier superstition, particularly among the Pharisees, and Josephus complied with these practices in his historical accounts. Among these was the arrangement and use of the tabernacle of Moses, described in great detail across several chapters, with its various divisions, furnishings, and ceremonial functions. The golden bells attached to the hem of the high priest's long vestment served a profound purpose. When the high priest shook his garment during the offering of incense in the temple, especially on the great day of expiation or during major festivals, the sound signaled the people to join in prayer. This synchronized worship allowed the entire congregation to unite their prayers with the high priest, as noted in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 1, verse 10, and in the book of Revelation, chapter 8, verses 3 and 4. Likewise, the book of Sirach refers to Aaron, the first high priest, being surrounded by pomegranates and golden bells, producing sound and noise as a memorial to the children of Israel, ensuring that the sacred rituals were observed collectively. The high priest's forehead bore a golden plate, the Mosaic pedilon, preserved for centuries, even until the days of the historian Josephus and the theologian Origen. Inscribed upon this plate were the words, "Holiness to the Lord." written in Samaritan characters, signifying the dedication and sanctity of the priest before God. In his descriptions, Josephus also indicates that the tabernacle was divided into three parts: the entrance, the holy place, and the most holy place. He treats the entrance as a distinct division, separate from the holy and most holy places, reflecting the later structure of the temple, in which a third area, called the porch, was clearly defined. This careful arrangement emphasized the sacredness of each space and prepared the people for the profound experience of divine presence within the tabernacle. The mystical meaning of the Jewish tabernacle, with its sacred vessels and the garments of the high priest, has long been a subject of contemplation and interpretation. The explanation here, drawn from the writings of Philo of Alexandria, a Jewish philosopher of the 1st century who sought to reconcile Jewish teachings with Greco-Roman philosophical thought, adapts these sacred symbols to Gentile philosophical notions. In the context of the Jews, who were often well-versed in the learning and philosophy of the surrounding Gentile world, such an adaptation may be forgiven. Philo himself had been deeply educated in both Jewish traditions and Greco-Roman thought, and Josephus, the Jewish historian, had also immersed himself in the literature of Gentile peoples when he composed his works, including the Antiquities of the Jews. Yet, it is certain that in their education, both Philo and Josephus were familiar with traditional Jewish interpretations of these sacred objects, as preserved in early Jewish writings such as the Epistle of Barnabas, the letter to the Hebrews in the Christian New Testament, and other ancient Jewish sources. When Josephus wrote his Jewish War, intended for a Jewish audience, and at a comparatively younger age, he offered examples of interpretations grounded firmly in Jewish understanding. For instance, he explained the 7 branches of the temple candlestick, each with its 7 lamps, not as symbols of the planets, as some later Gentile philosophers suggested, but as emblems of the 7 days of creation and the day of rest, the Sabbath. In this way, ancient Jewish emblems were intended to reflect Jewish cosmology and theology, rather than Gentile conceptions of the universe. It is also notable that Josephus records 2 qualifications deemed essential for the first high priest, a position consecrated by God himself. First, the candidate must possess an excellent character, distinguished by virtuous and good actions. Second, he must enjoy the approbation and consent of the people, a principle strikingly similar to the criteria later observed in the Christian tradition for the selection of bishops, priests, and deacons, as documented in the apostolical constitutions. The weight and value of the Jewish shekel, the standard unit of currency, is also clarified in these historical records. In the days of Josephus, the shekel was valued at approximately 2 shillings and 10 pence sterling, recognized by learned Jews as about 1/5 larger than the older shekels. This accord with the Samaritan inscribed shekels minted by Simon the Maccabee roughly 230 years before Josephus wrote, which rarely exceeded 2 shillings and 4 pence. Regarding the rituals of the tabernacle, Josephus notes that incense was traditionally offered before sunrise and at sunset. Yet by the time of the Roman general Pompey, the offering of sacrifices was performed in the morning and again at the 9th hour, which corresponds to mid-afternoon in Jewish timekeeping. Josephus, as an eyewitness, corrects modern claims that only one of the 7 lamps burned during the day, affirming instead that 3 lamps were continually alight. The notion that Moses left it to God to be present at sacrifices when he pleased and absent when he pleased is another expression that requires careful understanding, as Josephus discusses in his treatise against Apion. Finally, the oracle of Urim and Thummim, a sacred instrument of divine revelation, conveys God's will to the people of Israel. The words Urim and Thummim signify light and perfection, or, in the Greek translation known as the Septuagint, revelation and truth. These shining stones, set in the high priest's breastplate, functioned as a medium for the will of God to be revealed, not by their own illumination, as some modern rabbis have erroneously supposed, but through an audible voice emanating from the mercy seat between the cherubim. 200 years had passed in silence over this sacred oracle, as Josephus, the 1st century Romano-Jewish historian, informs us, ever since the days of the last good high priest of the family of the Maccabees, John Hyrcanus, who ruled as both priest and leader of Israel. It is here crucial to understand that this oracle served as the voice of God, present among the people of Israel as their sovereign king. The Israelites, while submitting to his guidance, were not governed by independent kings who ruled by their own will or worldly political strategies, but by divine direction, obeying the commands of God as their supreme ruler. From the earliest days of Moses and Joshua, the oracle functioned as a divine guide. It appeared alongside angelic visitations and prophetic admonitions, directing the people in matters of war, law, and governance. It was consulted continuously through the leadership of Israel, from the time the Israelites first entered the Promised Land to the anointing of Saul, the first king of the succession of Israelite monarchs, as recorded in the books of Numbers, Joshua, Judges, and the first book of Samuel. Saul, however, grew disobedient and began to act according to his own judgment, particularly in the war against the Amalekites, ignoring the oracle entirely. It was at this moment that the oracle departed from him and accompanied David, who was anointed as his successor, guiding him faithfully. David consulted God through this oracle on multiple occasions and consistently followed its directions, as recorded in the first book of Samuel, the second book of Samuel, and the first book of Chronicles. Even long after Saul's rejection by God, when he was abandoned to destruction for his disobedience, he attempted to seek divine counsel, but it was too late. God no longer answered him, neither through dreams, nor through the Urim, nor through prophets. David's successors in the kingdom of Judah, as far as the records show, did not consult God through this oracle until the time of the Babylonian captivity, when the line of kings came to an end. In their assertion of despotic power, these kings acted independently, paying little heed to God as the supreme king of Israel, though occasionally they consulted the prophets and received answers. When the two tribes returned from exile, without the restoration of the monarchy, the restoration of this sacred oracle was anticipated. Evidence suggests that it may have briefly reappeared in the days of John Hyrcanus, an exceptional high priest whom Josephus esteemed as simultaneously a king, priest, and prophet. John Hyrcanus foretold several events that came to pass, yet upon his death, the oracle ceased entirely. Subsequent high priests placed crowns upon their heads and ruled by their own authority, mirroring the kings of the surrounding pagan nations rather than submitting to divine instruction. While the God of Israel remained acknowledged as the supreme king, his directions through the Urim guided the people only as long as theocracy prevailed. After the cessation of the oracle, theocratic rule ended. Small remnants of the oracle persisted, such as the divine dream of the high priest Jadis and the remarkable prophecy of the high priest Caiaphas, recorded in the Gospel according to John, concerning the fate of the nation. Josephus himself recorded a prophetic vision regarding the succession of Vespasian and Titus to the Roman imperial throne, preceding the reign of Nero and the brief rules of Galba, Otho, and Vitellius. This, Josephus considered, was the final instance of anything resembling the prophetic Urim among the Jewish nation, occurring just before their catastrophic destruction. It is remarkable that learned men, such as Sir John Marsham and Dr. Spencer, would assert that the oracle of Urim and Thummim and other practices of Moses were derived from Egyptian customs. No records indicate the presence of such practices in Egypt until the historians Diodorus Siculus, Aelian, and Maimonides, or at the earliest near the Christian era. The primary purpose of Moses' law was to shield Israel from idolatry and the superstitions of surrounding pagan nations. The historical and evidentiary weight supporting the antiquity of Moses' laws far surpasses any evidence for the supposed Egyptian origin of similar practices. Such claims, therefore, appear less as reasoned conclusions than as demonstrations of human bias prevailing over factual evidence, even among the most learned. Rieland, the noted scholar, makes an important observation, drawing from the works of Flavius Josephus, the first-century Jewish historian, in comparison with the law of Moses as recorded in the book of Leviticus, chapter 7, verse 15. He observes that when the law instructs that the eating of sacrifice is to occur on the same day it is offered, this should be understood as meaning before the morning of the following day. According to Jewish reckoning, the night belongs to the next day, yet the sacrifice must be consumed before dawn. This principle, that the day precedes the night, is a maxim of the Jewish people, and it appears consistently in the language of both the Old Testament and the New Testament. Rieland further references Antiquities of the Jews, Book 4, Chapter 4, Section 4, and his own notes on Book 4, Chapter 8, Section 28, to illustrate this practice in other ceremonial contexts. Josephus, in his writings, often refers to the Israelite camp as a city, to the court of the Mosaic tabernacle as a temple, and to the tabernacle itself as a holy house. These terms reflect his knowledge of the later city of Jerusalem, the great temple of Solomon, and the sacred house within it. He employs these analogies to help his readers, both Jewish and Gentile, understand the sacred structures and their significance within the wilderness journey. Josephus also emphasizes the elevated standards required of the priests in comparison to the people. The lawgiver Moses demanded a double degree of purity and parity from the priests, setting them apart as intermediaries between God and the people. Several examples of this heightened requirement are given in Josephus's writings, and the same principle is echoed among the earliest Christians, in which the clergy were held to stricter moral and spiritual standards than the laity, as documented in the apostolical constitutions and the church canons of the early centuries. Rieland further notes that the precept given to the priests, forbidding them from drinking wine while wearing their sacred garments, should be understood as a prohibition during the entire period of their ministerial service in the temple. The priests wore these sacred vestments only while performing their duties, and thus abstinence applied to all acts of ministration, emphasizing the solemnity and purity of their service before God. References to this practice and other ceremonial observances are found in Josephus's Antiquities, Book 20, Chapter 2, Section 6, and corroborated in the Christian scriptures, in the Acts of the Apostles, Chapter 11, verse 28. This leads us to the beginning of Book 4 of Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, which recounts the interval of 38 years. This period begins with the rejection of the generation that departed from Egypt under Moses' leadership and continues through to the death of Moses, chronicling the trials, laws, and divine interventions experienced by the Israelites during their extended journey through the wilderness. The life of the Hebrews in the wilderness had become exceedingly difficult and burdensome to them. Their daily existence, filled with scarcity and uncertainty, stirred discontent and impatience in their hearts. Although God had expressly commanded them not to meddle with the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land of Canaan, the Israelites could not be persuaded to obey Moses, their appointed leader. They imagined that they could triumph over their enemies without his approval. Suspicion and resentment toward Moses grew in their hearts, for they accused him of keeping them in a state of distress, believing he sought to make them perpetually dependent upon his guidance. They reasoned that God's assistance had been granted not because of Moses' intercessions, but because God cared for their entire nation, taking under his protection the affairs of their forefathers. They believed that their own virtue, demonstrated in their past struggles and in securing their liberation from Egypt, entitled them to divine aid in their present endeavors. With these thoughts inflaming their courage, they resolved to confront the Canaanites on their own. They argued among themselves that their strength was sufficient for victory, and that it would be prudent to assert themselves as masters of their own destiny rather than submit blindly to Moses. They claimed that God, the supreme commander, would aid them directly, and that it was folly to allow Moses, under the guise of divine authority, to forbid them from taking the land that had been promised to their ancestors. Believing themselves justified, they prepared for war, trusting in God alone and disregarding the counsel of their legislator. When the Hebrews advanced against the Canaanites, they encountered an enemy that was neither intimidated by their numbers nor by the audacity of their assault. The Canaanite warriors received them with unwavering courage, and in the ensuing clash, many Hebrews were slain. The rest of the Israelite army, thrown into disorder by the chaos of the battle, fled in shameful confusion back to their encampment. This unexpected defeat crushed their spirits, and despair settled upon them as they interpreted their misfortune as a punishment from God for their rashness in waging war without divine approval. Observing the deep despondency of his people and fearing that the Canaanites might capitalize on their victory to inflict even greater harm, Moses resolved to withdraw the army further into the wilderness. He intended to remove them from immediate danger and to allow them time to recover, instructing them not to engage in combat until God provided a more favorable opportunity. Recognizing their dependence upon his leadership, the multitude submitted once again to his guidance, acknowledging that without Moses' direction, their affairs could not prosper. The host moved under his command into a more distant and secure position in the wilderness, prepared to await God's providence. Yet even in this temporary reprieve, unrest stirred among the people. As is often the case with large armies, and especially when they have suffered setbacks, the Israelites became difficult to govern and hard to please. Numbering 600,000 able-bodied men, they were not easily controlled, and the stress of their circumstances magnified their anger, both toward one another and toward their leader. A dangerous sedition arose, led by a man named Korah and supported by a faction of the people, who challenged the authority of Moses and his brother Aaron over the priesthood. The rebellion was unprecedented, remarkable in its scale and the threat it posed, for it placed the entire nation at risk of destruction. Despite the magnitude of their ingratitude and the violence of their disobedience, Moses remained steadfast. He did not seek vengeance for the indignities he had suffered, including the threat of being stoned by his own people. God, likewise, did not abandon them, restraining the calamities that would otherwise have been fall upon the rebellious multitude. The providential care of God preserved the Israelites, and through Moses' intervention, they were delivered from the worst consequences of their insurrection. Before recounting the sedition in detail, it is necessary to understand the causes that led to this outbreak, the manner in which the rebellion unfolded, and the measures Moses established afterward to secure order and maintain governance among the people. Korah, a Hebrew of principal account, distinguished both by his family and by his wealth, was a man skilled in speech and persuasion. He could easily sway the people with his words. Observing Moses elevated to an exceedingly great dignity, Korah, himself of the same tribe as Moses and of kin to him, became deeply envious. He believed that he deserved the honorable post even more than Moses did, considering his own riches and noble birth. Consumed by ambition, he stirred a clamor against Moses among the Levites, who were of his own tribe, and among his kindred. Korah claimed it was a grievous injustice that Moses should have been elevated while he, Korah, was overlooked. He argued that Moses had sought glory for himself under the pretense of God's command and had given the priesthood to Aaron, Moses' brother, not by divine mandate alone, but by his own choice, disregarding the common suffrage of the people. Korah added that this concealed method of imposing authority was worse than open force, because it secretly usurped power without the consent of the people. In his discourse, he claimed that those who deserve honors seek them by persuasion, not by violence, while those who cannot obtain them by just means resort to cunning to grow wickedly powerful. Korah argued that the multitude ought to punish such men before they grew strong, and he questioned Moses' authority in bestowing the priesthood on Aaron and his sons. He reasoned that if God had meant to give the office to one of the tribe of Levi, Korah himself was more worthy than Moses, being equal in lineage and superior in wealth and age. If it were intended for the eldest, he said, the tribe of Reuben should hold it, and Dathan, Abiram, and On, the son of Peleth, should also be considered, for they were the eldest and most powerful men of that tribe. Yet the guise of Korah's speech was public concern for justice. In truth, he sought to transfer the honor to himself. His words, though plausible, spread among his tribe and gradually reached the wider multitude. Soon the scandal against Aaron inflamed the people. 250 of the principal men joined Korah's conspiracy, eager to see Aaron disgraced and the priesthood taken from him. The multitude, stirred into sedition, attempted to stone Moses, gathering in confusion and disorder before the tabernacle of God. They accused Moses of usurping power under the guise of divine command, claiming that if God had chosen Aaron, the people themselves should have had the authority to appoint him. Despite foreseeing this calumny and perceiving the irritation of the people, Moses was not dismayed. Courageous and confident, knowing that Aaron had received the priesthood by divine command and not personal favor, Moses confronted Korah directly. He addressed him in a loud and persuasive manner, skilled as he was in speech, saying, "O Korah, thou and all these with thee," pointing to the 250 men, "seem worthy of this honor. I do not deny that this whole company might be worthy of the priesthood, though you may surpass others in wealth or greatness. I have not given this office to Aaron because of riches, for thou exceedest us both. Nor have I done it because of family, for God made our families equal by giving us the same common ancestor. Nor out of brotherly affection, for it would be unwise to expose myself to danger and bestow it upon one so close to me. This honor was not mine to grant, but God's." Moses continued, urging the people to end their sedition and let the matter be decided by divine judgment. He instructed that all who desired the priesthood bring a censer with incense and fire the next morning to present publicly before all the people. "Do thou, O Korah," Moses said, "leave the judgment to God and see on which side he gives his determination. Do not make thyself greater than God. Let Aaron, who is of thy lineage and whose service has been blameless, offer himself in this scrutiny. Whosoever God accepts shall be confirmed in the priesthood, and all calumny against him shall cease." Thus Moses set the stage for a divine test of authority, calling upon the people to witness the decision of God, and to let justice, not envy or cunning, determine who should serve in the sacred office. When Moses spoke these words, the people ceased their turbulent behavior, the doubts and suspicions that had taken root in their hearts about him dissipating in the face of his reasoned words and steadfast courage. The assembly, which had been filled with agitation and murmurs, was dissolved. Yet on the following day, the people returned, drawn to the congregation to witness the sacrifices and to see how the matter of the priesthood would be resolved. The assembly was tense, filled with uncertainty and suspense. Some among the multitude secretly wished to see Moses convicted of wrongdoing, their envy and malice coloring their judgment, while the wiser portion of the people hoped only for the restoration of order, fearing that continued sedition would undo the careful establishment of their settlement. The nature of large crowds, as history has often shown, is to delight in tumult, to sway their opinions at the sound of each speaker's voice, and to disturb public tranquility. In this charged atmosphere, Moses sent messengers to summon Abiram and Dathan, the ringleaders of the rebellion, commanding them to appear before the assembly to witness the sacred rites. Yet they refused. They would not obey. They would not forgive what they considered the overreach of Moses, accusing him of growing too powerful and practicing evil. When Moses received their defiance, he called upon the heads of the people to follow him, and he approached the faction of Dathan without fear. Surprisingly, there was no resistance. The leaders and the people accompanied him, their awe or hesitation restraining them. Dathan and his companions, seeing Moses and the principal men approaching, stood before their tents, with their wives and children, watching carefully, their servants arrayed nearby in readiness, prepared to defend them should Moses attempt to use force. Moses drew near and lifted his hands to the heavens, crying out in a voice that could be heard over the expanse of the assembly. "O Lord of the creatures that inhabit the heavens, the earth, and the seas," he called, "thou art the authentic witness to all that I have done, for all has been by thy appointment. Thou didst grant us aid when we attempted any righteous deed, and show mercy upon the Hebrews in all their distresses. Hear now all that I declare, for no thought or action escapes thy knowledge, and let not the false imputations of these men go unjudged. For what was done before my birth, thou knowest best, having been present and witness to it, and for what has been done of late, which these men, although knowing it, falsely suspect, be thou my witness. When I lived a quiet private life, I left the comforts and counsel of Ragel, my father-in-law, and devoted myself to this people, enduring many miseries for their sake. I bore labor and hardship to secure their freedom, and I have continued so, ensuring their preservation, always ready to relieve them in every distress. He spoke further, enumerating the miracles and mercies granted by God, the fire at Mount Sinai that revealed divine presence, the command to go to Egypt and proclaim God's will, the overthrow of the Egyptians and the subjugation of Pharaoh's dominion, the parting of the Red Sea that allowed escape, the provision of water from corrupted springs and from rocks when all was dry, the sustenance provided from quails and manna when the earth failed to yield its fruits, and the laws and system of governance given to them by divine instruction. O Lord of the whole world, he declared, as judge and witness who cannot be bribed, show that I have acted justly in all matters, that I have not accepted gifts against justice, nor condemned the innocent for the sake of the rich, nor attempted harm against this commonwealth. Yet I am now suspected, as if I conferred the priesthood upon Aaron not by thy command, but of my own favor. Let thy providence be manifest. Let the punishment of Abiram and Dathan demonstrate thy power, that they, who have defied thy glory, may perish with their families and possessions, their ground opening beneath them and consuming them. Let their fate be known to all, a lesson to those who entertain profane thoughts of thee, and let it vindicate thy servant in the precepts thou hast given. Preserve those who obey thy commandments, protect the multitude that follows thee, and let them suffer no harm for the sins of the wicked. For thou knowest it is unjust that the whole nation of Israel should perish for the iniquity of a few. When Moses spoke these words, his eyes filled with tears, and the very ground beneath the tents of the Israelites trembled violently. The motion of the earth was like the agitation of the sea when winds stir up mighty waves. The people were struck with terror, for the ground surrounding the rebellious tents sank abruptly with a tremendous and dreadful sound. Into the gaping earth fell those who had risen in sedition, their possessions swallowed along with them. They perished so completely that no trace remained of their bodies, and the earth closed over them as if nothing had ever happened. Those who witnessed the event afterward could not perceive that the ground had ever opened. The calamity was profound not only for its suddenness and violence, but also because the relatives of the men who perished took satisfaction in their punishment. They regarded the rebels, the people around Dathan, as wicked and pestilent men, and therefore approved of the judgment rather than mourned their loss. Moses then called the 250 men who contended for the priesthood to a trial, that God's will might decide who should serve as priest. Among them were Aaron, brother of Moses, and Korah, a Levite of distinguished lineage. Each man brought his own censer of incense and offered it before the tabernacle. Suddenly, a fire blazed forth as none had ever seen, brighter and more terrifying than any human-made flame, surpassing even natural conflagrations. Neither the eruptions of subterranean fires, nor those which ignite when trees rub together in forests, could compare. This divine fire consumed Korah and all his followers completely, leaving no remains. Aaron alone was preserved, untouched, for it was God who directed the fire to punish only those who were to be punished. Moses, mindful that such a momentous judgment should not be forgotten, commanded Eleazar, the son of Aaron, to place the censers of the destroyed men beside the brazen altar, so that future generations might see the demonstration of God's power. Henceforth, Aaron's priesthood was not merely by favor of Moses, but by the public and unmistakable judgment of God, and he and his descendants held the office in peace. Yet even after this dramatic punishment, unrest among the Israelites did not subside. The sedition grew stronger, fed by suspicion and misunderstanding. Many believed that Moses had acted out of personal favor, and that the destruction of the rebels, though divinely sanctioned, was caused by his intervention. The relatives of those who had died pleaded with the congregation to check Moses' authority, fearing further reprisals. Moses, seeing the tumult and fearing a greater calamity, summoned the people to a congregation. He listened patiently to their apologies without argument, so as not to inflame the crowd further. Then he asked the heads of the tribes to bring their rods, each inscribed with the name of its tribe, so that God might reveal by a sign which rod should signify the priesthood. Each man complied, and Aaron presented the rod of the tribe of Levi. Moses placed all the rods in the tabernacle of God overnight. The next day, when the rods were brought forth, the people observed a remarkable sign. Aaron's rod had sprouted buds, grown branches, and produced ripe almonds, though the rod had been cut from a tree. The sight astonished all who saw it. Hatred and jealousy were replaced by awe and admiration. The people recognized God's judgment, and Aaron's priesthood was established beyond dispute. In this manner, the rebellion among the Hebrews, which had endured for so long, was finally quelled, and peace was restored to the camp under the divine ordering of God and the steadfast leadership of Moses. Moses, recognizing that the tribe of Levi was set apart from all warlike duties and consecrated for the service of God, commanded the Hebrews, according to the divine will, that when they should enter and take possession of the land of Canaan, they were to assign 48 good and fair cities to the Levites. These cities were to include suburbs extending as far as 2,000 cubits from the city walls, providing the Levites with the means to live without needing to pursue ordinary necessities, so that they could devote themselves entirely to the service of the tabernacle and the worship of God. In addition, Moses instructed that the people should pay a tithe, or a tenth part, of all their annual produce of the earth, both to the Levites and to the priests, thereby ensuring their sustenance and the proper maintenance of the sacred offices. Beyond this general provision for the Levites, Moses specified what the priests were to receive as their exclusive share. He commanded that the Levites surrender 13 of their 48 cities to the priests and set apart for them the tenth part of the tithes, which they annually receive from the people. Moses also decreed that it was just to offer to God the first fruits of all agricultural produce, and that the firstborn of four-footed beasts designated for sacrifice, if male, should be given to the priests to be offered, allowing the priests and their families to partake of the sacred meat in the holy city. 4 firstborn animals not appointed for sacrifice, the owners were to offer a shekel and a half, while for the firstborn of a man, 5 shekels were to be given. The priests were also entitled to the first fruits from the shearing of sheep and a portion of any baked bread or loaves prepared by the people. Moses further established laws for those who dedicated themselves to God as Nazirites, men and women who abstained from wine and let their hair grow long as part of their vow. When these individuals consecrated their hair, it was to be allotted to the priests for burning upon the altar. Those who dedicated themselves to God as a korban, a term meaning gift in the Greek tongue, wishing to be freed from ministry, were to provide a monetary offering to the priests, 30 shekels for a woman, 50 shekels for a man, with adjustments allowed for those too poor to pay the full sum, as determined by the priests. Additionally, when private individuals sacrificed animals at home for ordinary festivals, not for religious purposes, they were to deliver the maw, the breast, and the right shoulder of the animal to the priests. These provisions ensured that the priests were well maintained, alongside the offerings for sin previously described, and that their families, sons, daughters, and wives shared in these allocations, except for the sacrifices offered specifically for sins, which only the male members of the priestly families could eat, and that only on the day the offering was made within the temple. After establishing these ordinances following the suppression of the sedition, Moses moved with the entire army to the borders of the land of Idumea. He sent ambassadors to the king of the Idumeans, requesting safe passage for the Hebrews through his territory. Moses offered hostages as a guarantee of good faith and sought permission for his army to purchase provisions, even offering to pay for water if required. The king of the Idumeans, however, was angered by these requests and refused passage, preparing his armed forces to oppose the Israelites if they attempted to enter by force. In response, Moses consulted God through the oracle and received guidance not to initiate war. He accordingly withdrew his forces and traveled around the wilderness, seeking safety and direction. During this period, Miriam, the sister of Moses, passed away at the completion of her 40th year since the exodus from Egypt. She died on the first day of the lunar month Xanthicus. The Hebrews held a public funeral for her at considerable expense, burying her upon a mountain called Sin. The mourning lasted 30 days, after which Moses instituted a purification ritual for the people. He brought a heifer that had never been used for labor, fully red in color, to a clean place outside the camp. The high priest performed the sacrifice, sprinkling its blood 7 times before the tabernacle, and then the entire animal was burned, together with its skin and entrails, along with cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet wool. A clean man gathered the ashes and deposited them in a pure location. Thereafter, any person defiled by contact with a dead body could be purified by sprinkling spring water mixed with a portion of these ashes on the 3rd and 7th days. Moses commanded that this practice continue when the tribes entered the land of Canaan. Following the completion of these purification rites, Moses led the army through the wilderness and across Arabia to a place the Arabians considered their metropolis, formerly called Arsay, now known as Petra, a city surrounded by high mountains. There, Aaron, the brother of Moses and the high priest, ascended one of the mountains in full view of the entire army. Moses, having previously informed him of his impending death, saw Aaron remove his pontifical garments and transfer them to Eleazar, his son and the rightful successor to the high priesthood as the elder brother. Aaron died before the multitude in the same year as his sister Miriam, having lived 123 years. His death occurred on the first day of a lunar month called Abba by the Hebrews, Hecatombean by the Athenians, and Laus by the Macedonians. After the mourning for Aaron had concluded, lasting 30 days, Moses led the army of the Hebrews from that place and arrived at the river Arnon. This river, originating in the mountains of Arabia, winds through the wilderness and empties into the lake Asphaltitis, forming the natural boundary between the lands of the Moabites and the Amorites. This territory was fertile and capable of sustaining a large population with its abundant produce. Recognizing the importance of passage through this land, Moses sent messengers to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, requesting safe passage for the Hebrew army. Moses offered any terms that Sihon might desire, assuring him that neither his land nor his people would be harmed, and even offering to purchase provisions, including water, at favorable prices. Yet Sihon, unwilling to grant this request, drew up his army for battle, intending to block the Hebrews from crossing the river Arnon. Seeing the Amorite king prepared for hostilities, Moses resolved not to tolerate the insult and sought to strengthen the courage of the Hebrews, wary of the disorder that had caused sedition in the past. He inquired of God whether he should engage in battle, and when God promised victory, Moses encouraged his soldiers to fight without delay. The Hebrews donned their light armor, which allowed them swiftness, and prepared for combat. When the Amorite king saw the Hebrews ready for battle, he and his previously confident army became seized by fear. They could not withstand the initial onslaught and fled, hoping to find safety within their fortified cities. Yet the Hebrews pursued them relentlessly, striking with slings, darts, and bows. Those who were most distant or attempted escape were cut down or wounded, and the summer heat intensified the suffering of the fleeing soldiers. Sihon, the king, was slain, and the Hebrews claimed the spoils, capturing prisoners and taking control of the fruitful land. The territory was naturally bounded by 3 rivers, the Arnon to the south, the Jabbok to the north, which, upon meeting the Jordan River, loses its name, and the Jordan itself to the west, giving the region the appearance of an island. No sooner had the Hebrews subdued Sihon and his army than Og, the king of Gilead and Gulonitis, marched against them. He had intended to aid his ally Sihon, but finding him already slain, Og pressed forward with hopes of defeating the Hebrews. Yet his army was no match. Og himself, renowned for his immense size, strength, and agility, fell in battle, and every soldier in his army was destroyed. The Hebrews crossed the river Jabbok and overran the kingdom of Og, conquering his cities and slaying all inhabitants, despite their wealth and the richness of their soil. Og's formidable stature and strength were legendary, evidenced by the royal bed found at Rabbath, the royal city of the Ammonites, which measured 4 cubits in breadth and over 9 cubits in length. His death not only secured immediate safety for the Hebrews, but allowed them to capture 60 cities under his dominion, all fortified and now filled with spoils. The victories over Sion and Og marked a dramatic and decisive turning point, securing the Hebrews a strong foothold in this bountiful and strategically vital region. When Moses had led his army to the banks of the river Jordan, he encamped them upon the great plain that stretched across from the city of Jericho. Jericho, renowned in antiquity for its fertile soil and advantageous location, was well suited for the cultivation of palm trees and the fragrant balsam, a resin prized for its use in sacred anointings and perfumes. The Israelites, now emboldened by their previous victories and sustained by divine favor, grew proud of their strength and eager for battle. Moses, after offering sacrifices of thanksgiving to God for several days and allowing the people to feast in celebration, dispatched a company of armed men to lay waste the country of the Midianites and to seize their cities. The cause of this military expedition lay with Balak, the king of the Moabites, whose lineage traced back through generations of alliance and friendship with the Midianites. Balak, alarmed by the rapid growth and increasing power of the Israelites, feared for the safety of his kingdom. Unaware that the Hebrews were bound by divine command to limit themselves to the land of Canaan, he assumed they might threaten his own borders and resolved, with haste surpassing wisdom, to act. Rather than directly engaging in battle, Balak sought to employ strategy through words and influence. He dispatched ambassadors to the Midianites, who were well acquainted with Balaam, a prophet of great renown residing by the river Euphrates. Balaam was celebrated across the lands for the truthfulness of his predictions and maintained a friendly rapport with the Midianites. Balak's ambassadors, accompanied by prominent Midianite princes, entreated Balaam to come and curse the Israelites, believing that such an invocation would bring about their destruction. Balaam received the ambassadors with courtesy, shared in their meal, and inquired of God concerning the matter. God, however, opposed Balaam's intention, revealing that the Israelites were favored by divine providence. Balaam, recognizing the authority of God who had exalted him through his prophetic reputation, informed the ambassadors that he could not comply and advised them to abandon their hostility. Despite this warning, the Midianites, pressed urgently by Balak, sent a second delegation. Balaam, willing to satisfy the men, inquired of God once more. God, displeased with the repetition of the request, instructed him not to contradict the ambassadors, but to speak only that which God would dictate. Balaam, uncertain of the meaning but trusting in divine command, proceeded with the ambassadors. On the journey, as he passed through a narrow mountain path with walls rising on either side, an angel of God appeared to obstruct him. Balaam's donkey, perceiving the divine presence, pressed against the wall, causing Balaam to strike her. When the donkey fell, God miraculously enabled her to speak with a human voice, rebuking Balaam for his harsh treatment. Then the angel revealed himself to Balaam, explaining that the obstruction was not the fault of the donkey, but a test of Balaam's obedience. Balaam, alarmed yet obedient, prepared to return, but God commanded him to continue, with a strict injunction that he speak only what God would place in his mind. Balaam reached Balak, who entertained the prophet with royal splendor. The king guided him to a mountain overlooking the camp of the Hebrews, 60 furlongs distant, to survey their strength. Balaam requested that 7 altars be built, and 7 bulls and 7 rams be brought to be sacrificed upon them as burnt offerings. Balak consented, and Balaam offered the sacrifices, seeking a sign of the Hebrews' impending flight or defeat. Instead, Balaam proclaimed a vision of blessing. "Happy is this people," he declared, "upon whom God bestows innumerable good things, guiding them with providence and protecting them in all their endeavors. No nation among mankind surpasses you in virtue, in the pursuit of righteous conduct, and in devotion to the principles of life that are free from wickedness. These laws and virtues shall endure among your children, for God has appointed them to this people. You shall possess the land of Canaan, and it shall remain under the dominion of your descendants. Both the earth and the seas shall reflect your glory. Your number shall be sufficient to inhabit the world and fill every region with your progeny. Though you are yet few in comparison to the vastness of Canaan, know that the entire world is prepared for your habitation forever. The multitude of your descendants, Balaam proclaimed, shall dwell both upon the islands and upon the great continents, and their numbers shall exceed even the stars that adorn the heavens. God, he foretold, will not abandon their care, but shall provide an abundance of all good things in times of peace, and in times of war will grant them victory and dominion. May the children of their enemies gather courage to rise against them. May they dare to come to arms and assault them in battle, yet they will not return with triumph. Their return will bring grief to their own children and wives. Through the providence of God, Balaam declared, their valor will be raised to such heights that while he may diminish the wealth of some, he will supply the needs of others. Thus did Balaam speak, moved not by his own understanding, but by the divine Spirit, compelled to utter words he did not control. Yet King Balak, ruler of Moab, was displeased, for he had summoned Balaam with promises of great reward to curse the Hebrews, and instead Balaam had pronounced blessings, declaring them the happiest of men. Balak accused him of breaking the contract he had made, saying that he had come to bring ruin upon Israel, yet had extolled them instead. Balaam replied with solemnity, "O Balak, consider this matter carefully. Can it be thought that any man can remain silent, or choose what he says, when the Spirit of God seizes upon him? It places words in our mouths that are not our own. I remember well how both you and the Midianites joyfully brought me hither, and for that reason I undertook this journey. My intention was never to affront you, nor to oppose your desires. Yet God is mightier than the purposes I had made to serve you. Those who presume to foretell the affairs of mankind from their own abilities cannot control the words that God inspires in them, nor can they resist the divine will. When God enters the heart of a prophet, nothing spoken is the prophet's own. I did not intend to praise this army or declare the blessings God had prepared for them. Yet since he was favorable to them and ready to bestow a happy life and eternal glory, he suggested these declarations to me. But now, to honor both thee and the Midianites, whose entreaties it is not fitting to reject, let us rear other altars and offer sacrifices again, that I may see whether God will permit me to curse them." Balak consented, but even upon these second sacrifices, God would not allow Balaam to curse the Israelites. In reverence and humility, Balaam fell upon his face and foretold the calamities that would befall the kings of nations and the most prominent cities, some of which had scarcely been inhabited in earlier times. These events came to pass among the peoples concerned, both by sea and by land, across the generations, and from these fulfillments, one could surmise that the remainder would come to pass in the appointed time. Balak, enraged that his enemies were not cursed, dismissed Balaam without honor. As Balaam departed, journeying toward the great river Euphrates, he summoned Balak and the princes of the Midianites, and spoke to them, "O Balak, and you Midianites here present, even without God's will, I must speak. No complete destruction can befall the nation of the Hebrews, neither by war, nor by plague, nor by famine, nor by any sudden misfortune. God's providence ensures their preservation. Some small adversities may come upon them temporarily, to humble them, but afterward they shall flourish again, striking terror into those who sought their harm. If you desire a temporary victory, you may achieve it by following my counsel. Send forth the most beautiful of your daughters, those most adorned and exemplary in grace. Place them near the Israelite camp, and encourage the young men of Israel to embrace their company. When they are captivated, they may be persuaded to abandon obedience to their own laws, and to forsake the worship of the God who established them, in favor of the gods of Midian, which will provoke God's anger against them." The Midianites followed Balaam's instructions. Their daughters, exquisitely adorned and prepared, mingled with the Hebrew men, who were immediately captivated. They entreated the women not to deny them their company, promising tears, oaths, and all the wealth they possessed, calling upon God as witness to their pledges. The women, perceiving their effect, consented to remain, yet spoke cautiously. "O illustrious young men, we possess abundance and affectionate families at home. We came not from want, nor to prostitute our beauty for gain, but to honor your courage and hospitality. Now that you show deep affection and distress at our departure, we are inclined to stay with you as your wives. Yet we fear that in time you may grow weary of us and cast us back to our families in dishonor. We beg you forgive our caution." The Hebrew men swore to uphold their pledges, promising all assurances the women desired. Yet the women declared a condition. "If you would have us as your wives, you must adopt our ways of worship. You must honor the gods of Midian, as is proper in this land, for otherwise there is no other sign of kindness greater than this acceptance of our laws. Worship them, or seek another world where you may live alone according to your own statutes." And thus, the Hebrews faced a choice between the worship of God who had established them and the customs and divine rights of the Midianites, with consequences that would shape their destiny in the wilderness. The young men of the Hebrew people, captivated by the beauty and persuasions of foreign women, allowed themselves to be led astray. Their hearts and minds were swayed by the pleasures and customs of these women, and in doing so, they transgressed the very laws that had been given to them by God through Moses. Believing in the existence of many gods, they resolved to offer sacrifices according to the rites of the lands from which these women came. The delight they found in these strange foods and practices spread quickly through the entire company of young men, and a sedition arose far more dangerous than any before. Even men of distinguished lineage, those celebrated for the virtues of their fathers, succumbed to this corruption, following the example set by the others and abandoning the commandments that had been their guide. Among the most notorious of these transgressors was Zimri, the leader of the tribe of Simeon. He was accompanied by Cosbi, a Midianitish woman, the daughter of Sur, a man of considerable authority in that country. Encouraged by her to disregard the laws of Moses, Zimri not only engaged in foreign sacrifices, but also took her as his wife, openly violating the statutes of their people. Moses, seeing the depth of this sedition and fearing that it might spread further, called the people together in a congregation. Yet he named no individual, unwilling to drive any into despair who might yet repent. He addressed the assembly, reminding them that their actions were unworthy of themselves and of their fathers, that it was better to resist lusts and desires than to indulge them, and that true fortitude consisted not in violating their laws, but in upholding them, even when life offered abundance. In response, Zimri openly defied Moses. He proclaimed that Moses had imposed laws for his own authority and dominion, asserting that the Hebrews were entitled to act freely, following their own desires as free men. He acknowledged that he had taken a foreign woman and had sacrificed to other gods, insisting that he acted according to his own judgment and not under tyranny. The people, struck by fear and the boldness of this speech, remained silent, and Moses chose not to confront him further in public, lest others be emboldened to imitate such audacity. The assembly dispersed, yet the threat of rebellion lingered. It was Phinehas, a man of noble character and distinguished lineage, who acted decisively. The son of Eleazar, the high priest and grandson of Aaron, Moses' brother, Phinehas was both courageous and righteous. Troubled by the sins of Zimri, he resolved to prevent further corruption by striking swiftly and decisively. Entering Zimri's tent, he drove his javelin through both Zimri and Cosbi, striking down the leaders of the transgression in one courageous act. Inspired by his valor, other young men of virtue followed his example, executing those who had committed similar crimes. Yet even with the bold actions of Phinehas and his followers, divine justice was not complete without the hand of God. A plague fell upon the Hebrew army, striking down those who had encouraged or allowed the sinful acts to continue. In total, 14,013 young men perished during this time, a stark testament to the severity with which God punished the sedition and corruption that had threatened the people of Israel. The cause that provoked Moses to send an army against the Midianites lay in the treachery and misguidance that had nearly corrupted the entire Hebrew multitude. Earlier, the Midianites had sent Balaam, a prophet, to curse the Hebrews, but divine providence prevented him from executing this task. Yet Balaam, though thwarted, had still advised the Midianites in a way that tempted some of the Hebrews into dangerous error, infecting them deeply with false opinions. Despite this, Balaam honored Moses, recording prophecies and attributing their truth to him, even though he could have claimed credit for himself without fear of contradiction. When the time came for retribution, Moses organized an army to strike the Midianites, numbering 12,000 soldiers, taking an equal number from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. He appointed Phinehas, the son of Eleazar and grandson of Aaron, as their commander. Phinehas had previously shown his devotion to the laws of the Hebrews by punishing Zimri for his transgressions. The Midianites, aware of the Hebrews' approach, fortified the entrances to their land and awaited the army's arrival. When battle commenced, a vast multitude of Midianites fell, including their 5 kings: Evi, Zur, Reba, Hur, and Rechem. Rechem shared a name with a prominent city in Arabia, the chief city of the region, still called Arisum by the Arabians and known to the Greeks as Petra. The Hebrews triumphed completely. They plundered the Midianite territory, destroying the men and sparing only the virgins, as Moses had commanded Phinehas. The army returned unharmed, bringing with them enormous spoils: 52,000 cattle, 75,600 sheep, 60,000 asses, and vast quantities of gold and silver furnishings used in Midianite households, for they were a wealthy and luxurious people. Additionally, approximately 32,000 virgins were brought captive. Moses apportioned the spoils, giving 1/50th to Eleazar the high priest and the 2 other priests, another 50th to the Levites, and the remainder to the people. The Hebrews lived in prosperity, enjoying the rewards of their valor without impediment. In the meantime, Moses had grown old and appointed Joshua, the son of Nun, as his successor. Joshua was to receive instructions from God as a prophet and to serve as commander of the army whenever necessary. Moses had personally instructed Joshua in all knowledge concerning the laws and the ways of God. At this time, the 2 tribes of Gad and Reuben, along with the half-tribe of Manasseh, had acquired vast herds of cattle and other property. They approached Moses as a united body, requesting that the fertile land of the Amorites, conquered in battle, be allotted to them for the grazing of their flocks and herds. Moses, suspecting that their petition was an excuse to avoid engaging in future battles with the Canaanites, accused them of cowardice, claiming they wished to live in comfort while the rest of the people labored to claim the promised land. The tribes defended themselves, insisting that their request was not born of fear or laziness, but from prudence. They wished to secure their families, possessions, and captured spoils in strong, defensible cities, so that they could readily join the army in subsequent campaigns without distraction or delay. Satisfied with their explanation, Moses called Eleazar the high priest, Joshua, and the leaders of the tribes, and granted them the land of the Amorites under the condition that they would fight alongside their kinsmen until the conquest was complete. Obedient to this command, the tribes took possession of the country, constructed fortified cities, and secured their families and possessions, preparing themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Moses, acting with deliberate foresight, established 10 cities from among the 48 designated for the tribe of Levi, the priestly tribe entrusted with the service of God and the care of the tabernacle. Among these 10 cities, 3 were specifically set aside for those who had unintentionally taken a human life. These cities served as sanctuaries for the manslayers, providing refuge until the death of the high priest under whose term the slaying had occurred. Only after the high priest's death was the individual permitted to return to his own home. During this period of exile, The relatives of the person who had been killed retained the right, under this law, to exact vengeance upon the manslayer if he left the protected bounds of the city, though no such permission extended to any other person. The three cities that offered this sanctuary were Bezer, located on the borders of Arabia, Ramoth, in the territory of Gilead, and Golan, situated in the region of Bashan. Moses also decreed that 3 additional cities would be designated for this purpose among the cities of the Levites, but their assignment would only occur once the Israelites had fully taken possession of the land of Canaan. At this time, the principal men of the tribe of Manasseh approached Moses with a question concerning inheritance. They reported the death of an esteemed member of their tribe named Zelophehad, who had left no male children, only daughters. They asked whether the daughters could inherit his portion of land. Moses responded that if the daughters married within their own tribe, their inheritance would remain with them, but if they married men from other tribes, the inheritance would remain in their father's tribe. In this way, Moses established the principle that each person's inheritance should continue within the boundaries of their own tribe, preserving the structure and unity of the tribal territories. 40 years had passed since the Israelites' exodus from Egypt, and within 30 days of this anniversary, Moses gathered the congregation near the river Jordan, at the location where the city of Abilene now stands, a place renowned for its abundance of palm trees. With the entire assembly present, Moses addressed the people. He spoke with the authority of one who had guided them through decades of hardship and divine instruction. O you Israelites and fellow soldiers, partners with me in this long and arduous journey, he said. It is now the will of God, and the years of my life, 120, demand that I depart from this world. God has forbidden me to assist you further beyond the river Jordan. Yet I shall not cease my efforts to secure for you the enjoyment of enduring prosperity and the memorial of my own service, that your children may inherit a life of abundance and stability. Listen carefully, for the source of all happiness is the favor of God. Only God can bestow good upon those who deserve it and deprive those who sin against him. If you act in accordance with his will and the counsel I have provided, you will be blessed, admired by all men, and free from misfortune. You will preserve the good things you possess and obtain those you presently lack, provided you remain obedient to the authorities God has placed over you. Do not abandon the laws I have given you, nor disregard the form of worship that has been established. In maintaining virtue and discipline, you shall be courageous in battle and resistant to the attempts of all your enemies. God, present with you to assist you, will grant you the strength to overcome opposition, and virtue shall be your principal reward. Through virtuous conduct, your life will be enriched with abundance, your reputation secured, and your glory recognized beyond your borders. As I prepare to leave you, I rejoice in the blessings you enjoy. I commend you to the wise conduct of your laws, to the proper order of your polity, and to the virtues of your commanders, who will guide you in your advantage. God, who has led you and granted me the opportunity to serve you, shall not withdraw his providence. As long as you desire him as your protector and pursue virtue under his guidance, you shall enjoy his care. Your high priest, Eleazar, along with Joshua, the leader appointed to succeed me, and the council of chiefs from the tribes will guide you. Listen to their counsel, for those who understand how to be governed also understand how to govern when entrusted with authority. Moses spoke to the people with solemnity and authority, warning them not to mistake liberty for the freedom to oppose the directions of their governors. Liberty, he said, is not the indulgence to abuse those who watch over your welfare, as you have done at times. If you can correct this error in the future, your affairs will be far better than they have ever been. Do not allow passion to carry you in anger against those who guide you, for know that I have been in greater peril from you than from our enemies. What I now remind you of is not to reproach, but to teach wisdom, for I am soon to depart from the world, and it is for your own security that I speak. He cautioned them further. When you have crossed the Jordan River and taken possession of the land of Canaan, there will come a time when wealth and comfort may lead you to contempt of virtue. If you forsake righteousness, you will forfeit the favor of God. Your enemies will rise against you. Your lands may be seized, and you will be scattered across the world. Slavery may come upon your people, filling both sea and land. Then, when you have suffered the consequences, you will repent, yet it will be too late. Therefore, preserve the laws I have given you. Leave none of your enemies alive when you conquer them. Destroy their altars, their sacred groves, and their temples. Burn their cities, their nation, and the memory of them with fire, so that the safety and happiness of your own constitution may be secured. I have also ordained laws and a government by divine guidance, that if faithfully observed, will make you the happiest of peoples. After delivering these words, Moses handed the people the written laws and the constitution of government. The people wept bitterly, moved by the memory of the dangers he had faced on their behalf and the care he had shown for their preservation. They despaired at the thought of his death, fearing that no other governor would intercede for them as he had. They repented for their anger in the wilderness, and the grief of the entire congregation was so deep that words could not comfort them. Yet Moses consoled them, exhorting them to adhere to the government he had provided, and at last the assembly was dismissed. Moses then described the constitution of government, crafted to reflect his dignity and virtue, so that all who read these accounts would understand the nature of the original settlements. These settlements remained preserved in writing as Moses had left them. No ornamentation or additions were made, except that the laws were systematized for clarity, for they had originally been scattered in their delivery and learned from God. This system included the laws pertaining to the political state, while those regarding daily conduct and interpersonal relations were reserved for a separate account to be recorded later. Moses instructed them concerning the land of Canaan. When you have secured it and built cities, if you follow God's will, you shall enjoy lasting happiness. Let there be one city situated in the most suitable location by God's choice, as revealed through prophecy. In this city, there shall be one temple and one altar, built not of hewn stones, but of stones gathered at random, mortared and beautified. Let the ascent be by a natural rise of earth, not steps. There shall be no other altar or temple in any other city, for God is one, and the nation of the Hebrews is one. He gave strict commands regarding blasphemy. He who blasphemes God shall be stoned and hung upon a tree all that day, and buried in ignominy, in an obscure manner. Moses also established the practice of pilgrimage. Those living at the farthest boundaries of the land shall come to the city with the temple 3 times each year, to give thanks to God for past blessings and to entreat him for future needs. By these gatherings, you shall maintain correspondence with one another, preserving friendship among those of the same lineage and under the same laws. For without these continual meetings, you will become strangers to one another. Through these instructions, Moses sought to secure both the spiritual and civic unity of his people, ensuring that the laws, the government, and the worship of God would bind them together in loyalty, obedience, and enduring happiness. The Hebrews were commanded to take 1/10 of all the fruits of their fields, separate from that which had already been allotted to the priests and Levites. This portion, though it might be sold within the land, was primarily intended to be used in the sacred feasts and sacrifices that were to be celebrated in the holy city. It was fitting, Moses explained, that the people should enjoy the fruits of the earth which God had granted them, while offering them in a manner that honored the divine donor. Moses further forbade the offering of sacrifices derived from morally corrupt sources. No one was to present offerings from the wages earned by a harlot, for such earnings arose from the most base and shameful abuses of nature, which were abhorrent to God. Likewise, the price of the covering of a female dog, whether used for hunting or for tending sheep, was not to be offered in sacrifice. The people were instructed to respect the gods of neighboring cities, refraining from blasphemy, theft from temples, or removal of offerings dedicated to foreign deities. Certain garments were also reserved for the priests alone. No one outside their order was permitted to wear clothing made of combined wool and linen, a prohibition meant to distinguish the sacred from the common. When the Hebrew multitude gathered in the holy city for sacrifices every 7th year, during the Feast of Tabernacles, The high priest was to stand upon a raised platform, allowing all the people to hear him clearly. He read the laws aloud so that women, children, and servants could all learn them. These public readings were designed to engrave the statutes into the souls and memories of the people, ensuring that ignorance could not serve as an excuse for transgression. By hearing the laws pronounced aloud, the people would understand the consequences of disobedience and carry the intention to honor the statutes in their daily lives. Children, Moses emphasized, should first learn the laws, as this instruction would secure their future well-being. The Hebrews were also commanded to remember the benefits God had granted them during their deliverance from Egypt. Twice daily, at the beginning of the day and at the hour of sleep, each person was to offer gratitude. They were instructed to inscribe the principal blessings upon their doorposts, to display symbols of divine favor upon their arms, and to bear marks on their foreheads and upper arms that testified to the power of God and His goodwill. If a murder occurred and the perpetrator could not be identified, or there was no suspicion of enmity, diligent searches were to be conducted, with rewards offered to anyone who could reveal the criminal. If no information was obtained, the magistrates and senate of the nearest cities assembled to take specific steps of purification. They would measure the distance from the site of the slain person to a valley, procure a heifer, and perform a ritual where the sinews of the animal were cut. Priests, Levites, and the local senate washed their hands over the head of the heifer, publicly declaring themselves innocent of the crime. They then prayed to God for mercy, beseeching that such a horrid act would never again occur in the land, thereby preserving justice and sanctity among the people. Aristocracy, the rule of the best, was declared by the lawgiver to be the finest constitution, the most fitting for a people who sought both justice and order. The lawgiver exhorted that no inclination toward any other form of government should arise, and that all should hold steadfast affection for this form, governing every action according to its statutes. God alone was to be acknowledged as the supreme ruler, and no mortal was to be elevated above the laws He had established. Yet, if the people desired a king, he must be of their own nation, one who would forever pursue justice and virtue, always submitting to the laws and esteeming the commands of God as the highest wisdom. He must act only with the consent of the high priest and the votes of the senators, the council of elders chosen for their wisdom and experience. The king was forbidden to accumulate a multitude of wives, or to seek excessive riches, or to gather many horses, lest pride and power lead him to disobedience of the law and to a state that endangered the welfare of the people. Any who contravened these limits were to be restrained, so that the state itself would not fall into disorder. The lawgiver also commanded that no boundaries, whether of one's own land or that of neighbors, were to be removed. These landmarks were considered divine and unshakable, established by God Himself to endure forever. To violate them was to invite war and sedition, for those who took what was not theirs often sought to subvert the laws themselves. Agricultural law was prescribed with careful attention to nature and to justice. A man who planted trees was forbidden to use any fruit before the 4th year, for unseasonable harvests were not pleasing to God nor fit for human use. Only in the 4th year could the fruit be gathered, brought to the holy city, and shared in feasting with friends, orphans, and widows. In the 5th year, the fruit became fully his to use as he wished. When a field had vines, it was not to be sown with seed, for the vines alone were sufficient for nourishment. Plowing was to be done with oxen, and no different kinds of animals were to share the same yoke, maintaining the natural order of beasts. Seeds were to remain pure, not mixed, for the union of unlike things was seen as unnatural and could lead to disorder even among men. Laws extended to these smaller matters, ensuring that nothing, no matter how minor, would undermine the Constitution. The lawgiver also commanded generosity toward the poor and strangers. Those who reaped grain were not to gather every last ear, but to leave some handfuls for the needy. When gathering grapes, the smallest clusters were to be left for the poor, and the fruits of olive trees were to be shared. This was not only just, but a blessing, for the gratitude of the recipients outweighed the personal gain of the owners. Oxen, working to tread the grain in the threshing floor, were not to be muzzled, for they too were entitled to their labor's reward. Strangers and passers-by were permitted to taste the fruits of the land, though they could not remove them, and those gathering grapes for the winepress were not to prevent others from partaking. The lawgiver explained that it was a divine ordinance to share abundance, not merely for self-interest, but to reveal God's providence, teaching that the people of Israel were instruments of his generosity. Those who violated this law, acting out of greed and envy, were to be punished by the public executioner with 40 stripes, save one. This punishment was considered just, for it corrected the arrogance of those who would mar the dignity of the free and taught that the experience of past afflictions, both in Egypt and in the wilderness, imposed a moral duty to care for those in need, distributing wealth with sympathy and justice under the guidance of God's providence. Every third year, beyond the 2 tithes already ordained, the first for the Levites, the priestly tribe who had no territorial inheritance, and the second for the festivals of God, the Israelites were commanded to bring a 3rd tithe. This 3rd tithe was to be distributed to those in want, to widows without husbands, and to orphans who had no parents to provide for them. When the fruits of the land were ripe, they were to carry the first and best of the harvest into the temple of God. There they would bless God for the land that had borne them, which he had given them as a possession, and offer the sacrifices commanded by the laws of Moses. The first fruits and tithes for the Levites, and the festivals were then presented to the priests. After these offerings, each individual would stand before the holy house, giving thanks to God for their deliverance from the harsh servitude in Egypt, for the good land he had given them, and for the abundance of its produce. In this moment of solemn devotion, they were to entreat God to continue his mercy and grace, to preserve what had already been granted, and to bestow upon the Hebrew people every further blessing within his power. Concerning marriage, the Israelites were instructed to marry at a fitting age, choosing virgins who were free and born of reputable families. No man was to take another's wife or corrupt her by marrying her if she was already wed, nor were free men to marry slaves, even if their affections inclined them toward such unions. Marriage to a harlot was strictly forbidden, for sacrifices offered from such illicit unions were not acceptable to God. The intent was to ensure that children were born of virtuous and honorable parents, thus preserving both their character and the integrity of the family line. If a man, espoused to a virgin, discovered after marriage that she had not preserved her virginity, he was to bring his accusation before the proper authorities, using whatever proof was available. The father, brother, or closest male relative would defend the woman. Should she be proven innocent, she would remain with her husband, and he would have no further power to dismiss her unless grave, undeniable causes arose. Conversely, if the accusation was false and rash, the man was to receive 40 stripes, save one, and pay 50 shekels to the father of the woman. If the woman was guilty and of common status, she was to be stoned for failing to preserve her virginity. If she were the daughter of a priest, she was to be executed by fire. In cases where a man had 2 wives and showed favoritism to the younger, he could not allow the younger son to claim primogeniture over the elder, for inheritance was to follow birthright, not affection. A man who corrupted a woman already espoused, if she consented, would face death alongside the woman, both equally guilty. A man who forced a woman in isolation, without witnesses, was to be put to death. A man who corrupted a virgin not yet married could marry her if the father consented. Otherwise, he was to pay 50 shekels for her transgression. If a husband desired divorce for any cause, he was to provide a written declaration, freeing the wife to marry another. Upon the husband's death, she could not return to her former spouse. Should a woman's husband die, leaving her childless, his brother was to marry her, giving any son the name of the deceased and ensuring the inheritance remained within the family, preserving both lineage and property. If the brother refused, the woman could appeal to the council of the elders, openly protesting the injury to her deceased husband's memory. Should the council find the brother unjust, she would perform the symbolic act of removing his sandals and spitting upon him, marking him with lifelong reproach, and then marry whom she chose from among suitors. In times of war, if a man captured a virgin or a previously married woman, he was forbidden to consummate the marriage or live with her as a wife until she had mourned the loss of her relatives and friends who had died in battle, shaving her head and wearing garments of mourning. Only after 30 days, a period deemed sufficient for grieving, could the marriage proceed. If, after this period, the man sought only his own pleasure and refused to honor her as a wife, she was to leave freely, retaining her rights as a free woman. The laws given by Moses now turn to the duties of the young toward their parents and to the obligations of one Hebrew to another, emphasizing respect, justice, and mercy. He spoke first of the young men who despise their parents, offering them affronts either out of shame or the false belief that they are wiser than those who gave them life and guidance. Moses commanded that the parents themselves must first admonish their children with words of reason. They were to say, "We came together, not for mere pleasure or to increase our riches by joining our stocks, but to bear children who would care for us in our old age and provide for our needs. When you were born, we received you with joy, giving thanks to God for your life, and spared nothing that seemed useful for your preservation and instruction in what was excellent. Now, though you have shown contempt, let it suffice. Reform yourself and act wisely, for God is displeased with those who dishonor their parents, as he is the father of all mankind and shares in the dishonor that comes upon those who bear his name when they are not honored by their children. The law punishes such insolence inexorably, and may you never experience this punishment. If the admonition corrected the child, the law would appear merciful, parents would remain happy, and the lawgiver would be seen as just. But if the warnings were ignored, the offender would be brought forth by the parents, accompanied by a multitude, out of the city and stoned. They would remain there for a full day, so all the people could witness the consequence of defiance, and at night the offender would be buried. The same procedure applied to any lawbreaker condemned to death, whether a Hebrew or an enemy fallen in battle, ensuring that no corpse remained above ground and no punishment exceeded justice. Moses then turned to the regulation of loans and commerce among the Hebrews. He forbade usury, charging interest on what is eaten or drunk, declaring it unjust to profit from the misfortune of a fellow countryman. Instead, he instructed that assisting those in need should be considered a gain in gratitude and divine reward. Borrowers of silver or of fruits, whether dry or wet, were to return what was borrowed with pleasure, keeping it as if stored in their own treasuries for future need. If a borrower refused, the lender was not to seize a pledge before judgment, but the debtor should provide it voluntarily. Should the debtor be poor, the pledge, even if a garment, must be returned by sunset, so that the debtor may have it for covering at night. No millstone or instrument necessary for food production was lawful to take as a pledge, for God himself shows mercy to the poor. Moses then addressed theft and restitution. Death was decreed for stealing a man, while theft of gold or silver required payment of double. A homeowner killing a thief breaking in was guiltless. Theft of cattle required restitution, fourfold for ordinary cattle, fivefold for oxen, and the impoverished who could not pay would serve as a servant until recompense was made. He outlined the rules for servitude. A Hebrew sold to another Hebrew would serve 6 years and be freed on the 7th. Should a son be born to a woman's servant in the purchaser's household, and should the servant wish to remain out of loyalty and love, freedom would come the year of Jubilee, the 50th year, with wife and children freed as well. Moses instructed care for lost property. Gold or silver found on a road must be publicly announced and returned to the owner. The same applied to wandering cattle. If the owner was unknown, the finder held it with honesty, appealing to God for guidance, but not claiming it as his own. He extended mercy to animals in distress, commanding that no beast should be passed by when fallen in mud or danger, but preserved in its suffering. He emphasized the responsibility to guide others correctly, to show travelers the roads, and not to mislead them for amusement or advantage. Likewise, he forbade insulting those who are blind or mute, instilling in the community a sense of empathy justice, and respect that was to govern the conduct of all Hebrews toward each other. If two men engage in strife, and no weapon of iron is at hand, the one who is struck is to be avenged immediately by inflicting upon the assailant the same punishment he inflicted. Yet if the man who is smitten is carried home and lies sick for many days before dying, the one who struck him cannot escape justice. If the injured man survives but incurs great expense for his cure, the one who struck him must reimburse all that was spent during the time of his sickness, including all payments made to physicians. If a man strikes a pregnant woman so that she miscarries, he must pay a fine in money, as determined by the judges, for he has diminished the people by destroying what was in her womb. Furthermore, he must also compensate the woman's husband. Should the woman die from the blow, the law decrees that the assailant shall also be put to death, affirming the principle that life must be balanced by life. No Israelite was to keep any poison capable of causing death or harm. If one were caught with it, he was to suffer the very death or harm that he intended for another. Those who maimed another person were to undergo a similar fate, deprived of the same member they had destroyed, unless the injured party chose to accept a monetary compensation instead. In such cases, the law allowed the victim to judge the value of the harm suffered and to accept recompense or demand the full measure of justice. Owners of oxen that gored with their horns were strictly accountable. If an ox killed a man on the threshing floor, it was to be put to death by stoning, and its flesh was forbidden for food. If the owner knew of the ox's violent nature and neglected to restrain it, the owner was likewise put to death as the cause of the death. Should an ox kill a manservant or a maidservant, the ox was stoned, and the owner paid 30 shekels to the master of the slain servant. If the ox that caused the death was itself killed in the process, both oxen, the aggressor and the one slain, were sold and the proceeds divided between the owners. Those who dug wells or pits were to ensure they were covered with planks, not to hinder water drawing, but to prevent danger to people and animals. Should a beast fall into an uncovered pit and perish, the digger was to compensate the owner of the animal. Houses were to have battlements around their roofs, rather than walls alone, to prevent persons from being rolled off and killed. All entrusted with the property of another were to treat it as sacred and divine. No one could devise a way to defraud the person who entrusted them, even if immense wealth could be gained without the chance of being caught. Conscience, being the internal witness of right and wrong, must guide men to act honorably, with God as their ultimate observer. If a trustee lost what was entrusted without deceit, he came before 7 judges and swore by God that nothing was taken with wicked intent, thereby absolving himself. If he misused any part of the trust, he was condemned to repay everything. Similarly, laborers were to be paid promptly, for God had assigned wages as their rightful possession. Delay in payment was forbidden, for the worker was entitled to the immediate fruit of his toil. Children were not to be punished for the sins of their parents. They were to be judged according to their own virtue and, where possible, shown mercy, for being born of wicked parents did not justify hatred. Young people, however, were responsible for resisting proud indulgence in ways contrary to the instructions they had received. Those who had made themselves eunuchs were to be regarded with abhorrence, avoided, and treated as having deprived themselves of the fruit of generation which God had given to mankind for the increase of the human family. Such persons were to be shunned, as if they had destroyed their own children, for their souls had become effeminate, and this effeminacy had affected their bodies as well. All forms of unnatural mutilation, whether of men or animals, were likewise forbidden. This constituted the settlement of political laws in times of peace, designed to preserve the community from disturbance and to maintain the excellence of the order established by God. Yet recognizing that human affairs are inevitably subject to trials and dangers, Moses prescribed additional constitutions for situations of trouble. By preparing the people in advance, they would know how to act wisely and virtuously, avoiding the need to scramble for solutions in times of crisis. The people were to labor diligently, exercise their souls in righteous actions, and thereby possess and inherit the land in peace, free from both foreign wars and internal sedition, preserving the laws and customs established by their ancestors. And so Moses exhorted the people to continue in the observance of the laws which God himself had approved and delivered to them. He commanded that all acts of war, whether in their own generation or in the generations of their posterity, should be conducted within their own borders, defending what was rightfully theirs. But when they were compelled to go to war, he instructed that embassiges and heralds be sent first to those who were their voluntary enemies. Words, he said, must precede weapons. The envoys were to declare that though the Hebrews had a numerous army, with horses and weapons of war, and above all, a God merciful and ready to assist them, they did not desire to fight unless forced. They would not take from their neighbors what belonged to them, nor seize what was not theirs by justice, though it would enrich the Hebrews. If the enemies hearkened to these words, peace was to be kept. But if they trusted in their own strength, believing themselves superior, and refused justice, the army was to march against them with God as their supreme commander and a lieutenant of greatest courage appointed under him. Multiple commanders were forbidden, for sudden actions required unity of command, and divided leadership could endanger the army. Moses commanded that the army should be composed of the strongest and most courageous men, those with endurance of body and fortitude of soul. The timid, the faint-hearted, were to remain behind, for in the moment of battle they might flee and provide an advantage to the enemy. Those recently settled in new homes, who had not yet lived in them a year, and those who had newly planted vineyards, or who had recently betrothed or married, were to remain in their country. Their attachments to these new possessions and families might cause them to value their lives too highly, turning them into cowards. When encamped, the Hebrews were commanded to do nothing cruel. In sieges, timber for warlike engines was not to be taken from fruit-bearing trees, for they existed for the benefit of men, and to destroy them without cause would be unjust. In victory, those who had fought against the Hebrews were to be slain, but others preserved alive to pay tribute, excepting the Canaanites, who were to be utterly destroyed. Even in battle, Moses forbade women to assume the habit of men, or men the garments of women, maintaining the natural order and distinctions of God's creation. This, Moses declared, was the form of political government that he left to the Hebrew nation. By the 40th year after their departure from Egypt, he had delivered laws in writing, which were to be obeyed continually, and which would be discussed in later records. In the following days, he assembled the people and pronounced blessings upon those who observed the laws, and curses upon those who would transgress them. He recited a poetic song in hexameter verse, recorded in the Holy Book, which contained prophecies of what was to come, all of which had been fulfilled faithfully in the events of history. Moses delivered these books to the priests, placing them in the Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest that also contained the 10 Commandments, written on 2 stone tablets. He delivered to them the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary for worship, and instructed that when the Hebrews conquered the land of Canaan, they should not forget the injuries done by the Amalekites in the wilderness, and should exact punishment for those past wrongs. Once possession of the land was secured and the Canaanites destroyed, an altar was to be erected facing the rising sun, near the city of Shechem, between Mount Gerizim on the right and Mount Ebal on the left. The army was to be divided, 6 tribes upon each mountain, accompanied by Levites and priests. Those on Mount Gerizim were to pray for blessings upon those diligent in worship and law-keeping, while those on Mount Ebal prayed for their happiness. Then the 2 sides confirmed each other's prayers. Curses were declared upon transgressors, answered alternately by each side, and Moses wrote them upon the altar so they would be remembered. Sacrifices were offered on that day, and afterward no offerings were made upon that altar, for it was not lawful to do so. These were the constitutions that governed the Hebrew nation, which continued to observe them faithfully. On the following day, Moses gathered the entire assembly, including women, children, and even slaves, so that all might swear to uphold the laws. Every individual was to consider the purpose of God in these laws and understand that neither the favor of kin, nor fear, nor any other motive should take precedence over obedience. Every person was to commit wholly to the statutes of God, ensuring that they transgress them neither in word nor in deed, but observe them faithfully in all matters of life. Moses, in the final days of his life, commanded the people of Israel that if any one among their own kin or any city within their lands should attempt to destroy or overturn the constitution of their government, they were to exact vengeance upon them, both collectively and individually. Should they succeed in conquering such rebels, they were to overthrow the city to its very foundations, leaving no trace of the madness that had risen against them. Yet, if complete vengeance could not be taken, they were still to make clear that these actions were done contrary to their will, binding themselves with a solemn oath to uphold this duty. He instructed them in the proper manner of offering sacrifices to God, so that their devotion would be most acceptable. He showed them how to go forth to war, using the sacred stones set into the breastplate of the high priest, the Urim and Thummim, to receive divine guidance in their decisions. Joshua, who would succeed him as leader and military commander, prophesied in Moses' presence, affirming the unity of law, ritual, and divine instruction. Moses recapitulated all that he had accomplished for the people's preservation, both in times of war and in times of peace, and recounted the body of laws he had composed alongside the form of government he had established. He forewarned that should they transgress these laws and neglect the worship of God, their land would be filled with weapons from invading enemies, their cities destroyed, and their temple burned. Many would be sold as slaves to merciless oppressors, and they would repent too late, when suffering had made repentance fruitless. Yet, Moses also proclaimed that the God who founded their nation would restore their cities and their temple, though they might lose these blessings many times over if they failed to follow his laws. Moses then encouraged Joshua to lead the Israelite army against the Canaanites, assuring him that God would assist him in every endeavor. He blessed the entire people, expressing gratitude to God while he was still alive, acknowledging the providence that had guided them from suffering in Egypt to prosperity in the Promised Land. Moses described himself as God's vicarious general and minister, chosen to carry out his will and to bring good to the Hebrew people. He exhorted them to worship and honor God, to keep the divine laws, and to recognize the consequences of neglecting those laws, for human legislation, when affronted, becomes a formidable enemy. At the end of his address, Moses foretold the fortunes of each tribe and bestowed blessings upon them. The people were overcome with grief. Women struck their breasts in lamentation, and children cried, unable to contain their sorrow, revealing their understanding of Moses' virtue even at a young age. The elders grieved deeply, knowing they would be deprived of their careful protector, while the young lamented that they would lose his guidance before fully experiencing the benefits of his wisdom. So profound was the sorrow of the multitude that even Moses, steadfast and composed in the face of death, wept. As he departed to the mountain called Abarim, a high peak overlooking the plains near Jericho, he bade the distant followers remain behind and spoke privately with those near him, instructing them to allow his departure to be as calm as possible. The Senate, Eleazar the high priest, and Joshua the commander accompanied him. At the summit, while Moses embraced Eleazar and Joshua and continued to speak, a cloud descended and enveloped him. In a miraculous and mysterious manner, he disappeared into a valley, though he recorded in the sacred books that he had died, concealing the extraordinary nature of his departure to prevent anyone from claiming that he had been taken to God because of his exceptional virtue. Moses lived 120 years. For 40 years, minus 1 month, he had ruled the people of Israel. He died on the first day of the last month of the year, known to the Macedonians as Distrus and to the Hebrews as Adar. He was a man of unparalleled understanding, using his intellect to its fullest potential. His speech was graceful and persuasive, his self-control absolute, and his leadership of both army and people extraordinary. His prophetic voice carried the authority of God himself. The mourning of the Israelites continued for 30 days, the deepest grief they had ever experienced. Those who had lived under his governance, as well as those who studied the laws he had left behind, lamented him profoundly, recognizing the extraordinary virtue and wisdom of Moses. This was the manner of the departure and death of the great legislator and prophet, Moses. Scholars and historians have long observed certain details surrounding the events of the Hebrew people in the wilderness, adding depth to the narrative preserved in the sacred texts. The first point noted by the Dutch scholar, Rieland, draws attention to the riches of Korah, a figure of rebellion among the Levites. While our modern Bibles provide only scant mention of Korah's wealth, both Jewish and Islamic traditions, as well as the historian Flavius Josephus, are full of accounts describing the vast possessions and influence he held among his followers. The second observation regards the fate of Korah himself. Sources including the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Psalms of the Hebrew Bible, the Apostolical Constitutions, Clement's first epistle to the Corinthians, Ignatius's epistle to the Magnesians, and the writings of Eusebius indicate that Korah was not swallowed up by the earth alongside the Reubenites, as some texts might suggest. Rather, he met his end by fire along with the Levites of his own tribe. This distinction emphasizes both the specificity and the severity of divine judgment as understood by the ancient historians and ecclesiastical writers, and confirms a theme consistent throughout these accounts. Rebellion against God's appointed leaders carries immediate and destructive consequences. The third note concerns the 12 rods representing the 12 tribes of Israel, a sign of divine choice and authority. St. Clement of Rome provides an account far more expansive than the canonical scriptures, detailing the rods and the manner in which God's power manifested through them. Flavius Josephus likewise offers a lengthier version than is typically found in modern Bibles, underlining the dramatic demonstration of divine approval in the appointment of priests and leaders among the Hebrew tribes. The fourth point highlights ritual practices shared between cultures. The Dutch scholar Hugo Grotius notes that the act of consecrating hair to the gods was not unique to the Hebrews. The Greeks, much like the Jews, sometimes offered the hair of their heads to deities as a mark of devotion or as part of solemn vows. This shows an intersection of ritual and religious expression across the ancient Mediterranean world. The fifth footnote clarifies Josephus's phrasing regarding the 40th year of the Israelites' wandering. Josephus states, when the 40th year was completed, which parallels the phrasing of St. Luke in the Acts of the Apostles, where he writes, when the day of Pentecost was completed. In both cases, the language denotes the beginning of a significant period rather than its literal conclusion, emphasizing the initiation of events under divine orchestration rather than mere human chronology. Finally, the sixth note addresses the death of Miriam, the sister of Moses and Aaron. While some Greek copies of Josephus imply that Miriam died on the first day of the month, Latin copies, as well as the Jewish calendars verified by Dr. Bernard, place her death on the 10th day. Her sepulchre is still said to exist near Petra, the ancient capital city of Arabia Petrea. Similarly, the burial site of Aaron, her brother, and the first high priest of Israel, lies not far from this location, preserving a tangible connection to the figures who shaped the destiny of the Hebrew people during their long journey through the wilderness. Josephus makes a point that deserves our careful attention. The Israelites were never commanded to make war. Balaam's ambition is recorded as a cautionary example of the dangers of coveting reward from acts that are against divine law. There remains some uncertainty about the number of times Balaam attempted to curse the Israelites. Some copies of the history suggest only 2 attempts, while others, in the biblical text in the Book of Numbers, present 3 separate attempts. This variance cannot now be determined with certainty. Josephus, along with other historical and religious sources, such as the Samaritan Chronicle and the writings of Philo of Alexandria, preserves a detailed account of the seduction of the Israelites by the women of Midian. Unlike other sources that give only brief notices, this account records how these women enticed the Israelites into acts of idolatry and moral corruption. This episode serves to illustrate a broader principle observed throughout the history of Israel. The people could never be harmed or destroyed by their enemies as long as they remained obedient to God, but sin and disobedience exposed them to danger and calamity. The biblical history confirms this maxim repeatedly, and even the testimony of Ammonite records, such as that in the book of Judith, affirms it. Josephus emphasizes the significance of these Midianite women, who sought to draw the Israelites away from the worship of the God of Israel toward the impure and false gods of the surrounding nations. Their enticements highlight the ongoing concern under the law of Moses to protect the Israelites from idolatry and moral corruption. The conflict was not merely between nations or armies, but between the observance of the holy laws given by God and the seductive customs and false worships of the pagans. This historical account underscores that the survival and prosperity of the people of Israel depended entirely upon their adherence to the sacred laws, in opposition to the corrupt practices of idolatrous nations. In the retelling of these events, it is important to note a textual discrepancy in the works of the historian Flavius Josephus, who lived in the 1st century of the Common Era. In all known Greek and Latin copies of his histories, the number of Midianites slain is recorded as 14,000, a figure evidently mistaken. The learned editors Bernard and Hudson have corrected this number to 24,000, which reflects more accurately the scale of the campaign undertaken by the Hebrews, though in some accounts, the original figure is retained in brackets for reference. The slaughter of the Midianite women who had prostituted themselves to the lewd Israelites is recorded with precise care, for it was a matter commanded by God himself. Those women who had not been guilty in these acts, numbering no fewer than 32,000, were preserved as recorded both here and in the book of Numbers, chapter 31, verses 15 through 17, 35, 40, and 46. This distinction is remarkable, for it shows that even among nations otherwise doomed for wickedness, the innocent were sometimes delivered by divine providence. It underscores the principle that it was the wickedness of the nations of Canaan and not any other reason that occasioned their destruction. This theme is also reflected in the book of Genesis, chapter 15, verse 16, where the punishment of the Amorites is delayed until their iniquity was full. Similarly, in the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 15, verses 18 and 33, King Saul is commanded to destroy the Amalekites entirely because of their cruelty and sin. The apostles, or their scribe Clement, later gave this same reasoning for the coming of Christ. Men had perverted both the positive laws and the laws of nature, forgetting the lessons of the flood, the destruction of Sodom, the plagues of Egypt, and the slaughters in Palestine, demonstrating the depth of human impenitence and insensibility in the face of divine punishment. Josephus summarizes Moses' long and serious exhortations in the book of Deuteronomy, capturing the weight and solemnity of the laws delivered to the Hebrews. These words are regarded as so true and important that they deserve to be remembered at all times, guiding the people in their conduct and governance. Certain laws address the manner of ascending altars. Moses decreed that one should not approach God's altar by ladder steps, but rather on an acclivity, a gradual incline. This rule did not apply to the altar of the tabernacle, which was 3 cubits high, nor to the altar described by the prophet Ezekiel, which required steps. Instead, it applied to occasional altars of considerable size, such as the altar of King Solomon, or the altars in the temples of Zerubbabel and Herod, which were approximately 10 cubits high. The reason for this law was practical. Before the invention of stairs as we know them today, an incline allowed priests to maintain decency in their loose garments while performing sacrifices. Moses also forbade the hiring of public or secret prostitutes to the worship of Venus in Syria, a practice condemned by Lucian, the Greek satirist, as immoral and idolatrous. This law was intended to protect the Hebrew people from adopting the vile customs of surrounding pagan nations. Finally, the apostolical constitutions, early Christian writings, clarify another law of Moses, found in Exodus, chapter 22, verse 28. Thou shalt not revile or blaspheme the gods or magistrates. This law, interpreted as a prohibition against blasphemy toward both divine and civic authorities, was considered a more accurate exposition than Josephus's references to foreign practices, and it was publicly read to the people from the sacred books of the law, including the books preserved in the temple archives and in the record of Ezra. These records, these laws, and these practices demonstrate the meticulous care with which Moses guided the Hebrew nation, embedding moral, civic, and religious order into the life of the people, shaping their conduct both in war and in peace, in piety and in justice. In the study of Jewish history and law, many footnotes and observations shed light on the practices and interpretations that shaped their society, as well as the writings of the historian Flavius Josephus. One such note concerns the phylacteries, small leather boxes containing passages of the Torah and other Jewish memorials of the law mentioned by Josephus and by Moses. These items, alongside the fringes on the borders of their garments, as commanded in Numbers 15:37, were long observed by the Pharisees and later rabbinical Jews. However, the Karaites, a sect of Jews who reject the oral traditions of the elders and adhere strictly to the written law, alongside scholars such as St. Jerome and Hugo Grotius, maintained that these practices were not to be understood literally. Scholars like Dr. Bernard and Rieland also note that while the written law emphasizes the constant remembrance and observance of God's commandments, there is little evidence in the ancient books of the Old Testament or in the Apocrypha that these phylacteries were practiced in a literal sense, suggesting their true purpose was symbolic, serving as a mystical reminder of the laws given by God to Moses. Another point concerns the judicial system among the Hebrews. Josephus notes that, in his time, only 7 judges were appointed for smaller cities, a system quite distinct from the 23 judges prescribed by modern rabbis. These judges held authority over legal matters within their communities, though modern rabbis, as Josephus remarks, wielded comparatively little real power. Furthermore, Josephus observes that women were not admitted as legal witnesses in Jewish courts of justice. While the Pentateuch itself contains no explicit mention of this restriction, it is likely a practice derived from the interpretation of scribes and Pharisees during the era of Josephus. The punishments and obligations outlined by the law also appear in his writings. The penalty of 40 stripes save one, as noted in Deuteronomy and elsewhere, was a measure of corporal punishment inflicted on offenders for transgressions of the law. St. Paul himself endured this punishment 5 times at the hands of the Jews, as recorded in the second epistle to the Corinthians, chapter 11, verse 24. Josephus further elaborates on the financial and charitable obligations prescribed by the law of Moses, particularly the system of tithes. Every 3rd year, the Hebrews were required to give 3 tithes, one to the Levites, one for sacrifices at the temple in Jerusalem, and one for the support of the poor, including widows and orphans. This practice is affirmed by the example of Tobit, a devout man held captive in Assyria, who maintained these laws even in exile in direct opposition to certain interpretations of the rabbis. The historian also addresses customs surrounding marriage and virginity. The tokens of virginity, described in Deuteronomy 22 verses 15 and 17 and 20, appear to have been close-fitting linen garments that virgins wore until marriage, serving as evidence of their chastity before witnesses. Josephus does not define these tokens in detail, perhaps because to explain them fully to non-Jews might have been considered a breach of modesty. He compares this to the dialogue of the Pharisees with Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 3, regarding the lawfulness of divorce. Josephus also notes a practical matter concerning captives taken in war. If a woman captured had been previously married, her first husband must have died, either naturally or slain in battle, before she could lawfully marry again. Otherwise, her remarriage would constitute adultery. These observations underscore the intricate relationship between law, tradition, and interpretation in the Jewish world of Josephus, showing how the legal, moral, and ceremonial codes were carefully intertwined with the customs and societal expectations of the Hebrews. Herod the Great, the king of Judea in the 1st century before the Common Era, insisted upon the strict execution of the laws concerning justice and punishment, even in relation to his own sons, before the judges at Berytus, a city in Phoenicia which served as a Roman administrative and judicial center. This action demonstrates the extraordinary severity with which the law was enforced under his reign, showing that even those of royal blood were not exempt from divine and civil ordinances. In matters concerning the unborn child, Philo of Alexandria and other scholars interpreted the law of Exodus chapter 21, verses 22 and 23, differently from Josephus. The law, as they understood it, required that if an infant in the mother's womb were killed as a result of an injury to the mother, even after the child had become quick and possessed a rational soul, the offender must be put to death. Josephus, however, appears to suggest that if the mother survived, only a fine was imposed upon the person who caused the injury, rather than the death penalty. This interpretation reflects the exposition of the Pharisees in the days of Josephus and illustrates the careful distinctions made in the application of Mosaic law concerning life and injury. Regarding what modern readers would call witchcraft, the term in the Mosaic law, as seen in Exodus chapter 22, verse 15, was understood by Philo and Josephus to refer to a poisoner, someone who used secret and unlawful drugs or philtra to harm others or to attempt to take away their lives or senses. It was not the mystical sorcery imagined by later superstition, but a deliberate act of endangering human life through prohibited substances. The ancient practice of redeeming certain penalties with money, a custom not explicitly recorded in the biblical texts of Exodus, Leviticus, or Deuteronomy, reflects variations in interpretation and local custom during the time of Josephus. Similarly, the value of 30 shekels, noted in these histories, correspond to the price for which the Messiah was betrayed by Judas Iscariot, as recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, and it was also the standard value of a bought servant or slave among the Jewish people. Josephus also emphasizes the rigor of the laws against castration, even of animals. The strict enforcement meant that no oxen could be gelded in Judea. Only bulls and cows were permitted for labor and sacrifice, reflecting the profound religious significance attached to the preservation of natural fertility, as dictated by Leviticus chapters 21 and 22. Other laws, previously noted in this history, detail the responsibilities of the priests, the construction of altars, and the precise location where offerings were to be made. Josephus comments on the unfortunate incident in which Joshua and the Israelite rulers were deceived by the Gibeonites, who tricked them into a solemn oath to preserve them. This occurred because they failed to consult the Urim, a sacred object used for divine counsel, as prescribed in the laws, leaving them bound by their own commitment despite their original mandate to extirpate the Canaanites entirely. Finally, Josephus confirms, in alignment with the Septuagint translation of Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 6, that Moses blessed every tribe of Israel. Although some Hebrew and Samaritan manuscripts omit the tribe of Simeon, Josephus assures readers that Simeon was indeed included in the blessings, preserving the completeness and fairness of Moses' final words to the people he had led through the wilderness and prepared to enter the promised land. When Moses was taken away from among the people, in the manner that has already been described, and when all the solemn rites of mourning for him were completed and the sorrow for his passing had been fully observed, Joshua, the commander of the Hebrews, rose to lead the nation into the next chapter of their history. He commanded the multitude to prepare themselves for an expedition, for the time had come to continue the conquest of the land promised by God. Joshua also dispatched spies to the city of Jericho to ascertain the strength of its defenders and to understand their intentions. At the same time, he organized the Hebrew camp with the precision of a general who anticipated both challenge and victory, preparing for the moment when they would cross the Jordan River at the appointed season. He called to him the rulers of the tribe of Reuben, the governors of the tribe of Gad, and the leaders of the half-tribe of Manasseh, for half of this tribe had been permitted to inhabit the land of the Amorites, which constituted the seventh part of the land of Canaan. Joshua reminded them of the promises they had made to Moses, urging them, for the sake of the care that Moses had taken for all the people, even to the very end of his life, and for the welfare of the nation, to prepare themselves and faithfully fulfill those promises. With 50,000 men who pledged their service, Joshua marched from the city of Abila toward the Jordan River, covering a distance of 60 furlongs, which is equivalent to approximately 7½ miles. When Joshua had pitched the camp, the spies returned with intelligence. They had moved with great caution through the city of Jericho, unnoticed at first, observing the strength of its walls, the positions of its gates, and the vulnerabilities in the city's defenses. The inhabitants of the city, seeing these strangers wandering among them, assumed them to be harmless travelers, curious about the city, and did not suspect their true purpose. As evening approached, the spies took lodging at an inn near the city wall, the inn of a woman named Rahab. Here, they supped and rested, awaiting the night to consider how they might return safely to their camp. But the king of Jericho, hearing of strangers in his city, sent messengers to seize them. They were to bring the men to the king to learn, by interrogation and torture if necessary, what their intentions were. Rahab, understanding the danger, acted swiftly and wisely. She hid the spies under stalks of flax that were laid out to dry upon the roof of her house. When the king's messengers arrived, she told them that certain unknown travelers had dined with her shortly before sunset and had now gone on their way. She said that if they were truly dangerous, they could easily be captured, but they were apparently mere travelers who posed no threat to the city or the king. The messengers, deceived by her words, went in search of the strangers, following the roads they supposed the men had taken toward the river. They found nothing and abandoned the pursuit. Once the danger had passed, Rahab brought the spies down from their hiding place and spoke to them of her loyalty and fear. She requested that, when the Hebrews took possession of the land of Canaan, they would remember the danger she had endured to protect them and would preserve her and her family from the destruction that would come upon the city. The spies acknowledged the debt they owed her and swore to repay her kindness, not only in words but through deeds. They advised her that when the city was about to fall, she should gather her goods and family within her house and mark it with scarlet threads from her doors or windows. This would signal to Joshua, the commander of the Hebrews, that her home was to be spared, and he would protect her accordingly. They cautioned her that if any member of her household perished in the battle, she should not hold them accountable, and they invoked God as witness to their oath, asking that he not hold them guilty for fulfilling their promise. Having made this agreement, the spies descended from the city wall by rope, escaping safely to their camp. There, they reported in full detail to Joshua and to Eleazar, the high priest, and to the council of elders, the senate of the Hebrews, explaining the oath sworn to Rahab and her faithfulness. Rahab, in turn, faithfully maintained her promise, her actions a quiet yet pivotal force in the unfolding conquest of Canaan, showing how courage and prudence could alter the course of events even amid the tensions of war. Joshua, the appointed commander of the Israelites, faced a moment of intense anxiety as the army approached the River Jordan. The river, swollen with a strong and rapid current, could not be crossed by any bridge, for no bridges had ever been built across its waters before. Joshua feared that even if he attempted to construct a bridge, the enemy would not allow sufficient time for its completion, and no ferries or boats existed to carry the people safely across. Yet God promised to intervene, assuring that the river would be made passable by removing the bulk of its waters. After 2 days, Joshua led the entire multitude to the riverbank. The priests went first, carrying the Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest that contained the tablets of the law given by God to Moses on Mount Sinai, representing the presence of God among the people. Following them were the Levites, the tribe assigned by God to care for the tabernacle and its sacred vessels used in sacrifices. After the priests and Levites, the entire multitude of Israelites crossed the river, arranged by their tribes, with children and wives in the midst to protect them from the current. As the priests entered the river, the waters receded, revealing the sand beneath, and the current slowed to a harmless flow. All passed safely, and only after the last Israelite had crossed did the priests leave the river, allowing its waters to return to their natural state. The Israelites traveled another 50 furlongs, approximately 6 miles, and pitched their camp 10 furlongs, or just over a mile, from the city of Jericho, a city known for its fertile land and the cultivation of palm trees and balsam. Joshua built an altar from stones that the leaders of the tribes had collected from the riverbed, as commanded by the prophets, to serve as a memorial of the river's miraculous division. Upon this altar, he offered sacrifices to God, celebrated the Passover, and the people began to enjoy an abundance of provisions, gathering the ripe corn of the Canaanites and other spoils for their previous sustenance. Manna, which had fed them for 40 years, had ceased. Meanwhile, the Canaanites, alarmed by the Israelite presence, did not attack, remaining behind their city walls. Joshua resolved to lay siege to Jericho. On the first day of the Passover feast, priests led the army in a procession around the city, blowing their 7 trumpets of ram's horns and exhorting the soldiers to courage, with some armed men guarding the ark and the tabernacle. The priests and the leaders circled the city for 6 consecutive days, returning to camp without further action. On the 7th day, Joshua gathered the entire army and all the people, declaring that God would give them the city that day without their labor, by the miraculous fall of its walls. He commanded the soldiers to kill all inhabitants, sparing none for pity or convenience, and to destroy all animals. Precious metals and valuables were to be collected as first fruits for God, while Rahab, the innkeeper who had protected the Israelite spies, and her family, were to be spared in accordance with the oath sworn by the spies. Joshua led the army around the city 7 times with the priests in front. After the final circuit, the walls of Jericho collapsed of their own accord, without the use of weapons or human effort. The Israelites entered and slaughtered every man, woman, and child. No resistance could withstand the miraculous destruction. They burned the city and the surrounding country, sparing only Rahab and her family, honoring the oath. Joshua granted her certain lands and held her in high esteem thereafter. If any part of Jericho survived the fire, it was destroyed completely from the foundation. Joshua pronounced a curse on anyone who would attempt to rebuild the city, declaring that such a person would lose his eldest son when laying the foundation and his youngest son upon completion. The spoils of silver, gold, and bronze were immense, yet none of the Israelites disobeyed the command to dedicate them to God. These treasures were delivered to the priests for safekeeping. However, one man, Achar, the son of Charmi, from the tribe of Judah, coveted a royal garment woven entirely of gold and a piece of gold weighing 200 shekels. He feared that giving it to God would leave him personally deprived while others went without. So he secretly hid these treasures in a deep pit within his tent, hoping to conceal them both from his fellow soldiers and, foolishly, from God himself.